Chapter 503. Everyone's gaze fell on the wood element peak's peak master, Chao Rong's face. Everyone could see the dark expression on Chao Rong's face. The veins on his face were pulsating as if thunder was about to erupt at any moment. However, Song Yingyan, Lu Tianrui, Mu Hongyi, and the others actually pressured him in such a blatant manner, even threatening him. Chao Rong couldn't help but be enraged. "Do you think I'm a pushover?" "Humph!" A cold snort landed heavily on everyone's hearts. Chao Rong's cold gaze met Lu Tianrui's and the others' gazes. His voice was cold as ice. "Zhu Er's opinion is my opinion." Boom! The five element sect's disciples seemed to have exploded. The wood element peak's peak master actually stood on Chu Yang's side. However, they immediately calmed down because the atmosphere was too stifling. Song Yangyan, Lu Tianrui, Mu Hongyi, and the others' expressions were even uglier. It was as if they had eaten a fly, or as if someone had hit the back of their head heavily. Chao Zhu was the wood element peak's peak master, one of the five inner peaks. Now that he stood out, the meaning was completely different because his weight was extremely heavy. However, everything was not over yet. Chao Rong said to Lu Tianrui, "Brother Lu, since you're so lively, I'll also make a bet with you. You bet on your position as the water element peak's peak master. If your disciple loses to Brother Sui's disciple, please give your position as the water element peak's peak master to Brother Morong. If I lose, I'll abdicate my position as the wood element peak's peak master." Chu Yang didn't know who this Brother Morong that Chao Rong mentioned was, but he could only sigh in amazement. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier. He directly took the firewood from under the cauldron, directly removing one from Song Yangyan's and Lu Tianrui's side. Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Du Guangbo were overjoyed. They never thought that Chu Yang would not only be on good terms with the Saint Child of Violence, but even be on good terms with Chao Zhu. Chao Rong's declaration was like injecting a powerful injection into their hearts. Their eyes brightened. "All right, Brother Chao, I'll bet with you." Lu Tianrui's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. At this time, the atmosphere of the scene became even more oppressive. It was so oppressive that many of the five element sect's disciples almost couldn't breathe. They couldn't help but have such a question in their hearts. Was the five element sect going to split? It had to be said that the situation was already out of Song Yangyan, Mu Hongyi, and the others' control. They had overestimated their strength. "Uncle Goat, may I know the name of the peak master of Medicine Peak?" Amidst the silence, a voice suddenly rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Chu Yang, the culprit, the source of the disaster, the audacious Chu Yang. The incomparably arrogant Chu Yang, who swore an oath to fight the five elements divine child to the death in half a year. The number one disciple of the five elements sect, who had ganged up on Chu Yang of the 15 peaks. How could everyone present not know Chu Yang? Sui Yunfu was stunned by Chu Yang's sudden question, but he soon understood Chu Yang's intention. The rafters that stuck out would rot first, and whoever jumped happily would be killed first. This kid really has a temper. Chu Yang was targeting the peak master of Medicine Peak, Mu Hongyi. Mu Hongyi's move, just now, wanting to take away Sui Yunfu and the other two's contributions to the five-element sect through the bet, and wanting to kill Sui Yunfu and the other two, had completely infuriated Chu Yang. Jean Duo looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. Junior Brother Chu is starting to cheat people. He's starting to cheat people crazily. He was sure that if Mu Hongyi dared to say yes, he would definitely be cheated so badly that he would want to return to his mother's womb. Junior Brother Chu is going crazy again. Chao Zhu could only laugh in his heart. Chu Yang had even roasted the five elements divine child. What was a mere Mu Hongyi? The violent saint was also smiling bitterly at this moment. Mu Hongyi was in trouble. Chapter 504. "This is your Uncle Master Mu Hongyi." Sui Yunfu spoke up. It was only then that he realized that Chu Yang didn't even know Mu Hongyi. He couldn't help but fall into a trance. Chu Yang had only entered the five elements sect for a short period of time. In fact, it had only been 1 or 2 months. However, Chu Yang had already created such a big disturbance in this 1 or 2 months. So, it's Uncle Master Mu. Chu Yang grinned as if a flower had bloomed on his face. He bowed to Mu Hongi. Disciple Chu Yang greets Uncle Master Mu. Mu Hongi's face was gloomy. His veins were throbbing and his face was almost distorted. There were so many people present, but Chu Yang chose him out of all the people present. Did he think that he was easy to bully and wanted to bully him? Uncle Master Mu, you guys are so lively. I'll join the fun too. Chu Yang began to babble nonsense. I observed martial Uncle Mu and noticed that there seemed to be fog lingering around your body. You're certainly not an ordinary person. Then, I observed martial Uncle Mu's facial features. You have a full forehead, and it's obvious that you're rich and noble. Your eyes are wise and far-sighted, and your wisdom reaches the heavens. I, Chu Yang, wish to make a bet with martial Uncle Mu. Martial Uncle Mu, do you dare? No one thought that Chu Yang's nonsense was flattery. Instead, he was mocking him. Old fool, which eye of yours sees that I'm about to be unlucky enough to enter the coffin and die? I suspect that you're blind and brain damaged. However, no one understood where Chu Yang's confidence and courage came from. Could it be that Chu Yang could really beat up the 15 peaks of the Five Elements sect? What do you want to bet? Mu Hongi's killing intent surged. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost made cracking sounds. Uncle Master Mu, how about we bet something big and ruthless? After Chu Yang finished speaking, he directly pointed at one of Mu Hongi's legs. I'll bet one of Uncle Master Mu's legs. Boom. Everyone's mind was blown. So far, Chu Yang's gamble was the most outrageous. He actually planned to cripple Mu Hongi. The peak master of the wood element peak, Chao Rong, couldn't help but glance at Chu Yang at this moment. Clearly, he was also very surprised. Sui Yunfu, Long Fij, and Du Guangbo were also shocked. If Mu Hongi was also crippled, then Song Yangyin and Lu Tianrui's side would be in deep trouble. What are you betting on? Chu Yang smiled and continued to flatter her. Martial Uncle Mu really has a pair of discerning eyes. You can see that I'm a poor wretch at first glance. So, I can only gamble on my legs and arms. He paused for a moment, then said, How about this, Uncle Master Mu? If I win, Uncle Master Mu, you'll lose one leg. If I lose, I'll lose both legs to Uncle Master Mu. If that's not enough, I'll add 2 more arms. After all, Uncle Master Mu, your legs are more precious. So, I can understand if you don't want to gamble. He was calm and collected, and he was laughing casually. However, every word that came out of Chu Yang's mouth made people shocked. When they connected together, it was earth-shattering. Betting 4 limbs on one of Medicine Peak Master Mu Hongi's legs was too crazy. If Chu Yang lost, he would become a complete cripple. He would neither live nor die. If Mu Hongi still didn't dare to gamble, then he would be completely underestimated. The more everyone thought about it, the more shocked they became. Chu Yang was basically forcing Mu Hongi to gamble with him. But how could he be so sure that he would win? All right, I'll gamble with you. Mu Hongi was extremely furious, but he definitely hadn't lost his mind completely. Chopping off Chu Yang's limbs and crippling Chu Yang wasn't just the result he wanted. It was also the result that Song Yangyin and Lu Tianrui wanted. Uncle Master Mu is indeed a decisive person. You're very straightforward. Chu Yang smiled and flattered. Then, with a whoosh, he landed on the arena and laughed loudly. Divine Command Peaks number 1. Okun's 15 peaks, Chu Yang is here. Who dares to come up and die first? Chapter 505. Arrogant. A disdainful voice came from behind the peak master of Wu Peak. When everyone looked over, a tall and slender young man walked out. His body was well-proportioned, and his exposed skin was bronze in color. However, the skin on his face was abnormally white and slightly translucent, as if there was a thin layer of frost covering it. Chu Yang glanced over. The first person who jumped out didn't seem to be much. He was only in the 5th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. Mu Hongi is underestimating himself too much for him to be the vanguard. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At this moment, A hint of joy finally appeared on Mu Hongyi's gloomy face. Obviously, he was very happy that a disciple took the initiative to stand up for him. Zhang Yuanlin, you're not bad. You've only fought with your junior brother Chu before, so don't beat him too hard. Remember, you can beat him harder and let your junior brother Chu know how powerful you are. However, don't beat him until he's crippled. You have to leave some face for your martial uncle Sui. Yes, Peak Master. I'll definitely go easy on him later and give some face to martial uncle Sui. Zhang Yuanlin was overjoyed. He immediately cupped his fist toward the disciples behind Song Yanyan and the others and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, Zhang Yuanlin of Wu Peak will go first and get the first prize." He was very proud. Such a prize was given out for free. He was surprised that no one fought with him for it. Chu Yang was only in the 6th or 7th level of the Qi Soul realm. He didn't care at all. Whoosh! Zhang Yuanlin also flew onto the battle stage and faced Chu Yang from afar. He was excited and couldn't stop smiling. He really felt that he had picked up a great bargain. "Junior brother Chu, you're too arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson and you'll be obedient." Zhang Yuanlin was very playful. He knew that Chu Yang had once killed the 1st and 2nd tier ascending soul tier disciples of the Soul Devourer sect. But could Chu Yang overturn the heavens? He could even defeat a 5th tier ascending soul tier. Interesting. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Senior martial brother Zhang Yuanlin, there's something wrong with your head. If I beat you up, you probably won't be stupid anymore." Zhang Yuanlin snorted and sneered. "Junior brother, kneel down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, it won't be good if you ask for trouble." "Senior brother Zhang, there's something wrong with your head. This is not a problem." Chu Yang reminded him, "I can remind you not to think too much about it. It's not too late for you to leave now. I promise you, there's no exaggeration in my words. They're full of goodwill. You are indeed so arrogant that you don't know how strong you are." Zhang Yuanlin laughed sinisterly. "Junior brother, how many moves do you want to lose? I can fulfill your wish." Chu Yang smiled. Then, he raised a finger. "One move?" Zhang Yuanlin laughed in anger. Chu Yang raising a finger naturally meant that he wanted to defeat him in one move, not that he could defeat Chu Yang in one move. He laughed loudly, his killing intent boiling, and strode towards Chu Yang. "Defeating you in one move is not difficult. Later, I'm just afraid that I'll accidentally kill you. Junior brother Chu, why don't we have a battle of life and death? Fisk, you're practically hanging yourself. You're tired of living." Jean Duo was directly speechless. Chu Yang said a lot of truth, but Zhang Yuanlin actually didn't believe a single word. However, Chu Yang's skill of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was almost perfect, so this was understandable. But Zhang Yuanlin actually proposed a battle of life and death with Chu Yang, wanting to kill Chu Yang. This was really hopeless. Even if you wanted to die, you didn't want to die like this. "Senior martial brother Zhang, are you serious?" Chu Yang's smile suddenly became cold. "What do you think? Then I agree." Chu Yang's eyes were slightly cold. "Senior martial brother Zhang, you can make your move." "Junior brother Chu, you raised a finger just now, so I can only defeat you in one move, so the process will be very fast. You have to pay attention, and don't say that I'm warning you." Zhang Yuanlin was at first angry at Chu Yang's arrogance, but then he was delighted. The more arrogant Chu Yang was, the greater the benefits he would get from killing Chu Yang. He laughed loudly and immediately made his move. He didn't use soul pressure because it would be a waste of energy. Chu Yang wasn't afraid of the soul pressure of an ascending soul tier. He knew very well. He shot out a palm, and there was a rumbling sound. Instantly, his true origin surged, forming a huge wave. It was like a solid wave, as if it was real. One could feel water vapor and even smell the smell of the sea from it. Chapter 506. Great! Mu Hongyi couldn't help but applaud. He laughed and said, "As expected of a disciple of Wu Peak. That wave palm strike is as pure as fire." The huge waves surged over with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. They submerged Chu Yang in an instant. Chu Yang raised his finger and pointed forward. There was no movement, but the huge wave that surged over didn't move at all. It was like a painting and the waves in the painting were very realistic. Senior brother Zhang Yuanlin, you seem to have misunderstood something. When I raised my finger, I didn't say one move. I said that I can crush you with one finger. Chu Yang paused. Senior brother, do you believe me now? Such words caused everyone's pupils to shrink. How did Chu Yang do it? Many of the five-element sect's disciples even felt that it was a miracle. However, it wasn't hard for the peak masters to understand, especially Long Face-Eye, who was proficient in formations. This was just an application of force. Chu Yang's force couldn't stabilize the void, but it was easy for him to stabilize Zhang Yuanlin's true yuan. Chu Yang had won just now. If he made a move, Zhang Yuanlin would be a dead man. Zhang Yuanlin was also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Of course, he knew Chu Yang's method. This was the intent realm, which was the force that Long Face-Eye understood. Uncle Master Mu, can you be more serious? I'm betting on one of your legs. Chu Yang didn't bother with Zhang Yuanlin anymore. He said directly to Mu Hongyi, this is just an ant. I can crush it to death with just one finger. Martial Uncle Mu, you really don't have any background. Or do you think you have too many legs and want to chop one off? Chu Yang could win, but he deliberately didn't. What did he mean? Face slapping. The disciples of the five-element sect immediately understood what was going on. Chu Yang was going to ruthlessly slap Mu Hongyi's face. Let's see if Mu Hongyi would still be able to jump up and down after being slapped until his teeth were all knocked out. This was the greatest contempt for Mu Hongyi and the others, as well as the greatest provocation. Chu Yang could not win, so the meaning behind his words was very clear. You guys underestimated me and made a mistake. It's fine, I'll give you a chance. What can you do? Show me everything you've got. I'll beat you until you're convinced, and you'll all go home and cry for your parents. Everyone was stunned. The stake was Chu Yang's four limbs, but he was actually so casual and capricious. The faces of Song Yangyan, Lu Tianrui, Mu Hongyi, Yu Jingfu, Su Qingyan, and the others suddenly turned incomparably gloomy. In a daze, their faces were already swollen as if they had been stung by a hornet. Their killing intent surged like a tidal wave. It was only the beginning, but they were already slapped in the face by Chu Yang, causing their ears to ring. Brat, how dare you? Mu Hongyi glared fiercely at Zhang Yuanlin, but there was no need for that. Chu Yang pointed a finger at the wave, and Zhang Yuanlin's blood rushed to his face. His expression immediately turned vicious, and his gloomy face flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out. Chu Yang, have you won? Zhang Yuanlin's voice was very cold. Isn't it just a concept? You think you know it? You're celebrating too early. You're already a dead man. There are 3 reasons for your death. Let me tell you the reasons. Chu Yang said coldly. You were the first to jump out, so you're dead. That's number 1. Number 2, Chu Yang extended a second finger. I've already spared your life, just now. Number 3, you're still stubborn. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. You deserve to die too. You deserve to die. Chu Yang pointed out all of Zhang Yuanlin's crimes, as if he was judging him. Then, he sentenced Zhang Yuanlin to death. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble violently. Domineering, too domineering. Chapter 507. What a sharp tongue. You're making me feel like I deserve to die. Zhang Yuanlin roared. Chu Yang, I'd like to see how capable you are to be so presumptuous. Boom. The airwaves around Zhang Yuanlin's body exploded. It was as if a huge rock had fallen from the sky. Zhang Yuanlin's hands stirred up waves of water that filled the sky. He moved as if a huge wave was surging towards Chu Yang. The move didn't change. It was still the same palm technique as before. The only difference was that the waves were more turbulent, and, at the same time, there was a great momentum. The waves formed by true origin seemed to have merged with the void, as if the void was a vast ocean. Palm intent. This was the concept of Zhang Yuanlin's continuous waves. The scene was shocking, and it was even more spectacular. Facing such a blow, Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands helplessly at the disciples behind Song Yangyan and Lu Tianrui. Senior brothers and sisters, I've already done my best. There's really no other way. You can't stop someone who wants to die. I hope you won't make things difficult for me later. I hope you can all be smarter." What was going on? Facing such a shocking attack from Zhang Yuanlin, he didn't focus on dealing with it. Instead, he shrugged and spread his hands. Was there something wrong with his head? Many people were shocked. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Sui Yunfu and the other two's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. They were almost shouting in their hearts. "I say, ancestor, can't you stop? You haven't even dealt with the one in front of you, and you're already provoking a group of people." Jean Duoduo's judgment was that Chu Yang's act of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger would definitely come to an abrupt end. He had completely withdrawn from such a great career of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, Chao Ju didn't care at all. Chu Yang was the most handsome person in the world. Even the five elements divine child was roasted by Chu Yang. Who was this Zhang Yuanlin in front of him? He was just sympathizing. If the disciples of Fire Element Peak and Water Element Peak were all idiots like Zhang Yuanlin, they would probably be beaten to death by Chu Yang. To be honest, Chu Yang had indeed held back. Others saw Chu Yang's savagery, but he saw Chu Yang's kindness. He seemed to be provoking Song Yangyin, Mu Hongyi, and the others, but Chu Yang didn't need to go through so much trouble to kill them with a single palm strike. Silence spoke louder than words. The waves surged and surged continuously. The sound of the waves rumbled. Chu Yang stretched out his finger when he saw that the waves were about to reach his body. Then, he gently touched the waves, and a magical scene appeared once again. Boom! Zhang Yuanlin's continuous waves and the concept of rolling waves were like a balloon that was pierced by a needle and instantly exploded. The waves formed by true essence were like water in a balloon, splashing in all directions, forming a curtain of rain. A fierce wind blew, causing Chu Yang's sleeves to flutter. For a moment, in everyone's eyes, he was like a god in the wind, bright and imposing. The entire place fell silent. Then, an uproar broke out. He blocked it. He really blocked it. He really blocked it with just one finger. And what's more, he was dealing with such an astonishing concept. This is unbelievable. How did he do it? The Crooked Blade Immortal and the others from the East Arrival Pavilion were all stunned. Those from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, like Li Hao, Zhang Tian, Ji Jingsheng, and the others, were also shocked. They said in their hearts, "Junior Brother Chu is even more monstrous." This wasn't strange. Chu Yang could even block the powerful concept formed by Jean Duoduo's mountain's martial spirit. This was nothing. Looking at Jean Duoduo, it was clear. His face was full of contempt and disdain. In his opinion, it would be difficult for Zhang Yuanlin to force Chu Yang to use his ability. Since your comprehension of the concept is so shocking, then I can only beat you to death with my bare hands. Zhang Yuanlin's self-esteem was like a balloon. With a light prick, it created a storm. He was completely dizzy. Chapter 508. With Zhang Yuanlin like this, whether it was Chao Ju, Jean Duoduo, or the Saint Son of Violence, they could only shake their heads. In particular, Jean Duoduo wanted to cover his eyes. This Zhang Yuanlin was so stupid that he couldn't even bear to look at him. Just as Chu Yang had said, if some people wanted to die, there was nothing you could do to stop them. Zhang Yuanlin took in a deep breath, and his muscles suddenly bulged out from under his skin. His body grew taller and taller. He was already tall and big, and now he was even bigger, reaching a height of 3 feet. His eyes were sunken in, and his mouth was bulging. At first glance, his fair face was like that of an ape. He was like a violent ape. At this moment, he beat his chest and roared. An incomparably wild monster energy filled his body, and his strength began to rise. 11 dragons of strength. 12 dragons of strength, 13 dragons of strength, stronger and stronger, bigger and bigger, until it reached 20 dragons of strength. This giant was not the strength of a human, but the strength of a monster beast. Violent Vajra demon ape, ascending soul transformation. When Chu Yang had killed Ding Wuji in the space of thunder, Ding Wuji had used the soul essence of a monster beast to display the ascending soul transformation. so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. With the ascending soul transformation combined with the strength of a body cultivator, Zhang Yuanlin's strength had risen to 20 dragons of strength. Little Black, you've met your companion. Little Black had already covered his eyes, unable to look. At this time, Zhang Yuanlin was like an enraged, violent Vajra demon ape. The Vajra demon ape had infinite strength. It was said that it could move mountains and fill seas, chase stars and seize moons. Now, Zhang Yuanlin had used the ascending soul transformation according to the body structure of the Vajra demon ape to transform into his current form. Roar! He faced the heavens and roared like a wild beast. Sound waves surged outwards, causing visible ripples to spread outwards. Many people felt pain in their ears, as if they would bleed at any moment. Ascending soul transformation. I wonder if I can use it in the energy soul realm. Chuyang suddenly thought. Zhang Yuanlin's body cultivation combined with the ascending soul transformation caused his eyes to brighten. He wasn't too worried. Zhang Yuanlin was an astonishing body cultivator, but his boundary wasn't high. At most, his mortal body had the strength of 11 dragons. Rumble. The martial stage began to shake. Zhang Yuanlin roared and ran towards Chu Yang with large strides. He laughed sinisterly and said, Chu Yang, weren't you very proud just now? I'm going to beat you to death now. Dong. While he was sprinting, with every step he took, his aura would suddenly increase by a bit. The concept of billowing waves was also completely combined by him, and he was able to display it. There was also an immense soul pressure pressing down on Chu Yang. This was the soul pressure of a fifth-layer ascending soul realm cultivator. Dong, dong, dong. Zhang Yuanlin's aura became more and more shocking, constantly rising. When it reached its peak, his face was ferocious, and his body seemed even more majestic and tall. His eyes were as red as blood, terrifying to the extreme. When his aura reached its peak, Chu Yang finally moved. His body moved like a dragon. When he took a step forward, he activated the Origin Martial Third Cycle and used the 100,000 Flesh Mountain Art. Shua. Chu Yang instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yuanlin and pointed a finger in the air. In an instant, Zhang Yuanlin's hair stood on end. He raised his head to look. Although it was only a finger, he was shocked to see that the muscles on the finger's arm rippled, and the air above it formed a continuous mountain range that was passing towards that finger. That finger seemed to make the heavens collapse, the world turn upside down, and yin and yang become chaotic. Everything in front of him disappeared, and only that finger remained. Ah! Zhang Yuanlin roared in panic. He raised his arm with all his might and welcomed that finger. His arms suddenly swelled up, becoming even thicker and more muscular. Blood rushed to his arms, tearing his sleeves apart. His blood vessels were as thick as a thumb under the effect of the soul transformation, containing a terrifying strength. Boom! The finger touched his fist, and Zhang Yuanlin's eyes widened. Crackling sounds came from his arm, and then the sound of tut-tut-tut didn't stop. A powerful force directly blasted into his body. His broken bones shot out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was pierced like a sieve riddled with holes. You can make me explode with just a finger? How is this possible? I'm also a body cultivator. Zhang Yuanlin's ape form still didn't collapse, and he asked with shock. Chu Yang said indifferently, I'd better not say it. If I say it, I'm afraid you won't be at peace even as a ghost. Punk. Chapter 509. Zhang Yuanlin was at the 5th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, a body cultivator, and a soul transformation realm cultivator. Yet he still lost. Chu Yang was only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. One finger, and he won. It was like a person crushing an ant with one finger. Zhang Yuanlin couldn't be more dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Junior brother Chu is so impressive. Those girls from the Lotus Peak are looking at him with stars in their eyes. I'm so envious. After Jean Duo regained his strength, he had been focusing on women recently. His main goal was to find a wife. He looked at the group of girls from the Lotus Peak, who were all looking at him with shock and admiration. His mouth twitched. Obviously, with Chu Yang around, it would be harder for him to find a wife. At least, he thought that Chu Yang was definitely the first choice. He was more likely to be the second choice. Bastard Chu, can't you continue to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? You really don't know how to be a person. Jean Duoduo looked at Chu Yang as if he was a god descending from the heavens. That invincible posture and those cool eyes made him feel very jealous, especially the trace of an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. It was definitely a fatal temptation for women. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This junior brother Chu, the saint of violence, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really didn't know how to evaluate Chu Yang. How long had Chu Yang obtained the 100,000 mountain flesh technique? How could he use it so casually? As expected, he's even more ferocious than my ancestors when it comes to causing trouble. Chao Ju narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what level Chu Yang was at now. Now that Chu Yang was fighting with the Five Elements god, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Chu Yang looked at the stunned Mu Hongyi. Uncle Master Mu, why are you opening your mouth so wide? Don't worry, this is a weak chicken. This battle doesn't count. Uncle Master Mu, send someone better. Don't tell me to send a weak chicken. Boom. The Five Elements sect disciples immediately burst into loud exclamations. This battle doesn't count. Did I hear wrong? Is he crazy? Oh my God, he's betting on his 2 hands and 2 legs. He doesn't seem to care at all. That's because he was certain that he would win without a doubt. He retaliated against Zhang Yuanlin and the others' confidence, slapping them in the face and impacting their minds. To put it simply, what he meant was, you guys are too bad at winning steadily. Look at my steady wins. Have you guys learned anything? He's trying to humiliate the peak master of Misty Peak to death. Sui Yunfu's eyelids twitched. Chu Yang had gone too far. He reckoned that Mu Hongyi was fuming with anger right now. Chao Ju's father. Chao Rong's eyes flickered with a strange light. He couldn't help but glance at Chu Yang and thought, this kid is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Ju jumped out. He must have thought that Lu Tianrui's martial spirit visualization diagram was a free gift. It would be a waste not to take it. Chu Rinxian, Li Hao, Zhang Tan, and the others from the East Arrival Pavilion and the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were shocked and overjoyed. They burst into a wave of cheers. They were happy for Chu Yang, and also for themselves. Today, Chu Yang had displayed such invincible might. In the future, no one in the Five Elements sect would dare to humiliate them. Master's Uncle Mu, don't put on an expression of astonishment and disbelief. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. This battle doesn't count. You can send someone else. Chu Yang smiled and said, also, Master's Uncle Mu, you must remember not to take care of me anymore. Otherwise, I will feel embarrassed. Not to mention Sui Yunfu. Even Long Fij and Du Guanghua, who were more courageous, felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard Chu Yang's sharp taunts. They were already prepared to intercept Mu Hongyi, lose control of their anger, and kill Chu Yang. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. Sounds came from Mu Hongyi. It was unknown whether it was the sound of his teeth clenching, his fists clenching, or both. Seeing him like this, many of the Five Elements disciples couldn't help but sympathize with him. Chu Yang's words were simply too sharp and piercing. Some people were worried that Mu Hongyi wasn't strong enough and would die from anger. Chu Yang, you are too presumptuous. I will smash your fangs into powder one by one. I will tear off your mouth bit by bit. A sinister voice stole everyone's sight and ears. A young man in his mid-20s with waist-length hair, like a woman, walked out from the crowd of disciples behind Mu Hongyi. Chapter 510. TSK, a weakling. Chu Yang looked down on him. He said to Mu Hongyi, Uncle, can you send someone decent? There's obviously something wrong with this guy's brain. Chu Yang, the short and strong man, felt humiliated and roared furiously. Go to the side. Don't you know that a little rabbit won't go out if its mother doesn't let it? Also, you're very noisy. Why are you shouting for no reason? Chu Yang really hated that roar. His ears were disturbed by it, and he had an impatient look on his face. Everyone was stunned. Chu Yang's mouth was too vicious. They felt that there was no need to beat him. That short and strong man was going to be angered to death. However, they had to admit that this short and strong man was indeed not good enough. He was only at the 6th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. Zhang Yuanlin was at the 5th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, and he was also a body cultivator, but he was crushed to death by Chu Yang's finger. What was the 6th level to him? He was simply asking for humiliation. Boom! The short and strong man exploded with a soaring aura. The air surged in all directions like waves. You deserve to die. Do you have any manners? Chu Yang immediately criticized him. I'm talking to your parents right now. Can't you be a quiet and handsome man for the time being? Can't you just watch my heavenly martial prowess quietly? Everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Uncle Moo, can you be more serious? Are you sure it's this weakling who came? My heart is jumping up and down. I'm very uneasy. Everyone choked again. Whose mouth was the most vicious in the 5-element sect? The Divine Command Peak was looking for Chu Yang. Xiao Mohu, go take good care of your junior brother Chu. Mu Hongi finally spoke. His anger was suppressed, and his face was malicious. Remember, don't hurt your junior brother Chu. Yes, Xiao Mohu was furious. His waist-length hair danced wildly. Junior brother Chu, be careful. Don't hurt him. Chu Yang put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Weakling, I'll give you a 2-handed handicap. Let me use both hands? Xiao Mohu clenched his teeth and sneered. Junior brother Chu, you can only bring shame to yourself by saying such big words. Today, I will teach you this truth. He suddenly let out a long roar, his waist-length hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he stepped in front of Chu Yang and threw a punch forward. He punched out. His fist was like a seal, his true chi materialized, and golden light flashed. A golden divine monument appeared and fell down, standing on the side of the river. It seemed to be suppressing the monster in the river, and also seemed to be suppressing the river, not allowing it to stir up trouble. The divine steel suppresses the river. Xiao Mohu was using a seal technique, the divine tombstone seal. It was extremely shocking. The moment he made a move, it showed how extraordinary he was. Although the great river was only an outline, the divine monument was extremely real. Chu Yang stood motionless, waiting for Xiao Mohu's monumental fist to arrive in front of him. Only then did the Zhun Yuan form an arm under his ribs. He extended an index finger and flicked out a ray of light, hitting Xiao Mohu's fist. The 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows art combined perfectly with the mountain martial spirit. Bang! The divine tombstone seal shattered. Xiao Mohu's body shook violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. The clothes on his body suddenly tore apart. Chu Yang's sharp ray of light had completely shredded his clothes, leaving only a small red underwear. When the female disciples of Lotus Flower Peak saw this, they hurriedly spat. Junior brother Chu is really not a proper person. They covered their faces with their hands, not daring to look again. Mu Hongyi and the others' faces immediately became very ugly. Xiao Mohu was shocked and angry. He hurriedly took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and randomly put them on. With a long roar, his black hair fluttered again, and he threw out another punch. Chu Yang smiled. Their fists and fingers collided, but this time there was no sound. However, Xiao Mohu only felt a cold sensation on his head. He couldn't help but be startled. He touched his forehead and instantly felt that it was bare. His well-taken care of waist-length hair had been shattered by Chu Yang's finger and turned into ashes. Chu Yang lightly flicked his finger and said indifferently, Weak chicken, that's enough. Otherwise, if you make another move, it won't just be your clothes and your elegant hair that will suddenly disappear. My hair, give me back my hair. Xiao Mo howled in grief. It was as if his beloved had been killed, and he seemed to have lost his mind because of the loss of his beloved waist-length hair. It seemed as if he had gone mad. He soared into the air and bombarded Chu Yang with a punch. Chu Yang was still smiling evilly, but at this time, a change occurred. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing rang out, and a dazzling golden light flashed. Amidst the golden light, Xiao Mohu revealed a sinister smile. There was no longer any trace of anger. In his palm, a golden light screen had already completely enveloped Chu Yang. Countless golden swords appeared within it, cutting towards Chu Yang. Golden cut. Chapter 511. Xiao Mohu showed weakness, and Chu Yang fell for it. It happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time everyone realized what had happened, it was already too late. This Xiao Mohu was really good at scheming and could really endure humiliation. Previously, his clothes had been cut to shreds, leaving him with only his underwear, and his beloved waist-length hair had been cut off, but he still endured it and even pretended to lose his mind. But just as everyone thought so, he exploded with a fatal blow. Xiao Mohu hit it too well. No, it should be said that Chu Yang was too arrogant and underestimated his opponent, and Xiao Mohu grasped this very well. When Sui Yinfu, Long Fei Sai, and Du Guangbo saw the golden light shield, their expressions changed greatly, and they cried out in alarm, "Golden cut, golden elder!" At this moment, Mu Hongyi's gloomy complexion was like a thick layer of dark clouds that had completely dispersed. It suddenly became clear and bright, without a single cloud in sight. The smile on his face also completely blossomed. He was like a blooming flower under the bright sun. When he heard Sui Yinfu and the other two's shocked voices, he couldn't help but smile even more happily, and looked at the three with a mocking smile. "You're too arrogant and happy too early." As for the Golden Elder, compared to the Grand Elder, the Five Elements sect knew even less. The first Golden Elder was a Xiantian life form born in the Five Elements sect's mountain gate. The first Golden Elder and the first Grand Elder didn't get along well. The Golden Elder wasn't a match for the Grand Elder, and the two fought to the death. The Golden Elder lost, but was not killed by the Grand Elder. The Golden Elder saw this as a humiliation, and this enmity never stopped as the Five Elements sect's inheritance continued. Instead, it became more and more intense, and between the various successors, it was like fire and water. In the Five Elements sect, the Grand Elder's successor could be said to be the Golden Elder's mortal enemy. Sui Yinfu and the other two never expected this Xiao Mohu to be the Golden Elder's successor. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Long Fei Sai couldn't stand Mu Hongyi's mocking and looked back at him. "I just went easy on you, or else you would have lost a leg long ago." "Umph." Mu Hongyi snorted, and then directly mocked. "Long Fei Sai, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant." Long Fei choked. Chu Yang was indeed careless just now. Everything that had happened was too sudden. Xiao Mohu had suddenly erupted with strength that was several times more terrifying than before, and had suddenly become the successor of the Golden Elder. Many people could not react in time. However, they could clearly see the golden light shield and the cutting within the light shield. The golden light was incomparably dazzling, and the swords seemed to be endless. They were madly cutting, and Chu Yang's figure could no longer be seen. It was as if Chu Yang had been cut into minced meat and powder. At this moment, Chao Rong's expression couldn't help but change. However, Chao Ju was still smiling and didn't care at all. Interesting. Jean Duoduo spoke at this time. He had already decided to attract the attention of the female disciples of Lotus Flower Peak. He suddenly said to Mu Hongyi, "Martial Uncle Mu, you seem to be very confident. I'm a gambler, so I want to make a bet with you." "Martial Uncle Mu, do you dare?" Jean Duoduo's words shocked everyone. "Who is that? He's beside Chao Ju. Could it be that Jean Duoduo? That's not right. Isn't Jean Duoduo a meatball?" Jean Duoduo had successfully attracted everyone's attention, but the people of the Five Elements sect could no longer recognize him. He was prepared and said loudly, "Don't be too surprised. Yes, I'm that damn fatty meatball, but I've successfully lost weight. Losing weight is something that can only be done with great perseverance. I've done it. This means that I'm a very trustworthy man. It's really Jean Duoduo? It can't be. That meatball Jean Duoduo can really make all the fat on his body disappear. How miraculous. This damn fatty's gambling addiction is acting up again. He's so addicted to gambling Yet he still has the nerve to say that he's a trustworthy man. Without his fat, let's see what he's going to gamble with. He doesn't know the difference between life and death. He dares to interfere in this situation. Gambling addiction is truly hopeless. Jean Duoduo's face was filled with black lines. He really wanted to strangle these people to death. This grandpa was seducing the hearts of women. Why are you messing around and talking nonsense? Chapter 512. Chao Ju was very satisfied with Jean Duoduo's timely appearance, especially the excuse of gambling addiction. He immediately sent a message to Jean Duoduo. RK, use your mountain martial spirit visualization diagram to bet against his 1,000 missed pearl. Jean Duoduo immediately became spirited. The mountain martial spirit should be able to charm 1 or 2 girls. Martial Uncle Moo, disciple, will use the mountain martial spirit visualization diagram to bet against your 1,000 missed pearl. Unfortunately, everyone's focus was not on the mountain martial spirit visualization diagram or the treasure, but on Mu Hongyi's face. Everyone was waiting to see how Mu Hongyi would react to Jean Duoduo's provocation. Damn it, I'm already like this. Why don't you guys give me some attention and applause? Jean Duoduo was about to spit out blood. Mu Hongyi was also about to spit out blood. Seeing that Chu Yang was about to die, someone dared to use the mountain martial spirit visualization diagram, such a precious item, to bet against him. Was he crazy or stupid? What did Chao Rong mean? Even so, they still believed that Chu Yang would not lose. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Mu Hongyi's mind. Xiao Mohu's identity as the successor of the Golden Elder made him agree with a gloomy face. Okay, I'll bet with you. The successor of the Golden Elder, no matter how bad he was, couldn't be much worse than the successor of the Grand Elder. Thank you, Martial Uncle Moo. As soon as Jean Duoduo finished speaking, his eyes swept across the crowd. He really wanted to stomp his feet. He had specially thanked Mu Hongyi. Only Mu Hongyi could accept such a divine stroke of sarcasm. Everyone else was shocked and discussing Mu Hongyi's decision, as well as Chu Yang's life or death. Other than that, no one knew about his great achievement, so it didn't attract any attention. Even his boss was the same, as if he didn't hear him at all. His sharp eyes fell on the golden light shield. Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Du Guangbo were the same. They were extremely worried, and their eyes were fixed on the golden light shield without blinking. Heavens, why are you doing this to me? I just want to attract attention. Why is it so hard to find a wife? Jean Duoduo was wailing in his heart. Uncle Goat, what are you worried about? Suddenly, a voice came out, causing everyone to be stunned. It seemed to be Chu Yang's voice, but it did not come from the golden light barrier at all. Before anyone could react, the voice rang out again and again. Uncle Shabby, your aura weakened as soon as Martial Uncle Moo spoke. Aren't you a little too unconfident? Uncle Bobo, can you not open your eyes so wide? Be careful not to tear your eyelids. With such words and such a tone, who else could it be but Chu Yang? Shua. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, the crowd retreated like a wave. A slender figure appeared in front of everyone. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. He rubbed his nose and had a carefree expression on his face. He had a sloppy look on his face. If it wasn't Chu Yang, who else could it be? His sloppy manner was something that most people would not be able to learn in 108,000 years. It was too ironic. Chu Yang, how did he appear there? Wasn't he trapped in the golden light shield? When did he escape? How could he be so secretive? Trash like us didn't notice. But could it be that the martial uncles and martial uncles didn't notice? That's right. Could it be that Chu Yang can teleport? If we're talking about formations, there are no formations here. How could he teleport? In the end, it was a more reasonable guess, but that was it. In an instant, the thread was cut off. Chapter 513. At this moment, Mu Hongyi's eyes were bulging like a dead fish, completely unable to move. His gaze was fixed on Chu Yang, motionless. It was as if he had died with a grievance, his gaze completely frozen. Song Yongyan, Lu Tinrui, Yu Jingfu, and the others were all dumbfounded, looking like they were mentally retarded. They couldn't control the muscles on their faces, and saliva was about to drip from the corners of their mouths. Some of them still had cold smiles on their faces at this moment, but now they froze. When combined with the expression of a retard, it was extremely strange. It could even be said to be a strange sight. When did he escape? How did he escape? Xiao Mohu was the most shocked. He was now like a withered leaf on an ancient tree, fluttering helplessly in the autumn wind. He couldn't figure out how Chu Yang had done it. Chu Yang swallowed the illusory demon inner pellet, and his true essence third transformation was completed. Using the false true essence, he became transparent. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see him. Of course, this wasn't enough. He used his somersault cloud, and the path to heaven appeared under his feet. With a step, he instantly appeared outside the arena. Also, he used the 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows art to weave a shadow of himself, using it as a cover to deceive everyone. It seemed simple, but Chu Yang used many skills. As for Xiao Mohu's golden cut, it was indeed shocking. Unfortunately, Chu Yang was wary of Xiao Mohu. He had just killed Zhang Yuanlin, who was in the 5th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, with a single finger. Xiao Mohu was only in the 6th level. Why did he have to stand out? Xiao Mohu still looked a little foolish. His move was instantly broken by Chu Yang, and he was like a fool who had come to die. Even if he was a fool, was Mu Hongyi a fool? Who was the fool? There weren't many fools in this world. If Chu Yang thought Xiao Mohu was a fool, then he was really a fool. Senior brother Xiao Mohu, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Chu Yang suddenly asked. People almost couldn't help but laugh, but they held it in. There is more. Chu Yang pointed at the golden light dome. Senior brother Xiao Mohu, there are so many shiny swords and knives in there. What are you slashing madly in there? Air? There seems to be nothing. Ha! In the end, everyone couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Sui Yun's mouth twitched. He felt like he was going to beat Chu Yang, Mu Hongyi, Xiao Mohu, and the others to death. What do you mean by that? Why are you so ruthless that you have to chop me into ashes? Everyone was speechless at Chu Yang's obvious question. Look at you, with that mouth of yours. If I don't chop you into mincemeat and turn you into ashes, Xiao Mohu will probably wake up from his sleep in anger. Junior brother Chu, you're really something? Xiao Mohu's reaction wasn't as violent as everyone thought. He only seemed to have been struck by lightning. After his body trembled like an electric current, he calmed down. His sinister gaze was like that of a venomous snake as he stared at Chu Yang. Senior brother Xiao Mohu must be joking. Senior brother Zhao's golden cut is amazing. Chu Yang pointed at the golden light dome and said to Xiao Mohu, Senior brother Xiao, I heard from below that you are the successor of the Golden Elder. This Golden Elder must be an extraordinary person. I hope Senior brother Xiao can tell me more about him. I'm really curious. Chu Yang really didn't know who the Golden Elder was. He stepped on the void and walked back to the battle stage step by step. Chapter 514. Chu Yang didn't understand what Xiao Mohu meant. He smiled faintly and said, That's right. You want to know about the Golden Elder too? All right, I'll show you. Xiao Mohu suddenly roared. 8 arms golden sky technique. Boom! Suddenly, the battle stage shone with a bright golden light. The entire battle stage trembled violently. With a loud cracking sound, the incomparably hard battle stage actually burst open. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. Terrifying cracks spread out in all directions from where Xiao Mohu was. The loud sound traveled several miles and reverberated throughout the arena. Immediately, the golden light pierced through the smoke and dust. After a while, in front of the collapsed ruins, a gigantic, 8-armed, golden yellow metal man with a powerful aura appeared out of nowhere. Mecha Gundam. Chu Yang's pupils couldn't help but shake. At first glance, this 8-armed golden metal man looked like the mecha from Chu Yang's previous life. Its entire body shone with a golden luster. It was so cool that Chu Yang felt envious. It was as tall as 4 people. Its metal body seemed to be made of gold, like a King Kong. It had an indestructible aura. It stood on the ruins of the arena like a mountain. The 8 golden arms behind it held 8 different weapons: saber, spear, sword, hammer, halberd, spear, beryllium, and wheel. They were all golden and majestic. The aura of golden waves surged out of the 8-armed mecha's body like a tidal wave. The surrounding air immediately began to howl like a huge wave. Golden puppet. It was impossible for it to be a mecha. In this world, it could only be a puppet. But puppets should be what the divine command peak was best at. Chu Yang was bewildered. As his mind raced, his eyes met the eyes of this 8-armed puppet. His eyelids suddenly twitched. An indescribable sense of strangeness welled up in his heart. He had originally thought that this was Xiao Mo Huyi's powerful puppet weapon, or perhaps an incarnation. However, when he saw the pair of golden eyes, which were bright and full of expression, as if they were alive, he immediately realized that he was wrong, and very wrong at that. This wasn't an incarnation at all, nor was it a puppet. No puppet could have a pair of human eyes. Those were clearly the eyes of Xiao Mohu. They were sinister, vicious, and filled with killing intent. 8 arms golden heaven technique. What kind of technique is that? What is the relationship between Elder Gold and the Supreme Elder? Mahamiyuri's enraged form also had 8 arms. This golden heavenly technique also had 8 arms. Chu Yang's pupils had already contracted. This Xiao Mohu was even more astonishing than he had imagined. No wonder Xiao Mohu was only in the 6th level of the ascending soul tier, yet Mu Hongyi had allowed him to fight. There was indeed something unusual about this. Junior brother Chu, do you still want to give me a handicap of 2 arms? Buzz. Zap zap. Crack crack. Xiao Mohu's 8 golden arms moved at the same time. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the void hummed. The weapons in the 8 arms' hands were like the weapons of 8 heavenly gods, slicing through the surroundings. The momentum was shocking and soul-stirring. This is the golden, indestructible body of the first golden elder, transformed from the golden source. At this time, Chao Ju's pupils contracted. Very few people in the 5 Elements sect knew about the legend of the golden elder. He had heard of the 8 arms golden heaven technique and the 8 arms golden indestructible body, but this was the first time he had seen it. The smile on Jean Woodward's face also disappeared. There was no trace of playfulness. The violent saint's tiger eyes flickered with a strange light. He seemed to be anxious and worried. Chu Yang's heart sank. He had a very strange feeling. It was as if he had stepped into the future world and was facing a super weapon like a mecha. He felt powerless, as if he couldn't shake it at all. If he punched it with his bare fists, it would hurt him, but he couldn't shake the mecha at all. Chapter 5:15. Brat, you need to be careful. The 5 Elements sect's Grand Elder and Golden Elder's feud has been going on for a long time. The 8-armed golden innate skill is the Golden Elder's ultimate skill, comparable to your Grand Elder's Mama Yuri Sutra. When Xiao Mohu performed the 8-armed golden innate skill, Sui Yunfu's telepathic message immediately reached Chu Yang's mind, giving him a general understanding of the so-called Golden Elder and the 8-armed golden innate skill. The first Golden Elder of the 5 Elements sect was not a human, but a metal innate life form. He was a special life form that had evolved into a body of flesh and blood through cultivation, and was very powerful. After that, he unintentionally obtained a strange golden metal that completely fused with his innate metal body. The shape of the metal was not limited to the 8 arms. There were many forms. The 8 arms golden innate technique was actually the innate talent of the first Golden Elder. However, after the first Golden Elder, his successors were no longer Sciention life forms, nor were they metallic life forms. It was the first Golden Elder who transformed his innate talent into a cultivation method, which was the current 8-armed golden innate skill. The reason why it was the 8-armed golden innate skill was to counter the Mahamiyuri Sutra. When the Mahamiyuri Sutra was angry, it could spread out 8 arms. 8 arms against 8 arms. So this skill was called the 8-armed golden innate skill. The form that Xiao Mohu performed relied on the golden origin left behind by the first Golden Elder. Although the transformation could be performed through the eight-armed golden innate skill, its power was greatly reduced. After all, the descendants of the first golden elder, like Xiaomohu, were not innate life forms, so they could not fully display the power of the golden origin. It could be said that the current form of the golden origin had been solidified. After Chu Yang had a general understanding, the fire in his heart burned even more. If I get this golden origin, won't I really be able to transform into a mecha and fly in the universe? The power was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that it could not only transform into a mecha, but also into a mecha. It should also be able to transform into a plane, a tank, and all kinds of things that Chu Yang had seen in his previous life. Chu Yang did not say that he had a mecha dream, but he was very interested in this mecha. Of course, it was not a real mecha, but it was fine as long as it looked like one. How should we deal with it? This golden origin was indestructible, and Chu Yang found it difficult to break through its defenses. Fortunately, the level of the golden origin source was determined by the level of the Xiao Mo tiger. The level of the Xiao Mo tiger was the level of the golden origin source. The 5 elements heaven circulating ring and the 5 lights anti-heaven star are probably the same. They are determined according to one's level. The stronger one is, the stronger they are. Chu Yang frowned. Xiaomohu was practically operating a mecha to fight him now. With this analogy, a thought suddenly popped into Chu Yang's mind. If it's a mecha, it must need energy. Then the Xiaomohu's vital essence is the mecha's energy. Once the mecha moves, it requires a lot of energy. In other words, Xiaomohu's vital essence will be greatly depleted. That's it. Huh? Chu Yang laughed out loud. Senior brother Xiao, what's the harm in letting you have 2 arms? How about I let you have 8 arms? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Vital essence surged out. Chu Yang used the Mahamayuri Sutra to form 8 arms. He smiled and said, I won't use these 8 arms. Boom. There was a great shock. Even Mu Hongyi, who was very pleased with himself, was shocked. This bastard, what is he relying on? He dares to boast so shamelessly. The Xiao Mo tiger's huge pupils, which were like 2 golden metal balls, had clearly shrunk at this moment. It was extremely obvious on its golden body. Is 8 arms not enough? Then I'll let you have 100 arms. Whoosh! Chu Yang used the 1,000 leaf hands, and 100 arms appeared behind him, forming a divine ring. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 516. Thump, thump, thump. The great 1,000-leaf hands changed again, and the 900 arms behind Chu Yang appeared once more. Each 100 arms formed a divine ring, and 1,000 arms behind him formed 10 divine rings. They were densely packed together, and their divine might was awe-inspiring. It was very shocking. In that instant, Chu Yang seemed to have become a 1,000-armed Buddha. His entire body bloomed with Buddhist light, and it was as if a Buddha had appeared in the mortal world, delivering all living beings from torment. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Regardless of the power of the 1,000 arms, this scene was too shocking, and Chu Yang was unbelievably arrogant. You let me have 2 arms, and you mocked me. Fine, I'll let you have 8 arms. If 8 arms aren't enough, I'll let you have 100. If 100 isn't enough, I'll let you have 1,000 arms. How spicy, how sarcastic. Xiaomohu used the 8 arms golden Xiantian art, and his might was awe-inspiring. He mocked Chu Yang's arrogance and ignorance, but Chu Yang's counterattack had turned his mockery into dregs and humiliated him to no end. This was the so-called infuriating behavior of Chu Yang. I'm not looking down on you, but you don't even have the qualifications for me to look down on you. Such a message was transmitted to Xiaomohu's heart. No one knew how Xiaomohu would react. Even if he fainted on the spot, they wouldn't be too surprised. Sui Yunfu, Mu Hongyi, Song Yangyin, Chao Rong, and the others saw it differently. Not only had Chu Yang received the Grand Elder's true inheritance, but he had also comprehended it to the point of perfection. It could be said that he had completely grasped the profound mysteries of the Grand Elder's lineage. Compared to Chu Yang, Xiaomohu's understanding of the Gold Elder's inheritance was very shallow. I can't think of anything you can rely on for your insolence." He gnashed his teeth, and his voice was as cold as ice. At this moment, he was no different from a chicken or dog in Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang didn't take him seriously at all. Tearing his clothes and cutting off his waist-length hair was like dealing with the feathers of a chicken or dog. Now that he had 1,000 arms, it was like slaughtering him. At this moment, he felt as if his heart was on fire. His internal organs were burning with raging flames. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Wait, I'll tell you later. I like to see how arrogant you can be." Chu Yang dispersed the 1,000 arms, and Xiao Mohu made his move. "Give me your life." His feet moved, and a huge golden metal body appeared. Immediately, his 8 arms moved at a dazzling speed, brandishing saber, spear, sword, halberd, hammer, halberd, beryllium, and wheel. Like a golden storm, he chopped toward Chu Yang. There were no blind spots. All of the blind spots were blocked, and all of Chu Yang's escape routes were blocked. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, hammer, halberd, beryllium, wheel. These weapons streaked across the void, leaving behind sharp scars. Even the void seemed to be stirred into mincemeat by this storm of weapons. Although the 8-armed golden metal body was huge, its agility and speed were not proportional to its body. It was as light as a swallow, as agile, as sharp, and as agile as a monkey, as accurate and venomous as a snake, as strong as a bear, and as lethal as a lion or a tiger. The golden light that constantly flickered even had the nobility and supremacy of a true dragon. It seemed to be a highly efficient killing machine, destroying everything like a god of death. Anyone who approached it would be torn to pieces and completely annihilated. Such an attack made people pale in horror. They only felt that facing such an attack, their courage would be shattered, and they would be chopped to death. There was no way to escape, and it made people despair. Chapter 517. Buzz. The halberds and dagger axes on Xiao Mohu's 8 arms were the first to arrive. The halberd chopped straight down towards Chu Yang's head. Everyone saw that Chu Yang only tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. But his feet didn't move at all. The halberd almost brushed past his ear. Everyone who saw this scene felt a burst of fear and trepidation. Behind Chu Yang's shoulder, the halberd brushed past Chu Yang's ear and fell straight down. It was about to split Chu Yang's shoulder into 2 asymmetrical halves. But everyone saw that Chu Yang's feet slightly moved to one side. Then, they heard the sharp whistling sound of the halberd. It brushed past Chu Yang's sleeve and fell to the ground. The golden halberd was unusually sharp. When it fell to the ground, it was like a knife stabbing into tofu. But before anyone could cry out in alarm, the dagger axes were already stabbing towards Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang only moved back to his original position and dodged the dagger axes in a miraculous manner. The dagger axes stabbed past his ribs and completely missed. Then came the sabers, swords, hammers, beryllium, and wheels. But just like the halberd and dagger axes, they were all dodged by Chu Yang with a slight difference in time and space. If Chu Yang had made even the slightest mistake in time or space, he would have died without a doubt. But he had done it. It was unbelievable that he had done it. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was almost suffocating. It seemed as if Chu Yang was dancing on the tip of a knife, singing and dancing gracefully in a sea of fire. He even opened the folding fan in his hand with a snap sound. Then, he slowly fanned himself. The clouds were light and the wind was light. There was not a trace of smoke or fire. It was as if he was not in the mortal world. He was like a god. He was like a white cloud. When the wind came, he would automatically drift and sway. That scholarly feather fan and silk headband. His expression made everyone absent-minded for a moment. Chu Yang's unimaginable dodging was simply miraculous. The same thing happened again and again. Xiao Mo, who Ba Bai's first round of attacks did not succeed, so he immediately followed up with wave after wave of attacks. In an instant, Chu Yang dodged in that small space, as if he was a fish in a fish tank. There were 8 people with swords, spears, swords, and halberds stabbing at him, but they were all easily dodged by this fish. He didn't forget to spit out a bubble to mock them. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds shattered the fish tank. The fish fell out of the fish tank. There was no more water, but it struggled and jumped on the ground. It strangely dodged the attacks of the 8 people. Then it seemed to treat air as water and swam in the air. Henceforth, the world was vast, and this fish seemed to no longer be restricted. It moved about as it pleased, but it didn't leave. It swam about, provoking and ridiculing those 8 people. This was the scene of Chu Yang and Xiao Mo who fighting, and it was also what everyone felt. When Chu Yang was in the most dangerous situation, he was like a fish tank that had been broken. Then, after he had adapted to the Xiao Mo tiger's crazy attacks, he was like a fish that swam in the air as if it was water. He was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. At first, everyone was incomparably nervous, but slowly, they wanted to see Chu Yang juggling. So, they didn't feel the slightest bit of thrill. In the end, Chu Yang's dodging seemed to have become a kind of art. It dazzled everyone and made them forget themselves. At the same time, under the frenzied attacks of the 8 gold-ranked weapons, Chu Yang also created a series of illusions. The 5 elements disordered steps was becoming more and more proficient. Every time he took a step, the rays of light would twist and turn and then completely distort. It was very magical. When Chu Yang obtained the Wind Brain, it wasn't as simple as breaking through to the 7th level of the Chi Soul realm. All of his abilities were greatly improved, especially his brain. The improvement was extremely shocking. Everything in the world seemed to slow down for him. In order to not affect his normal life and be completely separated from others, he had no choice but to seal this ability. In addition to his originally huge and meticulous perception, even if he didn't use the universal reflector and didn't use his genius martial spirit, he could deal with Xiao Mo, whose attacks with ease. Chapter 518. Chu Yang also had the 5 elements disordered steps. Although it was his first time using the 5 elements disordered steps in a real battle, it was still difficult at first, but in the end, he became more and more proficient. Everything around him was completely disordered under his feet, allowing Xiao Mohu to completely capture his trajectory. With so many things superimposed together, the unbelievable scene just now appeared. It could be said that at this moment, Chu Yang released the dazzling light on his body, revealing his brilliance. After a few rounds of crazy attacks from Xiao Mohu, the whole place was in an uproar. The noise was like boiling water, as if the lid of a pot was being lifted up and the sky was about to be lifted up and opened. Unbelievable. How did he do it? Exclamation point. Someone couldn't help but curse. This is real. Can it be any more ridiculous? This is definitely the most shocking scene I've ever seen in my life. There's no comparison. This is simply toying with the god of death, dancing in the palm of the god of death. It can be called art. It's extremely beautiful, like a dream, like something that shouldn't exist in this world. Not only were the disciples of the 5 Elements sect shocked, but the upper echelons of the 5 Elements sect were also shocked, frightened, and even a little horrified. Xiao Mohu was the successor of the Golden Elder, and his 8-armed golden innate skill was extremely powerful. Yet he was completely toyed with by Chu Yang. If the Golden Elder was alive and saw this scene, he would be fuming with anger. It was just that no one knew if he was angry at Xiao Mohu's incompetence or hated Chu Yang's amazingness. Jin Duo had already cursed in his heart. Damn, Chu Yang, can't you stop for a moment and make such a picturesque scene? Don't you know that in the eyes of the girls, they only have you in their eyes recently? Jin Duo wailed in his heart. Although he didn't know that Chu Yang could be so amazing, this didn't stop him from cursing. Junior brother Chu is heaven-defying. In the end, the Saint of Violence could only find the word heaven-defying to describe Chu Yang. Looking at Chao Ju and Chao Rong, they were also indescribably shocked. The expression on Mu Hongyi's face right now was the most interesting. Shock, fear, resentment, regret, and all sorts of other emotions were intertwined. The expression on his face was like that of an enraged person. After venting his anger, he had no place to stay in the mess in his house, and his heart was even more restless. However, no one felt as deeply as Xiao Mohu, and no one felt as much as he did. In front of Chu Yang, he was like a clown, like a maggot wriggling in a cesspit, extremely ugly. The more he displayed himself, the more explosive his strength, the more violent and ferocious he became, but it only served to set off Chu Yang's astonishing, imposing, supreme, and infinite brilliance. This was more unbearable than anything else. It was even more unbearable than killing him. It was as if he had forcefully pushed his enemy onto the altar, and then he would be drowned in the glory of his enemy and be reduced to ashes. It was a humiliation that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. Stupidity, an unprecedented stupidity. Right now, Xiao Mohu was too ashamed to face anyone. He wanted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He even wanted to slit his own throat and commit suicide. Chu Yang, do you only know how to dodge? Xiao Mohu raised his head to the sky and roared. His sudden roar frightened everyone quite a bit. Chu Yang stopped and casually stood there like a white cloud floating in the air. Facing Xiao Mohu's roar, he smiled and said, I've already given you a handicap of 1,000 arms. I can't use my hands, so what else do you want? Could it be that you want me to give you a handicap of 2 legs? Xiao Mohu almost choked to death. He roared again, Chu Yang, you think you're worthy of being called the number 1 of the 5 elements sect? You ganged up on the 15 peaks. Such a roar made everyone realize a problem. Chu Yang's dodging was indeed astonishing, but he couldn't do anything to Xiao Mohu. The more ingenious his dodging, the more it reflected his powerlessness. Chapter 519. Xiao Mohu's defense was truly a problem, but Chu Yang didn't care. He dug his ears and said in annoyance, Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like I can't hear you. Everyone, I solemnly declare that I'm not deaf. Everyone, please pay attention. At this time, Chu Yang was still in the mood to sneer. After saying that I despise your voice, let's move on to the next question. Chu Yang lazily said, Senior brother Xiao, since you're so adamant that I beat you up, I can satisfy you. Do you have the ability? Xiao Mohu was both angry and happy. He was angry that Chu Yang was looking down on him, and happy that Chu Yang was finally going to fight him head-on. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Chu Yang smiled. Buzz. Xiao Mohu directly used his actions to express himself. The golden wheel in the middle of his 8 arms began to rotate violently. An extremely sharp, thread-like stream of air suddenly gushed out, letting out a shrill whistle. A fierce wind blew, and the space behind Xiao Mohu's massive golden body began to twist. In the blink of an eye, with the golden wheel as the center, a violent hurricane rapidly took shape in the air and wrapped around the massive body. This hurricane made the massive and heavy golden body even lighter as a feather, and Xiao Mohu's speed also increased. Buzz! In a flash of golden light, Xiao Mohu transformed into a blurry golden light that flashed through the air and instantly appeared in front of Chu Yang. TSK. Chu Yang snorted in disdain. Xiao Mohu was fast, but he was even faster. Boom! Just as Xiao Mohu's 8 arms were about to unleash a flurry of attacks, Chu Yang suddenly vanished. The sky darkened, and a foot suddenly appeared, stomping down on Xiao Mohu's head from the side. Chu Yang's movements were so fast that Xiao Mohu had no time to react. Moreover, this foot had appeared at just the right moment. Xiao Mohu's 8 arms had smashed into empty air, and he had almost lost his center of gravity. How is he so fast? Xiao Mohu was shocked, but that foot had already stomped down, crushing his golden head into the ground. The hard ground directly exploded, and all kinds of mud and gravel flew into the sky. Ha ha! Chu Yang laughed heartily. He ruthlessly stomped Xiao Mohu into the ground with 1 foot, making him look like an ancient devil god. The 8-armed golden innate technique is not bad, but it's a pity that it's still far inferior to yours. Chu Yang's laughter echoed in all directions. Xiao Mohu's movements were too slow in Chu Yang's eyes, so much so that he was able to control the timing and position of his attacks with extreme ease. It was very difficult for Chu Yang to break through. He had to cultivate the innate body. However, his perception, acuity, and other improvements were also beyond the reach of ordinary people. At this moment, his perception of everything was refined to the finest detail. It could be said that he had already stepped into the realm of being refined to the finest detail. "It's useless. You can't hurt me." A bone-chilling voice came from the ground. Boom! A cold light burst out from the ground, and an earth-shattering power suddenly burst out from the ground. Chu Yang's body was actually sent flying by this terrifying power. However, Chu Yang was not flustered at all, as if he had already expected this. He squinted his eyes and raised his hands slightly. Chi! Chi! Rays of light burst out from Chu Yang's finger. They were suffused with a terrifying cold light. They were sharp and tough, like threads of sword energy. They left Chu Yang's finger and were like tiny dragons swimming in the air. The rays of light were dazzling. As they intertwined in the void, they seemed to form a large cutting net that fell down. 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows. Mu Hongyi, Song Yangyin, Lu Tianrui, and the others cried out in alarm. The guardian elder of the fire element peak even warned Xiao Mohu loudly. "Careful, this is the secret technique of the divine command peak to control puppets." Long Fils and Du Guangbua both looked at Sui Yunfu in astonishment. They never expected that Sui Yunfu would directly teach the secret technique of the divine command peak to Chu Yang. However, what shocked them was that Sui Yunfu was even more shocked than them. The complete 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows. This is the complete 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows. At this moment, a shadow appeared under Chu Yang's feet. It silently moved like an assassin and wrapped around the golden legs of the golden immortal body. Chapter 520. 1,000 Lights and 10,000 Shadows Spell. Xiao Mohu was startled by Mu Hongyi's exclamation. He knew that things weren't looking good. Right now, it could be said that he was controlling an invincible puppet to fight Chu Yang. If the puppet was controlled, wouldn't he be at the mercy of Chu Yang? In that instant, the situation suddenly reversed. Originally, he had relied on his 8 arms to attack from every direction. His invincible golden immortal body was instantly surrounded. Chu Yang had been dodging before, but now his attacks were even crazier than before. The light net covered his golden head and could not cut through it, so it pulled fiercely. Under the coordination of the shadows under his feet, he was almost caught off guard and was pulled down. Over 100 Chu Yangs, countless of them not present, attacking from different angles and methods. This made Xiao Mohu feel like he cannot hold on. Damn it, how does he have the 1,000 lights and 10,000 shadows spell? And how can he use so many illusions? Xiao Mohu gritted his teeth. His body emitted an incomparably heavy sound. Steel filled the void. The 8 golden arms held sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, spears, beryllium, and wheels. They danced and whistled, drawing dangerous and sharp arcs in the void, crazily cutting in all directions. With him as the center, sabers, spears, hammers, swords, and spears crisscrossed together, forming an extremely violent weapon storm. Pung, pung, pung. The illusions continued to bombard down, but were directly blown apart by Xiao Mohu's weapon storm. True essence exploded, forming a wild wind. Xiao Mohu used all his strength in each attack. The weapon storm was displayed to the limit. The rocks and bricks in the distance were all drawn over, but before they could even get close, they were torn to pieces by the 8 weapons. However, such a fatal blow that used all his strength to hit nothing was very uncomfortable. However, he really did not know which one was Chu Yang's real body. Before, he was like an idiot crazily chopping people with his saber, but now He was the idiot being beaten by the crowd. When the crowd saw this turn of events, they did not know what to feel. However, high up in the sky, an old man and a young man watched as Xiao Mohu was beaten up by so many Chu Yang. The young man's mouth twitched, and he was extremely displeased. My illustrious reputation is at stake. Master, is it too late to rescind our master-disciple relationship now? The old man's complexion was slightly dark, without the slightest sense of elegance and delicacy. His eyes were slightly swollen, and his cheekbones were somewhat protruding, making his face even more bony. A pair of hands with a dull complexion, somewhat withered and thin, like withered branches, appeared above the youth's head without anyone noticing. Dang! The sound of metal hitting stone was immediately heard. The young man was already prepared. A silver light shone from his body, and a small silver wolf popped its head out to receive the old man's blow. The young man's movements were very practiced. I say, Master, I'm being serious here. Can we not use conventional methods? The young man smiled. His smile was like the ripples of a clear spring, overflowing from the small whirlpool at the corner of his mouth, rippling all over his face. He was very pleased with himself. His nose was high, and his face was like an ancient jade, flawless, but somewhat pale, as if there was a kind of cold feeling to it. The moment the young man was pleased with himself, a crisp sound immediately rang out, and a bump immediately appeared on his head. The older the ginger, the spicier. He could dodge the first time, but he could not dodge the second time. The expression on his face instantly collapsed, and he said miserably, I say, Master, you look like you're about to die. It's fine if you don't rescind our master-disciple relationship, but can we make a statement? That thing that was made into a red underwear and shaved bald has nothing to do with our noble and ancient existence, the Golden Elder's bloodline? This old man and young man were from the Golden Elder's bloodline of the Five Elements sect. The old man was the current Golden Elder of the Five Elements sect, and the young man was his disciple, the Silver Wolf. Little brat, watch carefully and learn from your senior brother. I say, Master, even if you don't think about the Golden Elder's bloodline, you should think about your disciple having multiple wives and concubines. The Silver Wolf immediately wailed and wailed. With your omnipotent disciple's foresight, that thing will be beaten into a dead dog sooner or later. Master, you're randomly accepting a disciple. You'll have to collect the corpse later. The Golden Elder glared at the Silver Wolf, and the Silver Wolf's neck shrunk, and he immediately hugged his head. I told you to watch carefully, so you watch carefully. Yes. Master, even your fart smells good. Chapter 521. While the Silver Wolf was silently criticizing Xiao Mohu for being brainless, Xiao Mohu suddenly thought of something, but it was too late. Just as his mind was focused on Chu Yang's phantoms, looking for Chu Yang's real body, he suddenly realized that the shadow lines on the ground were silently circling behind him, trying to control the joints of the golden immortal body like puppet lines. Damn it, this guy used the phantoms to attract me, but the shadow lines are his real goal. A deep shadow flashed across Xiao Mohu's heart. Because he was not a metal Xiantian life form, although he had the 8-arm golden Xiantian skill and could use the golden immortal body, it was like controlling a puppet, so he was most afraid of the divine manipulation peak's puppet controlling skills. However, the shadow lines had completely exposed Chu Yang's real body. Rumble! Xiao Mohu's mind turned, and 3 of his 8 arms blocked the shadow lines that were lurking towards him. Then he suddenly stepped on a chain and pounced on Chu Yang, while the other 5 arms controlled the halberd, dagger axe, hammer, and wheel. They carried 5 sharp storms and smashed fiercely towards Chu Yang like a violent storm. Ha ha! Chu Yang laughed loudly, as if he had expected this move. He stepped on the ground and suddenly retreated, dodging the attack. Then he flicked the light rays from his fingers at the golden immortal body. Clang! 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 When each light ray hit the golden immortal body, it suddenly appeared like a small electric drill, drilling fiercely into the golden immortal body. The defense was broken. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The golden elder in the sky narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "What a waste of such a good golden origin. It was beaten to such a state." The silver wolf immediately said, "Master, not everyone can be as amazing as your disciple. I'm a dragon, and that thing is a worm. Do you really think a worm is suitable for a dragon to be his senior brother? I asked you to watch, but did I ask you to speak?" The silver wolf saw the old man's face was extremely ugly, so he immediately shut his mouth. Wind drill. It was one of Chu Yang's killer moves. The difference was that it was executed through light, so its power was much weaker. However, it still managed to penetrate the golden immortal body. At the same time, the shadowy threads also erupted and drilled into the golden body. Xiao Mohu was shocked. He wanted to grab the light and shadow to pull Chu Yang over, but Chu Yang suddenly extended the light and shadow, and Xiao Mohu's plan fell through. Soon after, a cold light flickered in Chu Yang's eyes as he suddenly stomped his foot. Bang! In the next moment, Chu Yang appeared in front of the golden immortal body. His right hand was like steel, penetrating the defense of the golden 8 arms at an incredible angle. Wind drills appeared in his fist and drilled into the golden immortal body's chest. Boom! Xiao Mohu's body trembled as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Berserk golden true essence burst out of his body. Roar! He roared out in panic, then moved his 8 golden arms together. The halberd, spear, beryllium, and wheel in his hands swished shrilly, leaving thousands of blurry arcs in the air, fiercely hacking towards Chu Yang. Boom! Once again, Chu Yang seemed to have predicted that he would not be able to hurt Xiao Mohu, but he dodged first. Striding forward with the 5 elements' disordered steps, the light in the void seemed to distort. He instantly circled behind Xiao Mohu and drilled into the golden immortal body again. Clang! A cold light flashed. Xiao Mohu was shocked. Without even turning his head, he raised one of his arms behind him. Clang! The void was distorted and blurred. A light shadow whizzed and spun, cutting through the void and attacking Chu Yang at an astonishing speed. Chapter 522. Humph! Chu Yang sneered and stepped sideways with his left foot, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. "You can't hurt me with this little ability." Chu Yang stepped forward and his body floated, breaking through the defense of the 8 arms golden arm again. The wind drill drilled into its right leg. Wong! Chu Yang's spiritual power was expanded to the limit. Everything in front of him fell into his perception, becoming even more detailed. Xiao Mohu's movements were even slower. Every movement and every detail was even clearer. Because Chu Yang was watching too carefully, Xiao Mohu's movements were even slower in his eyes. Therefore, he could not only see, but also predict in advance. His premonition wasn't that miraculous. The same principle applied to the cicada's premonition of autumn. The cicada did not have the ability to predict the future. It could sense that autumn was coming from many signs. Chu Yang now had the same ability. Not only could he distinguish the smallest flaw, but he could also easily determine the opponent's next attack, position, and threat level. Bang! With a flash of light, Chu Yang bypassed the 8 arms golden arms weapon and drilled into its back. Then a second drill, a third drill, a fourth drill. In terms of combat experience and skills, Xiao Mohu and Chu Yang might not be far apart, but their perception was not on the same level. Xiao Mohu's golden immortal body had greatly increased his strength and speed, but his soul perception was far from Chu Yang's. With all these factors, the difference in their combat experience and skills was like heaven and earth. Bang! 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 Chu Yang was like an elegant sculptor, carving on the golden immortal body. His work had been passed down through the ages. At this moment, to him, fighting was not just a skill, but a kind of art. Xiao Mohu had a powerful strength, but he had no place to use it. In front of Chu Yang's fighting ability, he was incomparably clumsy. At the same time, rays of light and shadow pierced through the hole that was drilled out of the golden immortal's body. Vital essence flowed rapidly above and poured into the hole. It had to be said that the golden immortal body was very shocking. At first, Chu Yang drilled a hole and instantly recovered. But later, Xiao Mohu's recovery speed could not keep up with Chu Yang's destruction speed. Xiao Mohu's vital essence had been exhausted so much that he could not recover immediately. It was only a matter of time before he lost. Everyone could see that the difference between the two was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. A frog in the well cannot speak of the sea, and a summer insect cannot speak of the ice. Chu Yang is an existence that Xiao Mohu cannot understand, and I cannot understand him. There were no cries of surprise, only great shock in everyone's hearts. Xiao Mohu was at the 6th level of the Ascendant Soul Realm, many levels higher than Chu Yang. He also had the golden immortal body, but in front of Chu Yang, he could not fight back at all. He was like a headless fly, laughable and pitiful, limited by experience and shallow knowledge. Just what kind of existence is this Chu Yang? How can he be so extraordinary and so shocking? Dragon and worm are different. Dragon and worm really are different. No matter how strong a worm is, it is nothing in front of a dragon. At this moment, everyone felt that Chu Yang was a dragon, and Xiao Mohu was just a pitiful worm. A worm did not know how extraordinary a dragon was, and was arrogantly shouting at a dragon. In the fight between Chu Yang and Xiao Mohu, Chu Yang's performance once again shocked everyone. Xiao Mohu's every attack was completely within Chu Yang's expectations. It was as if Chu Yang could see the future. He was already clear of Xiao Mohu's every move. Predicting the opponent's movements, what kind of talent was this? Mu Hongyi's face was already twisted. Before, he thought that Chu Yang was arrogant, but now he realized that he was stupid. This kind of Chu Yang made him panic and fear. For the first time, he regretted standing against Chu Yang. Song Yangyan, Lu Tianrui, and the others also had the same panic and fear as Mu Hongyi. They originally thought that Chu Yang was only at the 6th or 7th level of the Qi Soul Realm, and that he would win without a doubt. They sneered and ridiculed him as soon as they opened their mouths. They raised their hands and made big bets. At this time, their faces were hurting and their hearts were bleeding. As for Sui Yunfu and the others, Jin Duo, Chao Ju, and the Violent Saint, they also did not know that Chu Yang was so shocking. What an idiot. You completely fell into the opponent's rhythm. That's fine, but you know that you can't block the opponent's attacks. Don't tell me that you don't know how to shrink your golden immortal body and increase your defense. What can he do to you then? Once the golden immortal body shrunk, its density and hardness would increase, and its defense would become extremely shocking. High up in the sky, the Golden Elder looked at the battle below and snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was very angry, especially since Chu Yang hadn't even used the supreme technique of the Supreme Elder's lineage. Moreover, Xiao Mo had used both of his hands. But he had still ended up in such a situation. This had simply thrown away the face of the golden lineage. There is really a difference between a dragon and a worm. The Golden Elder was angry. At this moment, in his eyes, Chu Yang was like a giant dragon, and Xiao Mohu was like a worm hiding on a mysterious tree. Little rabbit, the star divine gold is here. It's your turn. Hearing this, the silver wolf almost jumped up. Master, you just said that there's a difference between a dragon and a worm. Even if I am a worm that is not afraid of death, you should not let me, a worm, go and embarrass yourself. Regarding Chu Yang, the silver wolf had already sensed a great danger. He was sure that Chu Yang definitely had a shocking trump card that he had not used yet. Humph! Usually, don't you always boast that you are a genius, an omnipotent true dragon, and a darling of the heavens? How did you become a worm now? The Golden Elder snorted again. This disciple that he had personally taught was definitely not an idiot like Xiao Mohu. Master, that depends on the person. There is a difference between a dragon and a worm. To others, I'm naturally a dragon, but now I'm a worm. The silver wolf had no integrity. Not only am I a worm, but I'm also a maggot in a dung pit, ugly and dirty. If you drag me out, you will not have the face to see anyone. Master, please reconsider. Stop talking nonsense. Just get ready when I tell you to. The silver wolf did not speak. He was very depressed. Who asked the golden elder and the grand elder to be at odds? He was thinking that he had to preserve his little life when he made his move later. Chapter 5:23. How did this bastard do it? Why is he able to predict my moves every time? Xiao Mohu had long since lost his soul. Ever since he had stepped on the martial path, he had never encountered such a situation, and he had never encountered an opponent as despairing as Chu Yang. Chu Yang was so shocking that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiao Mohu was completely restrained. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to use some fake moves to confuse his opponent, but it was completely useless. His opponent simply wouldn't be confused. Everything in his heart seemed to have been completely understood. He didn't know what to do, but he had inadvertently found a good method. He randomly attacked, and even he didn't know what his next move would be. Chu Yang shouldn't know, right? Bang! The weapons in golden 8 arms hands emitted sharp whistling sounds. Each of them transformed into a small destructive storm and rushed towards Chu Yang with astonishing power. But in a flash of light, before Xiao Mohu could even react, Chu Yang once again passed through his 8 golden arms from an extremely crafty angle and punched out. Damn, he can't even predict this. Xiao Mohu's hair stood on end as he forcibly withstood Chu Yang's attack. The beryllium, hammer, wheel, and saber in his right 4 arms cut towards Chu Yang like lightning. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Chu Yang once again moved 1 step ahead. Before Xiao Mohu could counterattack, he retreated ahead of time. With a reverse turn, he turned his hand and sent a wind drill into Xiao Mohu's back. Chu Yang, is this all you've got? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Xiao Mohu roared endlessly. After fighting for so long, he only felt sullen. Right now, he hadn't even touched the corner of Chu Yang's clothes. There had never been a fierce battle that made him feel so uncomfortable. He didn't lack strength or speed, but his opponent was unpredictable, always anticipating his every move and always reacting in advance. Ha ha ha, head-on battle? Chu Yang's long hair flew up as he laughed loudly. Senior brother Xiao Mohu, I'll say something that hurts your heart, but you really aren't worthy. His expression was calm, and he was not in a hurry to end the battle. To him, Xiao Mohu's strength was the best whetstone for him to hone his various abilities that had been upgraded. Bastard! Hearing Chu Yang's words, Xiao Mohu was first infuriated, then he flew into a rage. I'll kill you, Wang. The weapon in Xiao Mohu's hand glowed brightly, and his aura suddenly surged. In the next moment, Xiao Mohu seemed to have made up his mind. He loosened his grip, and the 8 weapons in his hands vibrated as they suddenly flew out of his hands. Swish! Swish! 8 weapons pierced through the air with heart-palpitating, sharp whistling sounds. With its 8 arms free, the Xiao Mo tiger transformed into a howling hurricane, leaving behind layers of afterimages as it pounced towards Chu Yang. It swept across the distance of several zhang and appeared in front of Chu Yang out of thin air. Its 8 arms waved in unison, smashing towards Chu Yang with the force of 10,000 kilograms of thunder. It's useless, but I'll take the weapon first. As for your golden immortal body, I'll take it too. Chu Yang laughed. Xiao Mohu's weapons flew, and each one seemed to have the power to shatter the heavens. Although it looked spectacular, Xiao Mohu's movements were too slow, and it was very easy for him to dodge. Swish! 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 Using the 5 elements' chaotic steps, Chu Yang not only dodged the 8 weapons, but also Xiao Mohu's attack. With a sizzling sound, 8 shadows shot out, wrapping around the 8 weapons and pulling them back, landing behind Chu Yang. Xiao Mohu also pounced over crazily. Chu Yang laughed. Fine, since you want to fight me head-on, I can waste energy to fulfill your wish. Chu Yang's voice echoed in the air, but Chu Yang's figure had already disappeared. Boom! The sky darkened, as if a huge curtain had covered the sky. Before Xiao Mohu could react, a foot appeared in front of him, and the power of this foot was unbelievably strong. It was like a falling meteor, wrapped in an arc of light. Boom! With a flash of light, Xiaomohu didn't even know how Chu Yang had passed through his defense and was viciously stepped on by this foot. Chapter 524. Even though Xiaomohu had the protection of the golden immortal body, he still felt dizzy after being stomped on. His entire golden body was overturned, and his head was directly stomped into the ground. Boom! Without the slightest gap, Chu Yang once again sent out a kick almost at the same time that Xiao Mo staggered backwards. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground caved in. Dirt flew everywhere, and smoke billowed. He stomped Xiaomohu's entire golden body into the ground. At this time, with a swish, Chu Yang lightly retreated 3 zhang away. The air exploded, and dust soared into the sky. Xiaomohu's huge golden body rushed out from the ground, but Chu Yang had no intention of attacking again. From the start of the life and death battle, Xiaomohu had been completely toyed with in the palm of his hand. Xiaomohu's tyrannical strength was completely taken away. Without a single punch, Xiaomohu could no longer be his whetstone. There was no need to continue this battle. Senior brother Xiaomohu, you've already lost half the battle. I'll take your golden immortal body. Give it to me, and I'll spare your life. Chu Yang looked at the golden immortal body, and his eyes lit up. This thing was not only sturdy, but could also repair itself. It was a good treasure, and made him very excited. He could not help but rub his hands and laughed. Senior brother Xiao, I want to act cool and make myself look cool. I hope senior brother Xiao can grant me my wish. Act cool. Make himself look cool. His tone and words were like a child who had just gotten a toy, making everyone surprised and speechless. But the last sentence, I hope senior brother Xiao can grant me my wish, was very domineering. Don't be wishful thinking. Xiaomohu roared in horror. Stealing his golden immortal body was simply asking for his life. Everyone naturally understood his feelings. They had never thought that Chu Yang would actually want the golden immortal body. Chu Yang only laughed. Senior brother Xiao, have you heard of the saying, don't say you didn't warn? Senior brother Xiao, let me remind you, you better not make me unhappy. So what if you're unhappy? Xiaomohu roared angrily to vent the fear in his heart. You're just a rat running away. What can you do to a piece of iron? Senior brother Xiao, do you know what the explosive point is? Chu Yang looked at the holes on the huge, golden body and immediately howled, Ouch, my baby! The pained look on his face made everyone speechless. Your treasure? He hadn't even gotten it yet, so what was he crying for? Immediately, they saw Chu Yang raise both of his hands. Then, the originally transparent, almost invisible, thin lines appeared on his hands. Unknowingly, Chu Yang had already drilled these thin threads into the Xiao Mo tiger's enormous golden body. At the same time, the crowd could clearly see the surging qi flowing into the small hole in the huge golden body along with the thin thread. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, distorted balls of light appeared in the small hole. There were 2 small balls of light inside that were also twisting, violently expanding and contracting, as if about to explode at any time. With the influx of qi, they twisted even more violently. Xiaomohu was shocked. He wanted to cut these thin threads, but it was too late. Chapter 525. The distorted ball of light was naturally Chu Yang and Little Guai. It was the earth flame that had blasted a hole in the Divine Command Peak's protective formation. Now it was finally displaying its power in front of everyone. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out continuously, but the sound was not very loud. The golden immortal body was extremely sturdy. Endless light also burst out, with the light from the explosions and the golden light from the golden immortal body. The two mixed together, making it impossible to see anything. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart mixed with the low explosions. People only saw that the 4 limbs of the golden immortal body had been blasted away. There were no Xiaomohu's limbs, nor was there a drop of blood. As expected, Xiaomohu's body is in the golden immortal body's torso, but the golden immortal body is actually so agile, no different from human. This golden origin is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yang became more and more envious of this golden origin. Accompanied by bits of golden fragments, the 4 golden limbs were blasted out. The broken parts were like muscles being torn apart, but they quickly wriggled, and the torn parts quickly recovered. The surface of the metal became smooth again, shining with a metallic luster. My treasure! How precious was a metal that could repair itself! Chu Yang saw the golden fragments that had been blasted out. He felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife. His heart was in extreme pain, and he cried out. His voice sounded extremely sorrowful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He quickly took the golden limbs in his hand. The moment his hand touched the golden immortal body, he immediately felt the divinity of this metal. It gave off an undying aura, and there was not a single speck of dust on it. No filth could land on it. It was like flesh without a single trace of hardness. Not only that, when the golden immortal body came into contact with Chu Yang, it immediately sank into Chu Yang's body. It was like a river flowing into the sea, disappearing in an instant. Chu Yang did not feel any discomfort in his body, nor did he feel any abnormalities. It was as if the golden immortal body was originally a part of his flesh. This was an incomparably mysterious feeling. I have the innate golden immortal body. I am also an innate golden immortal body. The golden metal limbs instantly entered Chu Yang's body. Soon after, his body blossomed with a dazzling golden light. At this moment, he had an inexplicable reaction to the metal fragments. Those fragments seemed to be scattered soldiers from the army. Shoo! Shoo! Every fragment was very precious. Chu Yang moved quickly and sucked all the metal fragments back. However, there were too many of them. He simply opened his mouth and swallowed them all. Wong! As he swallowed, it was as if he had swallowed the entire world. The air clearly collapsed, and with him, as the center, a huge vortex was formed, sucking in all the essence of the world. Such a scene frightened everyone. The eyelids of Song Yongyan, Lu Tianrui, and the others suddenly twitched. Sui Yinfu and the others were also dumbfounded. Chu Yang opened his mouth and swallowed, like a prehistoric giant beast eating. It was also like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. It was as if he had swallowed all light into his body. How horrifying was this? Who could devour the essence energy of heaven and earth to such a terrifying degree? Is this still a human? Many people were speechless, staring blankly at everything in front of them. At this moment, Xiao Mohu, who was in the main body of the golden body, was almost petrified when he saw this scene. What kind of level did a martial spirit have to reach to be able to pour in such an ability to devour the essence energy of heaven and earth? Even Xiao Mohu couldn't do this. He couldn't do it when he was in the 6th level of the ascending soul realm. Similarly, those in the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the ascending soul realm couldn't do it either. What is his martial spirit? How many martial spirits does he have? No wonder he didn't fear the soul pressure of an ascending soul realm cultivator at the Chi soul realm. His martial spirit is actually so powerful. He's only in the 7th level of the Chi soul realm. Even with a body cultivator, it's definitely not easy to kill someone in the 5th level of the ascending soul realm. However, he did it. His martial spirit is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 5:26. Not only did Chu Yang possess the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit, but he also possessed the saber sword martial spirit and the flood dragon martial spirit. In addition to the existence of Little Six and Little Black, it was not strange for him to have such an ability. This was also under the condition that he did not use the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit. If he used them, it would be even more shocking. The essence of heaven and earth would not be enough for him to devour, and there would definitely be a situation where he could not continue. If the essence of heaven and earth was endless, then the speed of his true yuan replenishment could completely keep up with the speed of his true yuan consumption. Naturally, this was deliberately displayed by him to increase his influence, so that those in the Five Elements sect who chose to side with him would have to consider carefully from now on. Come! Chu Yang possessed the innate gold physique. By obtaining a part of the gold origin, he summoned the rest of the gold origin. In an instant, the gold origin wrapped around Xiao and Mo, who quickly separated and flew toward Chu Yang, entering his body. The gold origin completely separated from Xiao and Mo Hu's body, leaving only his slender body floating in the air. Huh! Chu Yang laughed heartily. He finally obtained the complete gold origin. He could not wait to try it out. With just a thought, the gold origin rushed out of his body. The gold origin was dazzling. In the midst of the gold origin shining, he was like a gold god, dazzling and dazzling. Ka-ka! Zap zap! Everyone could only hear countless metallic sounds. In the midst of the gold origin, countless pieces of gold metal, gold plate armor, gold gear wheels, and so on were rapidly formed. This was according to Chu Yang's mecha concept, and then transformed from the gold origin. The various components of the mecha were of different sizes and shapes, floating in the air. Each component only felt firm and hard, indestructible, heavy, powerful and sharp, but also very exquisite. They combined, connected, and fused together. The sound they made when they collided with each other was like the sound of nature to Chu Yang. It seemed to be the most beautiful music in the world. The light that burst out from the parts where they were combined was also extremely dazzling. When all the components were combined and completely fused together, a golden Vajra that was about 2 meters tall completely appeared in front of everyone. Compared to the mountain peak carved out by Heaven Duke, it was even tougher, straighter, and had a more exquisite outline. It was righteous, brave, gorgeous, thick, steady, and sturdy. It was like a golden sun, bursting with endless rays of light. It was like a heavenly god, with its divine might and domineering aura. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. No one knew what it was. There were only 2 questions buzzing in their minds. Chu Yang had actually grasped the gold origin left behind by the gold elder in an instant. The metallic body that Chu Yang had transformed into was actually so powerful, sturdy, and domineering, and cool. Just like what Chu Yang said before, it was cool, too cool. It would be strange if they knew what it was. It could be called a Gundam or a mecha, but Chu Yang felt that the Transformers were the most suitable. The gold origin could transform into many forms. Haha, I'll call it the Transformers. I'll be a Transformers in the future, too. The immortal golden body that Chu Yang transformed from the combination of the gold origin was completely different from Xiao Mohu's. His 4 limbs were the immortal golden body's 4 limbs. He was the immortal golden body, and the immortal golden body was him. The Transformers, which was also the immortal golden body, allowed Chu Yang's strength to completely break through the upper limit of the 7th tier of the Chi Soul realm. The strength of 8 dragons and 9 elephants. The strength of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. The strength of 10 dragons and 9 elephants. In the end, it was raised to the strength of 17 dragons and 9 elephants, which was an increase of 10 dragon strength. Swoosh! Chu Yang tested it. When he took a step forward, he realized that not only did his strength increase, his speed increased as well. He even burst out with a sonic boom. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xiao Mohu. With a raise of his hand, he smacked Xiao Mohu's head directly into his chest. The headless body fell to the ground with a dull thud. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Mohu didn't react. My perception has also increased. Chapter 5:27. Chu Yang continued to experiment. Along with a series of metallic sounds, the transformer continued to change and change. With a burst of golden light, a golden off-road vehicle jumped into everyone's eyes. Chu Yang was sitting in the driver's seat, habitually turning on the ignition to start the car, but it was a delusion. He knew the general structure of car, but he had no idea how the car's power was transmitted and how the parts moved, so he could not change the golden origin. Vital essence could be used as power, but it would not be easy to burst out the high speed of the engine. The golden origin could be changed at will, but the larger the size, the more obvious the weakening of hardness, toughness, and other aspects. Chu Yang changed again, and this time, he changed into a small plane. Naturally, it could not fly. He could control the two wings of the plane like an eagle, but it was completely different from a plane. Whether it was the transformer, the car, or the plane, these are just Chu Yang reminiscing about his past life. They were not as perfect as he had expected. He was a little regretful, but he did not care much. If he wanted to, he could do it. He could do it through the array, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Chu Yang messed around and wasted everyone's time, but this did not arouse any bad feelings, because all of this was very magical and shocking. The car and plane he changed in were also strange and strange. Everyone even thought that such a form had great divine power. Therefore, although Chu Yang was messing around, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Chu Yang could instantly control the golden origin left behind by the golden elder. This was an extremely shocking thing, and the more he changed, the more it proved that he could control the golden origin as he wished. Compared to Xiao Mohu, the difference was obvious. Xiao Mohu was like holding a divine weapon. He only knew that it could kill people, but he did not know the basic moves and did not have the slightest cultivation, so he could not unleash the power of the divine weapon. Chu Yang was different. He seemed to have given the divine weapon spirituality and even divine power. It was the same scene, but everyone reacted differently and felt differently. Sui Yunfu, Long Fei Sai, and Du Guangbo were not only shocked, but also pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Mu Hongyi, Song Yangyin, Lu Tianrui, and the others were pale, green, and purple. Of the old man and the young man in the sky, Yu Qiang's mastery of the golden origin was the most shocking. The two of them were like two fish. Their eyes were bulging, their breathing was rapid, and their mouths were moving. They were like fish out of water, almost unable to breathe. Go, follow your senior brother, and use half of your star divine gold to exchange for half of the golden origin. Senior brother, the silver wolf was already dumbfounded. When it suddenly heard the old man speak, its eyeballs almost turned into eggs and jumped out of its eye sockets, falling into the old man's mouth and swallowing it. Moss, master, the senior brother you're talking about is him. The silver wolf was extremely shocked. It was as if his tongue was tied, and he stuttered as if he was stuttering. He pointed at Chu Yang from the sky. His body was like a withered leaf fluttering in the wind. His expression was extremely interesting. Why not? The golden elder's turbid eyes suddenly became clear. His old eyes were as wide as a bull's eyes. Could it be that you think that bug is your senior brother? You're really good. The silver wolf was speechless. This was in line with the old man's style. But what about the grudge between the grand elder and the golden elder? He was prepared to die and to kill Chu Yang. But in the end, it turned out like this. He was caught off guard. What are you waiting for? Go. The golden elder hit the silver wolf's head and fiercely scolded. You're just a bug that even bugs look down on. Do you think I'll be interested in that thing and accept you as my disciple? I'm already blind. The silver wolf was speechless. He realized that he might really be a complete idiot. This old man must have taken that Xiao Mo tiger maggot as his disciple. Now that he saw that senior brother Chu Yang was shocked by him, he shamelessly changed his mind. The change was really seamless. Shameless to the extreme, as expected of my master. Then, the silver wolf immediately became suspicious. He cursed in his heart, but his mouth kept saying, yes, yes, yes. Master, your true dragon disciple, the omnipotent disciple, will go immediately. I promise to recognize this senior brother. Chapter 528. Whoosh! The silver wolf was like a ray of silver light, cutting through the void and descending from the sky. Before he arrived, he was already shouting at Chu Yang in a flattering manner. Senior brother is indeed mighty. Looking at the mountains, lowering your head, looking at the water flowing backwards. This is truly unprecedented. Junior brother admires you so much. I will revere and worship you for 10,000 years. His sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the water flowing backwards, why don't you say that I'm looking at pigs dying and cows flipping over? Can you speak human language? Chu Yang glanced at the silver wolf and immediately concluded that he was a pretty boy. Whose pretty boy is that? Do you call people father and mother whenever you see them? Aren't you a little too casual? Let me give you a piece of advice. The mouth is the door of disaster. The tongue is the blade that cuts off the body. Close your mouth and hide your tongue, and you'll be in prison everywhere. The mouth is the door of disaster. The tongue is the blade that cuts off the body. Close your mouth and hide your tongue, and you'll be in prison everywhere. Hearing this, the silver wolf felt that this senior brother of his was very cultured and profound in his shamelessness. The combination of shamelessness and elegance really made him look cool. He immediately found the cultivation direction of shamelessness and immediately beamed with joy. Senior brother, you are indeed full of wisdom. Just by opening your mouth, you can make the literati star sink the fish and beasts fall and obscure the moon and put the flowers to shame. I, your junior brother, am really enlightened. The path ahead is infinitely bright. The silver wolf immediately applied what he had learned. If his words were not cultured and profound, he could guarantee that he would definitely not understand. Moreover, the literati stars sink the fish and beasts fall and obscure the moon and put the flowers to shame. How imaginative was he? Who could be as ingenious as him? With a stroke of genius, he could make people gasp in surprise and bite off his tongue, unintentionally committing suicide. Only he, the silver wolf, was the one and only in the world, the silver wolf brimming with talent. Senior Marshal brother, it was Master who asked me to come. He said that as the joint successor of the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder, you have an important mission on your shoulders. He said that the grudges between the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder would be resolved by you. That's why Senior Marshal brother felt that what you did just now was not amazing enough. So he sent me to warn Senior Marshal brother. He hopes that Senior Marshal brother will continue to work hard and shine the glory of the two branches in the world, so that everyone knows about it. The Silver Wolf's words caused a huge commotion. In an instant, everyone was fiercely shocked. Chu Yang actually had such an identity, the joint descendant of the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder. He even bore the heavy responsibility of resolving the grudges between the two factions. If that was the case, then Chu Yang was truly shocking. His status was almost on par with the Five Elements divine child. Sui Yanfu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. No wonder he dared to provoke the Five Elements divine child. So he has such an identity. In an instant, would Elemental Peak Lord Chao Rong, Fire Elemental Peak Lord Song Yanyan, and Water Elemental Peak Lord Lu Tianrui all followed the same logic as Yanfu. They were extremely shocked and naturally had different feelings. Song Yanyan and Lu Tianrui even had mixed feelings, as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. Chu Yang was slightly stunned and thought to himself, this gigolo is really something. I really can't refuse him. Then, he said with a smile, Junior Marshal brother, what you did was wrong. You jumped out and revealed my identity to the world. In the future, how can I pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? You're guilty. Hee hee. The Silver Wolf felt that Chu Yang's playful Senior Marshal brother was getting more and more in tune with his temper. He said with a smile, Senior Marshal brother, I'm sorry. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is too low level. I'll take it. After that, he got down to business. He said telepathically, Senior Marshal brother, the most shocking thing is that the origin of gold and the stellar divine metal are half and half fused. The stellar divine metal is with me. Got it. Do it quietly. After Chu Yang's telepathic message, he said, Junior Marshal brother, since Master thinks that I'm not limitless enough, I can only continue to be limitless. Please allow me to shine a little more. With that, Chu Yang looked at Mu Hongyi and said with a smile, Uncle Master Mu, I win. Please cut off one of my legs. Boom. The whole world seemed to shake because of Chu Yang's words. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Chu Yang actually wanted Mu Hongyi to cut off one of his legs. Chapter 529. The entire place was like a hornet's nest. After being poked by Chu Yang's words, the clamor was like countless hornets swarming out and stinging people with all their might. The clamor seemed to have stung heaven and Mother Earth. He's crazy. Mu Hongyi is the peak master of Mist Peak. How can he lose one of his legs? Chu Yang is going to fight to the death. He's not leaving any face. He's going to fight to the death. This could be a great disaster for our Five Elements sect. The internal strife might start from here. Chu Yang is going all out. He's not leaving any room for negotiation. The Silver Wolf's eyelids twitched. This senior brother of his was simply too ferocious. He felt that Chu Yang didn't just want one of Mu Hongyi's legs. He wanted Mu Hongyi's life. It wasn't just Mu Hongyi. Chu Yang wanted to kill Song Yanyan, Su Yinqing, Lu Tianrui, and the others. He wanted to kill them all. If he could make a move, he wouldn't make any noise. He would kill them all directly. This is going to be hard on me. According to this senior brother of mine, if I dare to cause trouble for him today, he'll definitely make me beg for death in the future. The Silver Wolf's face instantly turned bitter. Although the old man didn't say anything when he sent him down, he knew that he had two missions. The first mission was already completed. The second mission was really troublesome. Mu Hongyi was somewhat close to the old man. Otherwise, the Golden Origin wouldn't have fallen into the Mist Peak. Therefore, he couldn't let Mu Hongyi lose one of his lackeys. If Mu Hongyi lost one of his lackeys, he would definitely fight to the death with senior brother Chu Yang. As for his senior brother Chu Yang, he would definitely find an opportunity to kill Mu Hongyi. He didn't doubt that his senior brother Chu Yang would find a way to kill Mu Hongyi later. What should I do now? Mu Hongyi's death is a small matter. I definitely can't offend this lawless and vengeful senior brother of mine. Mu Hongyi was too arrogant. That was why Chu Yang caught him and beat him to death. The Silver Wolf understood the reason. Shua. At this moment, Song Yingyan, Lu Tianrui, Su Qian, Yu Jingfu, and the others glared at Chu Yang, warning and threatening Chu Yang not to go too far. TSK. Chu Yang's expression was calm. At this time, you want me to leave you some leeway? Why didn't you leave me some leeway before? Leave Goat and the others some leeway? Scare me? Who are you trying to scare? You got the wrong person. What? Martial Uncle Song. Martial Uncle Lu, why are your eyes so bright? Could it be that you have doubts about the bet? Or was it some of the martial uncles who wanted to help Martial Uncle Mu by cutting off his leg? Of course, I'll allow it. Chu Yang's gaze was not the least bit afraid. He retorted, which martial uncle wants to cut off Martial Uncle Mu's leg? Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Du Guang's nerves were completely taut at this time, as if they were facing a life and death battle. Their hearts were beating violently, and their eyelids were twitching. Chu Yang was too bold. In the end, he was a disciple. How could he be so aggressive? But regardless of whether it was Song Yingyan, Lu Tianrui, or the others, although their killing intent was almost tangible, they did not make a sound. Everyone present felt their killing intent, and the shock in their hearts gradually disappeared. Song Yanyan and the others had already decided to kill Chu Yang. How could Chu Yang leave them any leeway or face? That was simply laughable. Moreover, if you agreed to bet, you had to accept defeat. Letting you go was out of respect, and not letting you go was natural. Also, Chu Yang's status was not low. He was the joint successor of the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder. If the Five Elements body said that he wanted Mu Hongyi's leg, it would not be too surprising. Chu Yang's current status was also very noble. It was natural for him to want Mu Hongyi. There was nothing to make a fuss about. Chapter 530. What? Martial uncles and martial uncles. Don't you want to stand up for what's right? Chu Yang's mocking expression became even more obvious. Then what's the meaning of your gazes just now? They all had two shoulders and one head. Who's afraid of who? The atmosphere at the scene was as tense as the strings of a zither. It was as if they were about to break. Chu Yang's counterattack was sharp and fierce in the face of Song Yongyin and the other's threats and warnings. He looked as if he was going to fight to the death today. Let's see who's the one who's going to die today. There was no response. Chu Yang smiled and looked at Mu Hongyi. Martial uncle, you're so lonely. However, martial uncle, you have to accept your loss. Gambling ethics are still necessary. What do you think, martial uncle? Mu Hongyi was abandoned. He was alone and helpless. He instantly fell as if someone had stabbed him in the back. The sharp blade pierced through his heart and went through his heart. The pain was bone deep. This was almost tantamount to betrayal. It was even more unforgettable than losing. Mu Hongyi lost a leg, a treasure, face, self-esteem, and dignity to Chu Yang. However, betrayal made him a complete fool. He was pitiful and hateful. Of course, martial uncle Mu, you can totally say that this is a joke. I don't mind. Chu Yang smiled again. It was sunny and warm, as if he was reaching out to help Mu Hongyi. But was that really the case? No. Chu Yang was going to beat the dog while it was down. He was going to completely crush Mu Hongyi's remaining pride and dignity. Just think about it. If Mu Hongyi really did that, how would others look at him? Would he still have the face to rule Misty Peak? He could lose a leg, but he definitely couldn't go back on his word. The Silver Wolf had been listening at the side. He felt that it was time. He suddenly said, Senior Martial Brother, this Martial Uncle Mu seems to be very good at jumping. Recently, I've been researching things that can jump. Why don't you let me have his leg? Okay. Chu Yang glanced at him coldly. If it were any other time, the Silver Wolf would at least jump. However, he couldn't fool around now. He faced Chu Yang's gaze calmly. Senior Martial Brother, I'm serious. He was pleading on Mu Hongyi's behalf. Chu Yang immediately guessed that Mu Hongyi had something to do with the Golden Elder's bloodline. Otherwise, the Golden Origin wouldn't be at Misty Peak, much less appear on Shao Mohu. All right, I'll give you this leg for the time being. When Chu Yang agreed, Silver Wolf couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that when he faced this senior brother of his, the pressure was far greater than he had imagined. Just now, his palms were almost sweating. Mu Hongyi also let out a sigh of relief. Sui Yunfu and many others also let out sighs of relief. However, Song Yongyin, Lu Tianrui, Yu Jingfu, and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. A fierce light flashed in their eyes. This could very well mean that Mu Hongyi would side with Chu Yang. It wasn't a possibility, it was already a possibility. Chu Yang's junior brother, this thing that suddenly appeared, ensured this. In an instant, they all had killing intent towards the Silver Wolf, causing the Silver Wolf's pupils to almost become vertical. Junior Martial Brother, this has nothing to do with you. Don't be so emotional. If you're watching a show, you should be in the mood to watch a show. Watch your senior Martial Brother's performance. Chu Yang met the cold gazes of Song Yongyin and the others. The corners of his mouth curled up, and soon after, a smiling face appeared in front of everyone. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Martial Uncles, please allow this disciple to be arrogant. What was he going to do again? Everyone's heartstrings tightened again. They were completely attracted by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's smile became more and more brilliant. Senior Martial Uncles, if you feel that your disciples are too weak, you can seal your own cultivation and personally fight. This disciple will take care of them one by one. Chu Yang's words revealed a sense of arrogance and dominance, as if he was the sole ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He also looked down on Song Yongyin and Lu Tianrui, completely not putting them in his eyes. Chapter 531. Chu Yang's words caused an uproar. It looked like he wouldn't stop until he poked a huge hole in the sky. Song Yongyin and the others' expressions changed again and again, like the sky changing its face. Clouds, rain, snow, lightning, and wind changed in an instant. It was magical and wonderful. In the end, dark clouds covered their faces, and their veins pulsed, as if the lightning snakes on them were ferocious. Those who didn't know might think that Chu Yang killed their entire family and dug up their ancestral graves. Their disciples, Chu Yang, were nothing in their eyes. As for them, in Chu Yang's eyes, they were nothing. Extremely arrogant. However, although they were furious, they had no choice but to admit that Chu Yang had such qualifications. Xiao Mohu was a descendant of the Golden Elder's bloodline and possessed the Golden Source. He was definitely not a match for Chu Yang in the 9th tier of the Ascending Soul Realm. However, Xiao Mohu was completely toyed with in the palm of Chu Yang's hand, extremely weak. It could be said that among the disciples, Chu Yang could indeed look down on all the heroes. Although I have many disciples, their cultivation is extraordinary. If I fight, I'm afraid I'll be another Xiao Mohu. Song Yangyan, Lu Tianrui, Su Qingyan, Yu Jingfu, and the Raging Fire Peak Master and Giant Peak Master looked at each other silently, and almost the same thought appeared in their minds. They were all shocked again. This bastard is only in the 7th layer of the Chi Soul tier, but he's abnormally strong. Even the God's Son probably didn't have such ability when he was in the Chi Soul tier. Ha! The treasure is in my hands, and the world is mine. When Jin Duo obtained the 1,000 Mist Pearl from Mu Hongyi, he laughed loudly, causing the expressions of Song Yangyan and the others to become even uglier. If they lost like Mu Hongyi, their face would be small, but the treasure would be big. That would be cutting their hearts. The bet they had placed was too big. It's this bastard who took the initiative to challenge us. If we fight, it's not bullying the weak. It's just teaching him a lesson. Even if we seal our cultivation at the Ascending Soul tier, to him, we're like him to Mohu. Perception, reaction, battle experience, and so on, he's definitely inferior to us. That's right. Chu Yang, that lowly bastard, is indeed amazing. But if he wants to provoke us, he's still too inexperienced. Everyone, if you're still hesitating, then let me do it. Song Yangyan and the others quickly communicated with each other in their minds. Then, Fire Element Peak's Guardian Elder, Su Qingyan, took the initiative to step forward. All right, then Brother Su will do it. Brother Su, do your best to kill this bastard, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Song Yangyan, Lu Tianrui, and the others all agreed with Su Qingyan's decision. They also reminded Su Qingyan to try his best to kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you are indeed worthy of being the joint successor of the Grand Supreme Elder and the Golden Elder. You are extraordinary, and it is difficult for your peers to compare to you. Since you want to challenge us, the older generation, then this old man will be thick-skinned and spar with a junior like you. Su Chengyan praised Chu Yang as soon as he opened his mouth. Basically, he was saying, you're strong, so it's not a big deal for me to make a move against you. He immediately sealed his cultivation level to the Ascending Soul tier. Then, he flew to the sky above the ruins of the martial arts arena and looked down at Chu Yang from above. Swoosh! Chu Yang also flew into the air, and the two of them faced each other. Elder Su, please. Su Qingyan's gaze was sinister as he said coldly, you have to be careful. Elder Su, you have to be careful too. Chu Yang took out little 6 broadsword and waved it in his hand. Immediately, the Saint of Violence exclaimed, broadsword. The Saint of Violence's pupils constricted, and his sudden exclamation confused everyone. Was there something unusual about the broadsword in Chu Yang's hand? But they immediately had the answer. Saint of Peerless. Chapter 532. The reason why the Unparalleled Saint was given the title of Unparalleled was because of his unparalleled bladesmanship. No one in the 5 Elements sect could compare to him. The Violent Saint could be said to be the one who felt it the most deeply. During the competition between the true disciples, he had once encountered the Unparalleled Saint. The Unparalleled Saint had continuously attacked him with 1,080 moves. Each move was extremely violent, making him unable to fight back. From beginning to end, he had no chance to fight back. Chu Yang was the younger brother of the Unparalleled Saint. How could he not be good at bladesmanship? In other words, Chu Yang had only just taken out his trump card. His many amazing moves just now were actually nothing. His bladesmanship was the most amazing and also the trump card. That was what the crowd thought, but there were also some who disagreed. One of them said coldly, "Humph, the unparalleled saint is so great. He went to the East Continent and had one of his arms chopped off. How ridiculous!" Swish! There was no need for Chu Yang to be angry. The violent saint moved like a storm and instantly found the person who spoke. Then he attacked. With a boom, dust rose into the sky. A person was directly stomped into the ground by the violent saint. "What do you know? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" The violent saint's voice was as cold as ice. Those who wanted to belittle Chu Fei immediately kept quiet out of fear. "That's right. My brother is not someone you can judge." A cold voice suddenly appeared. A person slowly walked out of the crowd. He was dressed in white and had a scholarly face. He had 6 fingers and thick calluses on his fingers. Zither Sound Saint. Many people were shocked again. The Zither Sound Saint and the unparalleled saint were best friends. The two of them had gone through many life and death situations together. In the end, they called each other brothers. It could be said that Chu Yang was Chu Fei's younger brother. This was definitely not an exaggeration. At this time, many people realized that Chu Yang had many enemies because he was the unparalleled saint's younger brother. However, because he was the unparalleled saint's younger brother, he also had many friends and even close relatives. Previously, when Chu Yang was troubled by the guardian elder of the Divine Command Peak, why did the Saint of Violence stand up for him? Wasn't there a reason? Although Saint Child Zither Tone hadn't said anything, it didn't mean that he didn't pay attention to Chu Yang. It was just that the way he paid attention to Chu Yang was different. When Song Yangyan and Lu Tianrui saw the Saint Child of Zither Sound, they felt as if their hearts had been petrified. Chu Yang was the successor of the Grand Elder and the Golden Bloodline, while his elder brother was the unparalleled Saint's son. The combination of these two identities was extremely shocking. Just this Saint Child Zither alone was enough to make them extremely fearful. The Saint Child had fought with the 5 elements Divine Child for the position of Divine Child. In the end, he had only lost by a small margin. Even the 5 elements Divine Child was extremely wary of him. "This is my younger brother, Chu Yang. Please be more polite in the future." The Saint Child's voice was indifferent, but it was extremely domineering, warning everyone present. "Also, remember, my elder brother is not someone you can judge. If you want to belittle my elder brother, it's best not to say it in front of me. I hope you understand what I mean." His voice was indifferent, but there was a hint of anger in it. However, his voice was as clear and melodious as the sound of a zither. It was very pleasant to listen to. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw how domineering the Saint Child was. "Brother Xiao Fei, you're not bad." While laughing, Chu Yang smiled to Saint Child Zither Tone and said, "Second brother, why didn't you show up earlier? It's just a bunch of flies seeking personal gain. Is it worth delaying our meeting to drink and chat happily?" Flies seeking personal gain. Only Chu Yang dared to say that in front of everyone. The Saint Child Zither Tone smiled elegantly. "I'll hold a banquet to celebrate after you beat up the 15 peaks of the 5 elements sect today." Chu Yang was very happy in his heart. He laughed heartily. "Second brother, I won't let you down. I will definitely drink this wine today." Chapter 533. Don't spoil my mood for drinking. What arrogant words. Su Qingyin's face turned green, as if green gas was about to come out. The veins on his face were also twitching. He was so angry that he laughed. Good. Chu Yang, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you later. You'd better sign a life and death agreement first." Chu Yang laughed presumptuously. "Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Just treat this as a life and death battle, saving me the trouble of killing Elder Su with 1 slash. That would also be troublesome. No matter how I explain it, Elder Su, you've thought it through. You want to kill me, so I naturally want to kill you. How could I be polite?" Chu Yang's killing intent surged. The whole place was dead silent. The death of either one of them could be a huge matter. It would be better if Chu Yang died, but if Fire Element Peak's guardian elder Su Qingyan died, the Five Elements sect would be completely shaken. At this moment, everyone's heart was in a perilous situation. Things had actually developed to this point. Even an elder of the Five Elements sect might die. Chu Yang was indeed arrogant. How could he kill Su Qingyan with one slash? However, with the ability that Chu Yang had displayed before, this was definitely not impossible. Su Qingyan's face was ferocious. Amir Jr. actually said that he could kill him with one slash. At this moment, it was as if the werewolf under the moonlight was about to transform. With a twisted face, he said in a sinister voice, "I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, I might not be able to see your ability." Although he had sealed his cultivation, it was not difficult to kill Chu Yang. He let Chu Yang make the first move. After killing Chu Yang, it would not be a big deal. After all, he was from the older generation. Chu Yang laughed. "Elder Su, I don't recommend you do this. To be honest, with your cultivation sealed, killing you is no different from killing a chicken or a dog. You better think clearly. Don't make it too difficult for me." "How dare you?" Song Yongyan, Lu Tianhe, Yu Jingfu, the giant peak master, and the others could not help but yell angrily. Chu Yang's words were too much. He actually treated Su Qingyan like a chicken or a dog. Not only was he looking down on Su Qingyan, but he was also disrespecting the Five Elements sect. After all, Su Qingyan was the guardian elder of the Five Elements sect. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, the Zither Saint's son couldn't help but squint his eyes. He couldn't see how Chu Yang was able to accomplish this. But with his understanding of Chu Fei, if he didn't have sufficient confidence, then Chu Fei would absolutely not allow his younger brother to rashly enter the Five Elements sect. As for Chao Ju, the Violent Saint, and the others, they were also shocked by Chu Yang's shocking words. After all, Su Qingyan was an elder. Although his cultivation was sealed, he was still in the 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, and Chu Yang was only in the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm. Moreover, even if Su Qingyan's cultivation was sealed, the advantage of a higher cultivation level could not be completely erased. Su Qingyan's perception, eyesight, knowledge, and so on were not something that Chu Yang could compare to. "Sorry," Chu Yang spoke up. "You are of the older generation, so I should be more respectful. However, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. I am indeed kindly reminding you not to treat my kindness as the heart of a wolf or the lungs of a dog. There's a point that I want to make clear. I can't buy medicine for regret here. Respect for the older generation? Did your words have the slightest bit of respect for the older generation? At the very least, no one present could hear it. Especially the sentence, 'I can't buy medicine for regret here.' It was extremely contemptuous of Su Qingyan and the others." Chu Yang was clearly warning them not to regret. Su Qingyan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He directly pointed at Chu Yang. "You are really unbelievably arrogant. I will definitely teach you a lesson today, so that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and cause a huge disaster that can't be dealt with. You can make your move now." "Are you sure?" Chu Yang sneered. "My saber doesn't know whether you are a guardian elder or someone else. When it falls, it will split into two. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Chapter 534. Crazy, crazy, crazy. How could Chu Yang's craziness be described with just the word crazy? Everyone was speechless as they looked at the unsharpened blade in his hand. At this time, they inexplicably felt a great danger, as if the blade could turn into a murderous demon at any time. Chu Yang's reminder and warning had reached the limit of Su Qingyan's patience. He said in a sinister voice, "If you have the ability to kill me, then I'm incompetent and deserve to die. But I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Good, if you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Origin Martial Third Transformation. Chi Soul Third Transformation. Boom. Chu Yang's aura erupted from his entire body. He was like a giant beast wreaking havoc in the sea. He stirred up the air like flowing water, and issued the sound of flowing water. With his entire body as the center, the air swirled and faintly formed the embryonic form of a tornado. The blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, bursting with an incomparably sharp light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Wong. With a soft sound, Chu Yang instantly created over 100 phantoms that filled the void, covering the sky and the sun. They all slashed down at Su Qingyan. Suddenly, there were layers of blade shadows, and blade energy filled half of the 9 heavens. The dazzling blade light made the entire world burn. Over 100 Chu Yangs descended from the sky. It was as if every one of them was a heavenly soldier or a heavenly general. It was as if the heavens were angry and sent down 100 lightning bolts at the same time. The blade was like thunder, fast as lightning. Over 100 blade lights seemed to tear open a huge hole in the void. The scene was extremely frightening. "Oomph, do you think I'm an idiot like Xiao Mohu?" Su Qingyan coldly snorted. "They're just tricks to scare people. What's the use?" It was only an illusion, an illusion. He didn't move at all. "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, Buddhist chants and Sanskrit chants rang out and drilled into everyone's ears. Immediately, everyone saw that in the center of the hundreds of Chu Yang in the void, there was a Chu Yang that erupted with endless golden Buddhist light behind Chu Yang. That was the real body of Chu Yang. Behind him, the shadow of a great Buddha appeared. Its face was unclear, but it had 3 faces and 8 arms. It sat cross-legged on a peacock. The peacock spread its tail, beautiful and dignified. The chanting of Buddha and Sanskrit came from the shadow of this great Buddha. Mahamayuri from the supreme elder's lineage. Su Yanqing's expression finally changed. And at this time, Chu Yang's indifferent voice resounded throughout the world. "Incense crosses the river, cut off the flow of the masses." Wong. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation in the void. Then, like a great river, it completely stopped. 100 feet long saber light suddenly appeared and slashed towards Su Yanqing. Everyone's thoughts and consciousness seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. They were completely unable to describe such a saber. Heaven and earth seemed to have completely disappeared from their perception. In their eyes and consciousness, there was only the saber light left. What kind of saber technique is this? The saber light seemed to be the light of the heavens. The saber seemed to be the saber that the heavens used to judge all living beings. It was majestic and fearful, like the boundless heavenly might. However, it was more like a butcher's saber that the Buddhists had seized from the devil. There was a faint sense of mercy in the massacre, causing the Buddhist chants to resound in their minds. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Su Yanqing instantly felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He panicked and wanted to resist, but it was too late. The defense formed by his true origin was not enough to withstand such a saber. It was cut in half like a piece of paper. The saber was unstoppable. As the saber fell, a straight line of blood appeared in the middle of Su Yanqing's forehead. There was still fear in his eyes, but he couldn't say anything. Bang! Bang! Chapter 535. Su Qingyan was dead. The guardian elder of Fire Element Peak, Su Qingyan, was dead. He was split into 2 halves by the saber and died just like that. He was caught off guard. It was simply too sudden. No one was mentally prepared. This was a dignified guardian elder of the 5 Elements sect. He was not a cat nor a dog. However, he had actually died just like that. He had died just like that, just like a cat or a dog. Who would have thought that Chu Yang could really kill Su Qingyan with a single saber strike? Don't say I didn't warn you. I recognize you, but my saber doesn't. I don't sell medicine for regret here. Chu Yang's repeated reminders and warnings couldn't help but surface in everyone's heart at this time. They now knew that Chu Yang's every word was serious and wasn't joking. But now they realized that it was useless. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Chu Yang really dared to kill a guardian elder of 5 Elements sect directly. However, Why wouldn't he dare? Shu Yang had said everything that should be said. Shu Yang wasn't surprised by this result. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow, this was his killing move. As his strength increased, his understanding of Mahamiri Sutra became deeper, and so on. The power of this move became stronger and stronger, especially recently when he successfully used Qi to construct Mahamiri Dharma idol. Just now, when he used fragrant elephant crossing the river to cut off the flow, Chu Yang visualized Mahamiri Dharma idol, making everything even more unimaginable. This saber strike was like Mahamiri Dharma idol possessed by Mahamiri Dharma idol. Its power was even more shocking, and it was much stronger than before. Chu Yang wasn't clear about the exact power of this attack, but he was clear that the real elemental energy in his body had almost been completely exhausted after he had used this move. Moreover, he had the strength to kill a 9th-layer ascending soul realm, and Su Qingyan's life was still unknown. If he let him slash, Su Qingyan would die. Boom! Chu Yang's absorption of the world's essence caused a huge commotion. Immediately, the surrounding world's essence was cut off, and the world's essence from even further away was surging towards this vacuum. He had no choice but to take out the spirit crystals he obtained from the 5 elements Divine Child and the Burning Sky Saint Child to recover his true Qi under everyone's gaze. Of course, this scene fell into the eyes of Song Yanyan, Lu Tianrui, and others. Their eyes widened in shock. They saw the dozen or so crystals in Chu Yang's hand lose their luster in the blink of an eye, finally turning into powder. In a short period of time, Chu Yang had actually absorbed all the energy in the dozens of crystals. This speed was truly shocking. Hiss! The audience couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Chu Yang was still crazily absorbing and recovering his true essence. But what was even crazier was that in such a state, he actually dared to provoke Song Yanyan and the others once more. Martial uncles and martial uncles, are you all going to admit defeat now? Or is there anyone who wants to continue to test my saber technique? I'll accompany you to the end today. Chu Yang stood proudly in the field, majestic and domineering. He looked like he was the only one in the world. His voice was like thunder, rumbling in everyone's ears. I'll take you on. A loud, buzzing voice sounded. In just a moment, a middle-aged man as tall as an iron tower strode out with his head held high. His face was simple and honest, and even a little rustic, with dust all over his head. Everyone was shocked in an instant, and their eyes all fell on this person. This was the peak master of the giant peak of the 10 outer peaks. Chu Yang didn't know his name, and he didn't want to know, but he knew that this peak master of the giant peak had just slashed Su Qingyan with his saber, and this person still dared to stand out. This meant that this person was not ordinary. Moreover, it wasn't easy for a rustic person to be recognized as the peak master of the giant peak. If he didn't have something extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible. Chapter 536. A Battle to the Death? Uncle, do you have any objections? Chu Yang's cold voice caused everyone to jump in fright. He wanted to kill. Chu Yang still wanted to kill. The giant peak's pupils constricted, and blood rushed to his face. However, he suppressed his anger and said with great difficulty, "It's only a battle to determine victory and defeat. Don't go too far." Boom! Then, as if he was afraid that Chu Yang would recover more origin energy, and as if he wanted to vent his anger and humiliation, the giant peak's peak master attacked immediately after being mocked. Muffled, thunderous sounds could be heard coming from his body. His body started to grow taller and taller. His muscles bulged, and grayish-yellow rays of light sparkled around his body. His entire body was filled with an incomparably terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a height of more than 10 feet and had turned into a small giant. As he circulated his origin energy, a yellow light surrounded his body. Even his skin turned yellow. Dong! The giant peak's peak master bent his knees and squatted down. His body suddenly jumped, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed, forming a huge pit with a diameter of 7 feet. He attacked Chu Yang with the force of Mount Tai. Giant Spirit Earth Fist. As he roared, he punched out. This punch was large, tall, and wide. The Earth origin energy on it changed, and it seemed to show the shadows of dams, city walls, sand fields, wilderness, and so on. However, this punch was clumsy, lacking in agility, and rigid, but it was extremely shocking. It was so clumsy that it became heavier, thicker, and more powerful. Great craftsmen don't chop, great cooks don't bean, great warriors don't plan, great soldiers don't invade. Great craftsmen don't use axes to chop, great people don't use their wits, and giants don't use techniques. They can crush everything with brute force. Although his cultivation was sealed, the power that the giant Peak's Peak Master released was extremely terrifying. It caused the air to explode. With this kind of power, not to mention Chi Soul Stage cultivators, even ascending Soul Stage cultivators in the 8th or 9th level wouldn't dare to face him head-on. Otherwise, they would be torn apart and exploded with a punch. Giant Spirit Earth Fist. Chu Yang looked up. He saw soil, but where was the giant? At this moment, under the pressure of such a punch, the Earth true essence in his body surged violently. His innate Earth constitution seemed to feel offended, and the phantom of a giant appeared behind Chu Yang. The giant spirit treasure body was the embodiment of Chu Yang's innate Earth constitution. At the same time, as he faced the shocking power of the fist strike, his Earth-type true essence surged, and many new insights appeared in his mind. The Earth is like the Earth, and a gentleman must be virtuous. He put away the huge blade in his hand, and his golden origins surged. Dense metallic sounds came from his body, and his golden immortal body appeared. He immediately turned into a transformer, and the Earth elemental true essence in his body surged. He didn't dodge, and he also punched out. The giant spirit phantom behind him moved in sync with him. This fist was similar to the fist of the giant Peak's Peak leader, but also different. Chu Yang had a giant spirit, but the giant Peak's Peak leader didn't. Chu Yang's fist wasn't clumsy or inflexible, but grand and boundless. His temperament also changed, becoming upright, trustworthy, honest, generous, and simple. His aura was as steady as the earth, and it was completely reflected in his fist technique. Boom! The two palms collided, and the giant Peak's Peak leader was immediately bounced back like a meteorite falling from the sky. He was sent flying by the giant spirit phantom's fist, and he screamed in pain. He flew out fiercely, blood spurting out his mouth and nose. He was injured to the point that he couldn't stand up, as if he was almost beaten to death by the giant spirit phantom's fist. Golden light flashed, and Chu Yang's body emitted a metallic sound. He retracted his golden immortal body and looked at his fist. As he comprehended the insights and fist technique, he smiled and said, "Uncle Master, your fist technique is not bad. It suits me very well. Also, Uncle Master, your choice just now was very wise. Otherwise, you would be a pile of minced meat by now." Everyone looked at each other. Chu Yang was simply too brutal. Just now, it seemed like Chu Yang was the giant Peak's Peak Lord, and the giant spirit thick earth fist he displayed was the true giant spirit thick earth fist, while the giant Peak's Peak Lord was just a dabbler who had learned a little bit of it. Who else? Chapter 537. Who else? Facing Chu Yang's aggressive and further humiliating words, Song Yangyan and Lu Tianrui lost even more face. However, for a long time, they didn't respond at all. What made everyone even more astonished was that they discovered that the anger on the faces of Song Yangyan, Lu Tianrui, and the others was gradually disappearing. Although it was still raining heavily, as if it could pour down a torrential downpour, it was replaced by a more serious expression. Song Yangyan and the others had long lost their face. Anger. They could no longer be angry, only fear and worry. Chu Yang was simply too troublesome for them. Rumble. Just as Chu Yang was about to open his mouth and interrogate Song Yangyan and the others, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. A deafening sound came from the direction of the inner peak's fire element peak. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in, shocking everyone. Who? Who is it? Who is it that burned down my main hall? An extremely furious roar shook the heavens. It resounded through the entire five-element sect and in all directions, spreading far and wide. Burning sky, holy sun. Because Chu Yang had partial control of the five-element sect's mountain protecting formation, his perception was very clear. Oh, the roar rumbled again. Who is it? Who is it? Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will definitely tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Extraordinary anger. From the voice, one could almost see the burning sky, holy sun, gnashing his teeth. The veins on his twisted face twitched, smoke came out of his 7 orifices, and fire spewed out from his eyes. The burning sky, holy sun, was clearly hoarse, but from his voice, everyone could feel that he was restraining himself, as if he hadn't finished speaking. Because of this, everyone felt that it was a little strange. It was just that the burning sky hall was burned, so it was natural for him to be angry. However, the burning sky, holy sun's anger was far beyond imagination. He should be angry because of the wind element mutant fruit. Chu Yang muttered in his heart. However, he didn't understand why the burning sky, holy sun, didn't shout it out. There was something strange about this. Could it be that the burning heavens, holy sun, obtained this wind attribute exotic fruit through dishonorable means, just like me? That's why he didn't dare to publicize it. Amen, I think that's the case. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. You're not a good person either. Next time, I'll definitely lock you up again. Peak leader saw they're gone. The sudden voice startled Chu Yang. This was fleeing with the money. How could this be? Immediately leave the treasure behind. Amidst the whooshing sounds of something breaking through the air, when Chu Yang looked up, the figures of Song Yang Yin and the others were already far away. In mid-air, there was a treasure fan, a divine sword, a lightning pool, and other treasures that were emitting dazzling light. Chu Yang wanted to make a move, but it seemed that everyone knew his nature. Several figures had already shot over like lightning, each taking the treasures. Su Qingyin's Dragonhawk was taken away by Sui Yunfu's goat. Long Fij, the sloppy king, took away the treasured fan. Du Guangbo, on the other hand, kept the divine sword in his bag. As for the lightning pool, it was taken by the violent holy sun. The violent holy sun was betting his life on this lightning pool. Chu Yang was too embarrassed to snatch it. However, after thinking about it, he was also too embarrassed to snatch the treasures of the goat, Sloppy King, and Nabobo. They stood on Chu Yang's side and were under great pressure before. Now that they won the bet, the treasures naturally belonged to them. Damn, I'll admit defeat. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Chu Yang was depressed for a while, but he didn't say anything in the end. The reason he found was quite convincing. He had a lot of things on him. 5 elements circulation heaven ring, 5 lights anti-heaven star, Mama Yuri scripture, golden origin, earth fire, wind drill, and so on. There was still a lot of space for him to explore. Biting off more than one could chew. Chu Yang gave up on all the treasures that weren't of the light and darkness attribute. Ha, a second brother, I didn't disappoint you, right? He laughed and looked at the zither, sound holy sun. The zither sound holy sun only smiled and didn't reply. However, Chu Yang's performance really surprised him. He also understood why Chu Fei dared to let Chu Yang enter the 5 elements sect alone. Second brother, let's go drink. Silver Wolf immediately cried out. I say, senior brother, that's not very nice of you. I'm a younger brother. You only call me second brother. Why didn't you call me? Chapter 538. The few of them laughed and joked with each other before leaving. Soon, they were nowhere to be seen. Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Du Guangbo also left quickly. The entire Divine Command Peaks battle arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with this kind of silence. Therefore, they reacted violently. After Chu Yang and the others left, the entire arena was in an uproar. The number one person of the 5 elements sect beat up the 15 peaks. This Chu Yang actually did it. Wow, 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 this is too awesome. This Chu Yang is simply the number one person of our 5 elements sect. The peak masters of the 5 inner peaks, and many of the peak masters of the 10 outer peaks were all beaten up by him. If he's not awesome, who's awesome? However, this Chu Yang is really capable. I can't help but admire him. In any case, I'm completely convinced. The disciples of the 5 elements sect discussed animatedly. They were all amazed. Many of them even recalled the scene that had just happened. Chu Yang / just now, what do you think is going on? It's simply too shocking. It actually split Elder Su in half. This scene naturally shocked everyone the most. It was also the most shocking thing that Chu Yang had done. It could be said that Chu Yang / had displayed his prestige and prestige. From today onwards, anyone who dared to disrespect him would have to think about the huge saber in his hand. It's good that we know what happened. If we can comprehend even a little bit of that / it's simply a fortune. Although it's a bit excessive to say that it's a fortune, it's really too precious for us. That / was too unimaginable. Elder Su Qingyan almost couldn't react when facing that /. It was as if he was scared out of his wits. Apart from those who were discussing Chu Yang's Xiangxiang River crossing and cutting off the flow of the crowd, many disciples of the 5 Elements sect were also discussing Chu Yang's punch. The peak master of the giant peak used the giant spirit earth divine fist of the giant peak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow and was sent flying. When I saw it just now, I was dumbfounded. How can this be considered the most shocking? Don't you feel that what Chu Yang is using is the true gigantic spirit earthen fist? That's right. When Chu Yang used the gigantic spirit earth fist, a gigantic spirit god appeared behind him. I feel that was the true gigantic spirit earth fist. This is also what I don't understand the most. Clearly, the giant peak's peak lord should be proficient in the gigantic spirit earth fist, but the result was completely reversed. It seems that Chu Yang instantly learned the gigantic spirit earth fist and even surpassed it. Everyone's focus was different. Some were marveling at Chu Yang's blade, some were discussing that punch, and some were paying attention to the battle between Xiao Mohu and Chu Yang. Chu Yang's miraculous dodging and foresight had played Xiao Mohu in the palm of his hand. There was also the golden origin and the golden immortal body. Chu Yang's transformation-like transformation had also left a deep impression on many disciples. They were also very envious because it was really too cool, too dazzling. Chu Rinxian and the others from the East Arrival Pavilion, as well as those from the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution, looked at the exclamations and clamors of the audience. They looked at everyone present, as if they were looking at themselves. They were equally shocked, equally amazed, and equally amazed. They felt that it was too miraculous and unimaginable. Although they knew that Chu Yang was extraordinary, they could never have imagined all the things that had happened today. Chu Yang had been suppressed by Song Yangyin and many other peak masters. Not only had he remained unscathed, but he had also turned the tables and humiliated them all. He had even killed one of them with a single slash of his blade. They felt that it was very appropriate to use the crowd's evaluation. He had beaten the ascending soul tier rats until they covered their heads. The peak masters and elders were all dogs, bluffing. His blade had been cut in half. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Chapter 539. In the great hall of Guqin music, the windows were brighter, and the moon shone on the snow. At night, the stars were twinkling outside the great hall of Guqin music. In the dark sky, the stars were like diamonds. The moonlight poured out tens of thousands of silver ashes, which were as bright as a piece of white jade, a piece of crystal clear white jade. Inside the hall, there were sounds of laughter, wine, and meat. There were also loud voices, as well as occasional bursts of laughter. They all spread out from the hall, especially at night. After the wine and the warmth, the sense of unfamiliarity between the people in the hall quietly faded away. After all, there was no lack of shameless people present, who didn't know how to be friendly. Although Saint Sun Gucci music was not shameless, he did not dislike it. When he saw the lively scene, he couldn't help but think of his brother Chu Fei. He unconsciously asked Chu Yang, "Big brother, how is he now?" "Second brother, don't worry," Chu Yang said with a smile. "He just lost an arm, and the other parts are all intact. I guess when brother Xiaofei regains his former glory, I will be able to attend his wedding." "Wedding?" Saint Sun Gucci music smiled. "You mean junior sister Ding?" "Second brother, this is your fault." Chu Yang immediately criticized. "What junior sister? She's clearly my sister-in-law. I call her sister-in-law, which is so affectionate. She even came to meddle in my business." Saint Sun Gucci music was speechless. She was a girl. She was not married, and yet she was not afraid of embarrassing others. "Second brother, who is my second sister-in-law." Chu Yang's sudden words almost made Saint Child Zithertone's face turn red. "Second brother, don't learn from big brother. He is so good at keeping secrets. Last time, when my sister-in-law was in trouble, I almost swept the snow in front of my own door. I didn't care about others and didn't save the beauty. If that happened, don't blame me." Chu Yang thought of the scene when he first met his future sister-in-law. He couldn't help but laugh. He naturally thought of Qian Aoshue. At that time, he gave her a smooth loach. "It's none of your business. Come, let's spar." Chu Yang immediately screamed, "Second brother, do you have to fly into a rage out of humiliation? Do you want to hit me? Cut the crap." Saint Child Zithertone's voice suddenly turned cold. "If Song Yanyin and the others were to attack you using their minds, what are your chances of winning?" Chu Yang's heart involuntarily shuddered. He was currently only at the Qi Soul tier and had not stepped into the Ascending Soul tier. His martial soul had not advanced in grade, and his spiritual energy had not improved in essence. This was really one of his weaknesses. If Song Yanyin really made a breakthrough in this aspect, he really might not be able to withstand it. Most likely, they were stunned by the scene of me absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and thought that my martial spirit was extremely powerful. Added with the fact that I was not afraid of the spiritual pressure of the Ascending Soul tier previously, this should have also given them a misconception. In Chu Yang's opinion, it wasn't that Song Yanyin and the others hadn't thought of this, but that they had been completely stunned. He had slashed Su Qingyan with his saber and punched the giant peak summit master with his fist. Okay, Chu Yang also wanted to know how strong his spiritual energy was now. He immediately stood up. Saint Child Violence, Chao Ju, Jean Duo, and the Silver Wolf immediately paid attention. "Little brother, pay attention." Wang. Saint Child Zithertone's spiritual energy surged out, and the surroundings immediately moved without wind. Chu Yang's spiritual energy also suddenly erupted, whistling and sweeping horizontally, fiercely resisting Saint Child Zithertone's spiritual energy. The two spiritual energies clashed, and there was actually the sound of swords and sabers. Even the floor was cut, as if it had been plowed. Chapter 540. Saint Child Zither Melody let out a soft exclamation and revealed a look of shock. "Your martial soul has yet to be upgraded, but your spiritual force is already so strong. You're cultivating the spiritual force of the Supreme Elder's lineage." Then, his spiritual energy suddenly strengthened and pressed down. Chu Yang's body swayed, and he immediately formed a lotus seal with both hands. His mind was completely spread out, and a lotus bloomed. He defended with all his strength, and the Saint Child was actually unable to do anything to him. Good technique, good technique. I've heard that the Supreme Elder's lineage's technique is amazing. Now I've seen it for myself. The Saint Child exclaimed in admiration before reminding him, "Little brother, be careful." Qi. His spiritual force condensed into a sword and stabbed straight at Chu Yang's forehead. The lotus in front of him exploded. Spiritual Pearl Seal. Chu Yang suddenly used the Spiritual Pearl Seal. His spiritual force condensed and turned into a spiritual pearl that rose like the rising sun to block the attack. The spiritual sword pierced into the spirit pearl. Because of the consumption of the lotus seal, it was unable to pierce through. Immediately, the two different kinds of thoughts collided. A fierce wind blew from where Chu Yang was, as if a tornado had been set off. Not bad. St. Child's zither music couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw that Chu Yang was actually able to withstand her spiritual attack. Suddenly, her spiritual power erupted once more, and even more spiritual power rushed towards Chu Yang. He wanted to see Chu Yang's limit. Lion Seal. Chu Yang's mind buzzed from the impact of the Saint Child's spiritual power. He changed his hand seals again. An incomparably loud lion roar burst out. A white lion opened its mouth and bit down on the Saint Child's spiritual power. Celestial Millstone. The spiritual sword struggled fiercely. Suddenly, the white lion turned into a huge millstone, crushing the spiritual sword. It didn't take long for the spiritual sword to break. It continued to grind, and in a few breaths, the Saint Child's spiritual sword was completely refined. The Saint Son of Heart Melody was astonished. The spirit sword, condensed from a spirit, was not ordinary. It was at the 5th or 6th level of the ascending soul realm, and with one stab, their divine souls would be severely injured. The Saint Son of Violence, Chao Ju, and the others were also very surprised. Chu Yang could actually withstand the Saint Son of Zither's spiritual attack. This was too illogical. As far as they knew, whether one's martial soul was upgraded or not, and whose martial soul was of a higher rank, the strength of one's spiritual power was completely different. A high-grade martial spirit's mental strength could easily destroy a low-grade martial spirit's mental strength. It could even turn the opponent's brain into a pile of mush and explode. However, Chu Yang had not even reached the ascending soul tier, let alone the grade of his martial spirit. Yet his spiritual power was so astonishing. Mahamayuri Sutra. They could only attribute this to the Mahamayuri Sutra. The Mahamayuri Sutra was indeed an incomparably sharp lost art, and it was also a very important factor. However, the real reason was Chu Yang's genius martial soul and idiot martial soul. Chu Yang used the millstone to refine the Saint Son of Heart Melody's spirit sword. He felt the space between his eyebrows bulging and expanding. He knew that he had already swallowed this spiritual power, so his mental strength had increased. However, what shocked him was that it was only a spirit sword, but it had increased his mental strength by as much as 5%. The Saint Son of Heart Melody's spiritual power was extremely astonishing. This was natural. The Saint Son of Heart Melody had a Guqin martial soul. His sound wave attacks mainly attacked the opponent's mental strength. In terms of spiritual attacks, it could be said that he was good at it. Little brother, you have to be careful. I'm going to use my martial soul. At this moment, silence was better than words. The silver bottle suddenly broke and water splashed out. The cavalry's swords and spears rang out. Without any sound, a burst of spiritual power suddenly burst out. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging over, fiercely attacking Chu Yang. Buzz! Immediately, this burst of spiritual power burst out again. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging out. Suddenly, it was as if a hurricane had been set off in the surroundings. The sky darkened, and in the vast expanse of blood, a blood-colored killing god was faintly visible. It was incomparably majestic. It stretched out a huge hand with 6 fingers and grabbed at Chu Yang. 6-finger killing god, not good. Chapter 541. The 6-fingered killing god, also known as the 6-fingered Guqin demon, had existed for so long that no one knew the exact identity of the 6-fingered killing god. The only thing that could be confirmed was that it was a supreme figure who had a Guqin martial soul like the Saint of Guqin sound. The appearance of the 6-fingered killing god was equivalent to the 6-fingered killing god reappearing in the human world when it was young. It attacked Chu Yang with great lethality. Not to mention Chu Yang, even the Saint of Violence and Chao Ju would have to retreat in the face of such an attack. Even the five elements divine son would be wary of it. At this moment, the Saint of Guqin sound was using it to attack Chu Yang. Boom! In an instant, Chu Yang's spiritual world was turned upside down. The sun, the moon, and the stars fell from the sky. They were densely packed and poured down like heavy rain. It was a scene of destruction. Genius, martial soul. Idiot, martial soul. Spiritual world. Chu Yang used 3 trump cards in a row. The 2 martial souls were like pillars supporting the sky, like saviors. The spiritual world of the innate aperture was the stabilizing force supporting the 2 martial souls. It allowed the 2 martial souls to completely stabilize Chu Yang's spiritual world and prevent it from collapsing. The origin of gold in his body also sensed the danger. It rushed out on its own and turned into an 8-armed golden deity to meet the 6-fingered killing god. However, as soon as it touched the 6-fingered killing god, its body shook violently as if it was about to collapse. The origin of gold is not limited to the physical body and matter. It can also turn into spiritual will. This is great. Chu Yang was shocked. Umaba. After a Buddhist chant, Chu Yang had already visualized Mahamayuri. The 3-faced and 8-armed Mahamayuri also met the 6-fingered killing god. The 2 of them joined forces to resist the 6-fingered killing god. Chu Yang withstood it. The zither tune Saint Child's heart trembled. This was both what he had expected and what he hadn't expected. If he stopped in time, Chu Yang's spiritual world would also be severely damaged. However, since Chu Yang wanted to challenge the 5 elements divine son, he had to go through such a serious injury. Otherwise, he would not be a match for the 5 elements divine son. Mahamayuri, Golden Deva, Chao Ju, Holy Son of Violence, Jin Duo, and Silver Wolf immediately recognized Chu Yang's methods. Silver Wolf was especially familiar with both methods. Second brother, be careful. Slash. Chu Yang shouted as his spiritual energy transformed into a sword and saber, slashing towards the Saint Son's 6-fingered killer. The reason why he warned the Saint Son to be careful was because his saber and sword martial spirit had absorbed the origin of the soul, severing gourd, and could destroy souls. What sword is this? The Saint Child was shocked. He immediately felt a great sense of danger when the sword and blade appeared out of nowhere. When the cold light of the sword and blade landed on the 6-fingered killing god, he felt as if he was being burned and frozen. He even felt as if his soul was about to scatter. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a guqin rang out from the 6-fingered god of slaughter. Immediately, the 6-fingered killing god donned a set of scarlet divine armor, which suddenly became unshakable, exuding an aura that could not be harmed by blades and swords. Clang, clang, clang. When the sword and blade landed on the armor, a dazzling light burst out, drowning Mamayuri, Huang Tian, and the 6-fingered killing god. The light was so dazzling that it could hurt one's spiritual energy and spiritual soul. When the Saint Son of Violence, Chao Ju, and the others saw it, they immediately felt a stinging pain in their eyes. Are these 2 lunatics brothers or enemies? A battle of spiritual energy on such a level was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, one's spiritual energy and spiritual soul would be severely damaged, and one might even become a living dead. When the light appeared, it quickly dissipated. When they looked again, the divine armor on the 6-fingered killing god and the sword martial spirit was like porcelain, full of cracks, and then collapsed. When the 2 fought, one was attacking and the other was defending. The divine armor should be stronger. Chapter 542. The Saint Son was even more shocked. The divine armor he had condensed with his spiritual will was very shocking. When competing with so many opponents, his divine armor had never been so thoroughly destroyed. Lion Seal, Spiritual Pearl Seal, Aquarius Seal. Mahamayuri's 8 arms formed seals, and a majestic lion was formed. It opened its mouth and was about to devour the 6-fingered killing god. The spiritual pearl smashed down like a meteor, and the Aquarius eel erupted with a huge suction force, intending to devour the entire six-fingered killing god. At the same time, 8 kinds of weapons appeared on the 8 arms of the golden celestial, forming a storm of weapons and chopping down. Not good. The Saint Sun was shocked. The Supreme Elders and the golden celestial's methods were indeed shocking. The combined power of the two increased exponentially. Whoosh! Under his control, the six-fingered killing god quickly retreated into his glabella, and the battle between the two came to an abrupt end. Little brother, your spiritual power is also very shocking, but you have to be careful. I only used half of my power just now. If you encounter Song Yanyin and the others, you have to be very careful. Phew! Chu Yang relaxed and heaved a long sigh of relief. The pressure that Divine Child Sheen he gave him just now was really too great. It was as if he was in a life and death situation. Under such pressure, he was able to burst out with such fighting strength. His martial soul hadn't improved, and his spiritual power was still his weakness. He could definitely resist the soul pressure of the ascending soul realm's 8th or 9th level. But if he engaged in such a spiritual battle with the ascending soul realm's 8th or 9th level, he would definitely lose. So, not only did he have to be careful, but he definitely couldn't engage in such a spiritual battle with Song Yanyin and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Second brother, don't worry. There's a time limit to my arrogance and rationality. I won't transform at any time. And the more the Saint Sun looked at Chu Yang, the more he liked him. Not only was his comprehension amazing, but he also had a good temperament. Although he was a little frivolous, this was his style. Not everyone could be as humorless as him, right? Also, the Saint Sun spoke again. You want to kill the 5 elements Divine Sun in half a year. If you don't have a fortuitous encounter, it should be impossible. Second brother, why don't you have faith in me? Chu Yang was a bit depressed. It seemed that everyone was certain that he would not be a match for the 5 elements Divine Child in half a year. You don't think the 5 elements Divine Child is that great, right? Chu Yang was stunned again. He was not in awe of the 5 elements God, nor did he think that the 5 elements God was amazing. After all, the 5 elements God was knocked down by him with a brick. What could the 5 elements God do? He just had an advantage in terms of realm. Right now, the 5 elements Divine Child and the 5 elements sect isn't the real 5 elements Divine Child. It's just a fake. The Zithertoon Saint Child narrowed his eyes. The real 5 elements Divine Child isn't in the 5 elements sect right now. As for what level he has reached, I'm not sure. False Child. Not only was Chu Yang shocked, but even Chao Ju and the Violent Holy Sun were shocked. They were both Holy Sons and were familiar with the 5 elements Godchild, but they had never heard of this false child. You don't have to be surprised. I only found out by chance. The Zithertoon Saint Child explained. These two are twin brothers. The elder brother is the true one, and the younger brother is the false one. When I was fighting with the false one and was about to kill him, the true one came out to save me. I escaped with my life, but when I thought about it later, I realized. Although the true one of the 5 elements Divine Child was masked, his aura couldn't fool me. There were real and fake 5 elements Divine Children. Chapter 543. It was the same night, the same starry sky, and the same silver moonlight. 5 elements sect, raging flame, peaks burning heaven hall, a side hall that had just been repaired. The side hall still had traces of being burnt. Moonlight drilled in from the roof and landed on the burning heaven Saint Sun's red hair and white face, making him look like the son of the moon that was doted on by the moon alone. Zhao Yunlong was generally not liked by the moon. It was fine if there was no moonlight, but he still had to kneel and face the burning heaven Saint Sun's face that was bathed in moonlight. The fury on his face was as clear as the moonlight, like a silver flame in the night. And Dihud didn't look at the almanac when he went out today, so he was also kneeling. He didn't even know the details and had been kneeling for a day. However, he could clearly feel that the burning heaven Saint Sun's fury had never been extinguished. If he could continue to be angry just because the burning heaven hall was burned, then the burning heaven Saint Sun's level was really too low. And Dihu understood this, so he could only kneel without batting an eyelid. Zhao Yunlong, the burning heaven Saint Sun, had been furious for a day. After being silent for half a night, the two emotions of calmness and fury had been alternating. At this time, he spoke again, clearly making a decision. Zhao Yunlong was not afraid. Saint Sun, I'm here. His voice was much quieter than the burning heaven Saint Sun's. What did I say before I left? Zhao Yunlong obviously knew what the burning heaven Saint Sun meant, but he was not afraid. He was still calm and collected. The Saint Sun said that no matter what, the Wind Brain cannot be lost. Wind Brain, the kneeling in Dihu, finally knew the reason. It turned out that he lost such a peerless treasure. No wonder. And the result? The Wind Brain is lost. What else do you have to say? Yes. Zhao Yunlong raised his head and met the burning heaven Saint Sun's gaze that seemed to be solid and burning like flames. Fortunately, the Saint Sun left at that time to do something. It's not that I didn't work hard or cunning, but that the enemy was too strong. This almost scared Dihu to death. What kind of nonsense is this? Even if you want to die, don't bring me along. You still have reason. Dong. The burning heaven Saint Child suddenly stood up from his seat. The earth was like a giant drum being beaten. The entire side hall shook and dust rustled down. Holy Sun. Facing burning heaven's holy Sun's anger, Zhao Yunlong's expression was still as calm as ever. I really had no other choice, and I didn't even have the strength to fight back. I was as weak as a chicken or a dog, and I wasn't even a match for my most handsome self. Even the Holy Sun was knocked unconscious by my most handsome self, and I hung the Holy Sun like a big goose to be roasted. Holy Sun, what do you think I can do? I'm the most handsome. When Dihu heard this, he felt that there was nothing wrong with these words. The burning heaven Holy Sun was simply too lucky. How could he be as unlucky as him? After the burning sky, Saint Child came back. He naturally knew that I was the most handsome. He knew that the 5 elements divine child was knocked unconscious by a brick and hung up to be burned. He even knew that not only was the 5 elements divine child naked, but even all of his hair was burnt. This wasn't the most shocking thing. I'm the most handsome actually slandered the sect master as a spy of the Soul Devourer clan, and safely escaped from the encirclement of the sect master and the Grand Elder. During this process, I'm the most handsome even walked around the entire 5 elements sect's mountain protecting formation. The king told me to patrol the mountain and taunt the entire 5 elements sect with words of ridicule. Zhao Yunlong was indeed right. It was indeed a kind of luck that he wasn't in the Burning Heaven Palace at that time. Otherwise, he would probably be like the 5 elements divine child, treated like a goose and roasted on a rack. He would be laughed at and lose all face. It would become a stain in his life that could never be erased. Zhao Yunlong really had no other choice. At the level of I'm the most handsome, even the burning heaven Holy Sun wasn't good enough, let alone Zhao Yunlong. Humph. Zhao Yunlong, you have plenty of excuses. Do you think you won't die like this? The burning heaven Holy Sun coldly snorted. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zhao Yunlong. Chapter 544. Kill Chuyang. The burning sky Saint Sun kept laughing, as if he thought Zhao Yunlong was treating him like a fool. What's Chu Yang's identity now? He's the joint descendant of the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder. What's his relationship with the Saint Sun? The Saint Sun sees him as his brother. He warned everyone to be more polite to Chu Yang in front of everyone. What did he do today? The burning sky Saint Sun had returned to the 5 elements sect. So how could he not know what had happened today? Zhao Yunlong naturally understood what the burning sky Saint Sun meant, but he didn't hesitate at all. He slashed the elders and punched the peak leaders. Just one of these 3 reasons was enough. The burning heaven Holy Sun laughed strangely. Oh, you even know about this. Then tell me, why do I have to make a move on him? If you don't kill him, you'll definitely be a dead man in the future. The burning sky Saint Sun's pupils contracted. He had already offended Chu Yang. The five elements divine prince and Chu Yang would have a battle to the death in half a year. But even if Chu Yang lost, he wouldn't necessarily die. The Grand Elder and the Golden Elder would definitely intervene. If this continued, the five elements divine prince would eventually become the sect master of the five elements sect, and Chu Yang would become the Grand Elder. If Chu Yang wanted to kill him, the five elements divine prince might not be able to stop him. Saint, the divine prince, also wants to kill Chu Yang now. Zhao Yunlong said again. The first reason was valid, so the second reason was also valid. The five elements divine prince and Chu Yang wouldn't die in the battle to the death, whether they won or lost in the end. So, Chu Yang was a big problem, and he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. How do you know the divine prince wants to kill Chu Yang? The Burning Sky Saint's son seemed to be an idiot. He sneered, and his murderous intent suddenly became fierce, as if the surroundings were about to freeze. He looked down at Zhao Yunlong and said, "You should know that the divine prince has agreed to fight with Chu Yang in half a year. In other words, the Son of God has promised that he won't touch Chu Yang in the next 6 months. If you kill Chu Yang now, you'll be slapping the Son of God in the face. Don't you understand? Saint, you don't have to worry about that at all." Zhao Yunlong pretended to be terrified. His body trembled as he said, "If we want to kill Chu Yang, we need the support of the Son of God. Otherwise, it's impossible." The Supreme Elder and the Gold Elder had to be kept in the dark for a while. The Divine Command Peak Lord, Sui Yunfu, the musical sage, and the others had to be temporarily moved away. If they were unable to do either of those things, it would have been impossible for them to kill Chu Yang. These Burning Sky Holy Sons definitely did not have the ability to do so. Only the five elements divine sons could do so. Therefore, the Holy Son only needs to express such intentions in front of the Son of God. You don't need the Son of God's reply. Just do it. If the Son of God cooperates, he will naturally let us know. As Zhao Yunlong spoke, he took out the ghost orb. 3 images appeared on it. The first image was of Chu Yang killing the 8 people in Dihu's scent. The second image was of Yi Kongjian and the other 2 being killed by Chu Yang. The third image was of Chu Yang killing Ding Wuji. Among the 3 images, the voices and smiles were very clear. The cause and effect was also very clear. How could the Burning Sky Holy Son not know this? He was the one who gave the ghost orb to Zhao Yunlong. Therefore, he only glanced at it and no longer paid attention. Whoosh! Then, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared without a trace. Zhao Yunlong immediately let out a long breath. It seemed that the Burning Sky Holy Son was an idiot who needed his guidance at every point. However, in Zhao Yunlong's heart, he was the biggest idiot. It wasn't that the Burning Sky Holy Son didn't know what he said, but that he knew it too clearly. What the Burning Sky Holy Son wanted to know was whether Zhao Yunlong had a brain. Without a brain, Zhao Yunlong naturally had no value in living. If he had a brain, he would naturally have a reason to live. This was the most obvious. When Zhao Yunlong took out the ghost orb, not only did it show the scene of Chu Yang killing people, but it also showed the cause and effect. It couldn't be used as an accusation at all, and the conversation had to be erased. However, the Burning Sky Holy Son only glanced at it and no longer paid attention, because there was no need. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Moreover, this matter wouldn't be done by him, but by Zhao Yunlong. Chu Yang, I don't believe you won't die this time. Chapter 545. Thousands of years later, who knows glory and disgrace? But when I was still alive, I couldn't drink enough. When the fun was over, the crowd dispersed, and the night deepened. It was already nighttime, and the stars were scarce. The silver moon in the sky seemed to be tired as well. It was covered by a cloud, and it started to doze off. The stars in the night sky were also scattered. After drinking, the stars returned to their own homes and went to find their mothers. Chu Yang stepped into the night sky and left the Guqin Hall. He went straight to the Divine Command Peak and returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and endured his fatigue as he comprehended various things. After the battle of wits with Song Yang and the others, Chu Yang's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and essence were like divine metal that had been tempered and forged into a divine sword. All that was left was to carve it carefully, and a peerless divine sword would appear and shock the world. After today's battle, he had gained a lot and comprehended a lot. The Mahamiri Sutra and the Golden Origin are far more extraordinary than I imagined. There are many things that I need to study and deduce. Although Chu Yang had obtained the treasures of the first Grand Supreme Elder and the Golden Elder, the Universal Millstone and the Golden Origin, he hadn't obtained the complete technique. He still needed to think and comprehend further. Giant Spirit Earth Fist. This fist technique should be extremely suitable for me. Together with my strong physical body, it will definitely explode with great power. It was a pity that Chu Yang had only seen the Giant Peak's Peak Master perform it once. He only gained a little bit of enlightenment, and he still needed to deduce and comprehend it. Fragrant Elephant Crossing the River, cutting off the flow. This killer move obviously has room for improvement. I can also use it on the Deadly Flying Dagger. The power will be gathered at one point, and the consumption will be lower, but the power will still be great. Wind Killer Sword and the Innate Wind Physique. These two are also very promising. Wind Drill, Earth Fire, Thousand Lights and Shadows Art, Transformers, Thousand Leaf Hands, Phantom Talent, Illusion Arts, the Battle of the Minds, the Secret Techniques and Techniques of the Battle of the Minds, the Improvement of the Mental Power. All kinds of things appeared and mixed together, forming a huge mess that filled Chu Yang's brain. He was like a puddle of boiling water, with mud rising up and slowly becoming turbid. He then thought of the 5 elements divine child, the real and fake child, and the current situation of the 5 elements sect. Suddenly, the pressure increased. Chu Yang was not only completely muddled, but also agitated. Especially when he thought of the 5 elements divine child, the pressure in Chu Yang's heart was magnified to the extreme. He forced himself to endure the irritation and exhaustion, straightening out and tidying up everything. Then, he directly fell asleep. After everything was sorted out, the full martial spirit was a godlike existence. The full martial spirit would be able to complete most of the tasks for Chu Yang. Only I know who woke up first in this dream. Chu Yang did not know how long he had been asleep. He faintly heard Xiao Guai's voice. It seemed that the little guy had returned. When he woke up in a daze, he suddenly realized that he was trapped in a small and narrow cell. He was almost suffocating. All of a sudden, his entire body shook, and he became completely awake. Then he was completely stunned. At this moment, it was as if he was trapped in a small crystal cage. He could not stand up, nor could he stretch out. It was as if he had been sent to the dragon torture arena by the great elder again. It was also as if he had been knocked unconscious and found that he was locked in a dog cage after waking up. However, the world outside was so vast and endless. Chapter 546. Master, don't panic. This is the heavenly barrier. Master, you've already sensed the heavenly barrier. Once you break through it, you'll become a 4th grade array master. Master is indeed a genius. You've only slept for 3 days, and you've already sensed the heavenly barrier. This is simply unprecedented. Little Six and Little Black's voices stunned Chu Yang. 4th grade array master. This kind of understanding was really mysterious and magical. The breakthrough of an array master required a great understanding of heaven and earth. However, he had never thought that the breakthrough of an array master would be like a frog at the bottom of a well jumping out of the well, jumping from one world to another. Chu Yang had been making a lot of noise recently. He had swept through many of the formations in the entire 5 Elements sect. He had even obtained partial control of the 5 Elements sect's mountain protecting formation. He had gained an overall understanding of the entire mountain protecting formation of the 5 Elements sect. And his understanding of the heaven and earth had imperceptibly deepened along with his understanding of these formations. In addition, He'd had a great understanding of heaven and earth when he'd clashed with a Zither saint's spiritual consciousness. The combination of the two allowed him to sense the heavenly barrier. The feeling of being trapped in a dog cage quickly disappeared. Chuyang also recovered quickly. He saw Lil Guai and the entire Five Elements sect. After Lil Guai chirped for a while, it realized that Chu Yang seemed to be cultivating. There was no response, so it also started cultivating at the side. The mountain-protecting formation of the Five Elements sect was a huge treasure in Chu Yang's eyes at this moment. He didn't need to go there to look for a high-level formation. The mountain-protecting formation was the best and most powerful formation. If he could completely understand it, it would be more powerful than any fourth-level formation. A first-grade array master corresponded to the primitive martial realm. A second-grade array master corresponded to the Chi Soul realm, a third-grade array master corresponded to the Ascending Soul realm, and a fourth-grade array master corresponded to the Soul Wheel realm. Chuyang also had an idea. Against the Five Elements Divine Sun, perhaps I can use the array. As long as he could break through and become a fourth-grade array master, he would have the ability to fight against someone in the Soul Wheel realm. The reason for this was naturally that Chu Yang's progress in martial arts was too slow. He was still only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul realm, and after stepping into the Ascending Soul realm, it was likely that his cultivation would be as difficult as that of the Origin Martial realm and the Chi Soul realm. Of course, this was only his personal feeling. If it was someone else, the speed of his breakthrough would already be frighteningly fast. Moreover, there was not the slightest flaw in his foundation. It was extremely sturdy. Only a few people could reach the third transformation of the Sure Martial realm. How many people could achieve the third transformation of Chi Soul? Not only did Chu Yang advance by leaps and bounds, but his foundation was also 1,000 times stronger than others. Judgment Peak, Judgment Hall, Judgment Array, Lightning. It would be best if the cultivation of formations could be combined with martial arts. The power of lightning was enormous. Chu Yang had already formed an innate lightning physique, but he had no knowledge of how to use lightning or martial skills. Therefore, he planned to start with the Great Judgment formation. In addition, Chu Yang was always causing trouble. He had a feeling that he would be invited to the Judgment Hall for tea sooner or later. Therefore, understanding, comprehending, and even mastering the Great Judgment formation, there was the best way to deal with it. Naturally, he did not know that he had already been set up by the burning Heaven Holy Sun. Perhaps this choice was due to his comprehension of the world, which made him subconsciously sense danger. Therefore, he subconsciously chose the Judgment Hall. This was extremely mysterious, but it was not impossible. People with high cultivations could clearly sense their own misfortune. If someone wanted to kill them, they would immediately know with a single thought. Of course, this required an extremely high level of cultivation. Chu Yang released his thoughts. Rings of ripples spread out from between his eyebrows. Through the control of the mountain-protecting formation, the Judgment Peak's Judgment Hall instantly fell into his perception. Soon after, the main formation below the Judgment Peak, the Great Judgment formation, also appeared in his eyes. The support of the formation, the space filled with lightning, was naturally also completely within his perception. Very quickly, Chu Yang entered a state of forgetfulness. He began to understand and comprehend the Great Judgment formation. Chapter 547. The burning sky Saint Sun and the other two ascended the path and passed through the misty area. The higher they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. The killing intent and baleful aura also became more intense. Soon, the three of them arrived at the summit of the Judgment Peak and arrived at a vast gale. At the summit of the Judgment Peak, the gale whistled and the gale was biting cold. However, the strange thing was that the clouds were condensed and were not blown away. Instead, they became denser and denser to the extent that they were like reefs in the sea, allowing the stormy waves of the gale to attack them. The clouds were not ordinary clouds. but were formed from the extremely dense essence of the world's origin energy. They were sucked in by the formation, so how could they be blown away by the gale? A powerful restriction emitted a faint golden light, covering the entire mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was a huge, dark golden hall, floating in the air like a mountain and a star. It was grand, majestic, and divine. From above, a powerful and dignified aura descended like the pressure of the heavens. Every strand of pressure seemed like a prehistoric beast, and a boundless, murderous aura filled every corner. Anyone who arrived here could not help but become cautious and solemn when they sensed this murderous aura. Zhao Yunlong and Indihu stood behind the burning sky Saint Sun. The killing intent and baleful aura along the way had already shocked them. Now that they sensed everything around the Judgment Peak, they could not help but have a hint of fear in their eyes. At this moment, because of the pressure from above the Judgment Peak, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was actually the first time that the two of them had come here. The Judgment Peak was definitely a place that no five-element sect disciple wanted to come to. Zhao Yunlong and Indihu were naturally exceptions. As for within the Judgment Peak, there was a person whose name was like thunder to the ears of all five-element sect disciples. At the same time, they were extremely terrified and in awe. It was the Judgment Elder of the Judgment Peak. The person with the highest status in the Judgment Peak was the Judgment Elder. Below him was the Judgment Elder. Under the Judgment Elder were the four Guardian Elders. The Judgment Elder did not care about worldly affairs. He rarely showed himself unless something extremely important happened. Therefore, the true person in charge of the Judgment Peak's main hall was actually the Judgment Elder. Together with the four Guardian Elders, he was in charge of the five-element sect's rules and regulations, and he commanded the Guardian Halls of the 10 outer peaks and the 5 inner peaks. All the five-element sect's disciples who violated the sect's rules and regulations were all under the jurisdiction of the Judgment Elder, and he had the final authority to judge and make decisions. It could be said that the presiding elder held the authority to decide the life and death of the five-element sect, and his reputation was illustrious. His fierce reputation was also illustrious. His methods were harsh, cold, and cruel. Disciples who violated the sect's rules would be severely punished. Any disciple who ended up being judged by him would most likely die. Therefore, in front of him, no matter if it was the outer court disciples, inner court disciples, or even the true disciples of the five-element sect, they all trembled in fear and trepidation. There was once a disciple who was scared to death by a cold glance from the presiding elder. It could be said that the presiding elder was not the strongest in the five-element sect, but he was definitely the most terrifying existence. The Burning Sky Holy Sun requests an audience with the presiding elder. The Burning Sky Holy Sun stood below the Judgment Hall. His clothes fluttered as he raised his head and spoke, his voice rumbling in all directions. His expression was calm and composed, and formed a sharp contrast with Zhao Yunlong and the others' somewhat frightened expressions. The mountain peak was silent, and only the Burning Sky Holy Sun's voice echoed in the sky. After a while, an old and dignified voice finally came from the vast Judgment Hall. "Burning Sky Holy Sun, what business do you have with me?" The voice came from the sky, and it shook endlessly for a long time. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, very few people would believe that the presiding elder of the five-element sect, who was feared by everyone, was actually so easy to talk to. The Burning Sky Holy Sun bowed towards the Judgment Hall and said indifferently, "Elder, I came here today because there is a matter that only you can handle." "Oh," a surprised voice rumbled in the Judgment Hall like thunder. "What matter is it that requires you to come here personally?" The Burning Sky Holy Sun opened his hand, and Zhao Yunlong respectfully placed the ghost's soul pearl on it. Soon after, the 3 scenes of Chu Yang killing the five-element sect disciples sent by Indihu in the Huanma secret realm and the Space of Thunder were clearly shown. Immediately, the Judgment Hall fell into a deathly silence. There was no sound at all, and the whistling wind made the silence even more obvious. Chu Yang. This was already an incredible figure. A few days ago, He killed the guardian elder of the fire element peak with one slash, and sent the giant peak master flying with one punch. He was also the successor of the Grand Elder and Elder Gold. Such a genius, such a monster. Even the presiding elder was extremely afraid of him. Although he didn't like Chu Yang, and even loathed him. The guardian elder of the fire element peak, Su Qingyan, was considered his subordinate, but he killed him without giving him any face. This wasn't the fundamental reason. The fundamental reason was that the presiding elder was actually like Song Yanyin, standing on the side of the five elements divine sun. Is this your idea, or the divine sun's? The presiding elder's majestic voice rang out again. This was the most important point for the presiding elder. Otherwise, the burning sky, holy sun, alone wasn't qualified for him to offend Chu Yang. Elder, this isn't the divine sun's idea, nor is it my idea. A rat's poop spoils the whole pot of soup. I just can't tolerate it. With such a murderous disciple in the sect, I have to redress the grievances of the dead disciple. Oh, is that so? The presiding elder replied indifferently. Why is there no sound from the ghost's soul pearl? Elder, this evidence is already the limit. The limit was enough to cover up everything. Chapter 548. The burning sky, holy sun squinted his eyes. This old bastard knows that this matter is related to the godchild, but he still wants to drag me down. Whatever. Chu Yang and I are already irreconcilable. If I don't prove it myself, this old bastard won't be at ease. In the end, he nodded. All right, since you're here to prove it, it's definitely true. His voice suddenly became incomparably oppressive as it exploded in Zhao Yunlong and in Dihe's ears. A dangerous aura spread out from the judgment hall. The two of them immediately felt as if the surrounding space had solidified. Boundless pressure pressed down on them from all directions. Domain, the pressure of the soul, wheel realm. The two of them secretly complained in their hearts as they heard the judgment elder's furious voice. Such a disobedient disciple actually appeared in the sect. I can't tolerate him. This sentence, I absolutely can't tolerate him, exploded in the sky. Instantly, the heavens and the earth shook, and the entire judgment peak shook. The sound resounded and spread throughout the entire five-element sect. A shocking wave of anger gushed out like a boiling river, causing people to feel a chill down their spine. Zhao Yunlong and Dihe felt as if they were a small boat in a storm, tossing and turning unsteadily, as if they would be destroyed at any moment. While complaining in their hearts, they couldn't help but mock. What a hypocritical presiding elder. Elder, that's not all. Chu Yang's hands were already covered in blood before he entered the five-element sect. Zhao Yunlong, a disciple of the sect, and his entire family died in the hands of this bastard. Now, I still brought Zhao Yunlong here. As the burning sky, holy sun spoke, he was already communicating with the judgment elder. The burning sky, holy sun, told the judgment elder that the five elements godchild had already made his move. For a short period of time, the Grand Elder and Elder Gold wouldn't know what happened in the sect. Even Sui Yunfu, the Zither holy sun, and the others were temporarily sent away. In short, the burning sky, holy sun wanted the judgment elder to cut the Gordian knot and kill Chu Yang in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the two of them were just putting on a show for the Judgment Peak and the Five Elements sect. What, there's such a thing? It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in the void. Below the Judgment Hall, the pressure in the air increased by 1,000 times. It was as though the mighty astral winds were being suppressed by this pressure to the point that they were unable to move. Soon after, it was as if a bright sun had suddenly appeared above the Judgment Hall. Boundless rays of light radiated throughout the world. And Dihe and Zhao Yunlong could also be considered as experts in the Five Elements sect. However, in front of this bright sun, they were as small and insignificant as candles. There was a flash of light, and at some point, a dignified old man with sharp eyes descended from the Judgment Hall and appeared in front of Zhao Yunlong. The old man's aura was like a raging wave on a vast ocean. It made people feel like they would be drowned or even torn apart at any moment. Zhao Yunlong only glanced at him, and his heart trembled, unable to control himself. Holy Sun burning heaven, is what you just said true? The presiding elder asked coldly. Elder, I am not lying. The burning sky Holy Sun's voice resounded in the air. It was calm, but it contained a strange power. Zhao Yunlong, come forward. A few hundred members of your Zhao clan were all killed by Chu Yang. Is this true? As soon as the presiding elder's voice resounded, Zhao Yunlong immediately felt two sharp gazes land on him like blades. It was as though he would be killed on the spot if he spoke half a word of falsehood. Zhao Yunlong naturally understood and immediately recounted in a tearful voice how Chu Yang had killed everyone in the Zhao clan. In his narration, he omitted the fact that the Zhao clan had rebelled against the coiling dragon martial institution and tried to kill many of its members in order to take control of the institution. Furthermore, he described Chu Yang as a vicious and cruel demon who killed for pleasure. Before Zhao Yunlong could finish, the presiding elder was incomparably furious as he roared, I didn't expect this Chu Yang to have such a vile character, even though he is talented. It is simply unheard of. Such a rebellious and unpardonable evil. I will not forgive him. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he immediately gave the order. Elder Tai, I order the two of you to immediately head to the outer sect and capture the divine manipulation peak's core disciple, Chu Yang. Bring him to the adjudication peak for a trial. Yes, a voice resounded from the adjudication hall, following which two middle-aged men emerged from their spirit chi. In an instant, they turned into two rays of light and broke through the air. The two of them were in the second or third layer of the soul reincarnation realm. Holy Sun burning heaven, Zhao Yunlong, the three of you follow me. The presiding elder's voice was like thunder that resounded in the air. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 549. Chu Yang used his control of the protective formation to observe the entire Great Adjudication Formation in the Adjudication Hall, and he had a clear outline of it in his mind. The Great Adjudication Formation wasn't like the third-grade formation he was familiar with, which had 30 formation seals, or fourth-grade formation seals, which had 40 formation seals. Instead, it was extremely simple with only 6 master seals. Perhaps these 6 master seals are of a much higher level than the Great Adjudication Formation, or perhaps the Great Tao is the simplest. Chu Yang was unable to determine the level of these 6 master seals, but he was sure that these 6 master seals were incomparably complex and profound. He roughly knew that the 5 master seals that formed the cycle of the 5 elements were primarily metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The central seal at the very center was the lightning seal, which was the formation seal within the lightning pool in the space below the Great Adjudication Formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The extreme gives birth to lightning. The 5 master seals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were related to lightning, and this was in accordance with the profundities of the 5 elements sex 5 elements. Lightning is extremely powerful, and only a virtuous, determined, and righteous person would be able to control it for their own use. Of all the spells, the most powerful were the lightning spells. Lightning is the cardinal principle of heaven and earth. Thus, lightning is the command of the heavens, and it has the greatest authority. Everything in the 3 realms and 9 lands is under the command of lightning. Chu Yang had already left his own formation seal within the lightning pool when he was wreaking havoc in the protective formation. Now that he examined it, it was even clearer, and many thoughts surfaced in his mind. Lightning was the embodiment of the heavenly authority of the heavens, and it was the law of the heavens, the judgment of the heavens, and the judgment of the heavens. This was why this formation was called the Adjudication Formation. At the very center of the lightning seal was a lightning seal. It was a heavenly book written by someone, and the language within it was completely different from the language of the mortal world. It seemed to be the language of the heavenly Tao, and it was astronomy, This was the Lightning Seal Heavenly Book. Only by obtaining the acknowledgement of the Lightning Seal Heavenly Book could one control this Master Seal. Chu Yang analyzed the Lightning Seal Heavenly Book, and he saw all kinds of scenes within it. He also learned that the Lightning Seal Heavenly Book would only appear after a lightning strike. There had to be a reason for the lightning punishment. Whether the lightning struck a temple, a house, a tree, a vessel, or a human being or an animal, it was not an accident. It was only because the temple, or house had evil spirits attached to it, or because there were venomous insects hiding under the trees or vessels, or because human beings or animals were unfilial and unfilial. That was why they were struck by lightning. After being struck by lightning, the Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture would appear on the object that was struck. It was like a judgment and ruling statement. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize the Thunder Han Heavenly Scripture. Only those knowledgeable people or Tao experts will be able to recognize it. Thunder is the cardinal element of heaven and earth, so the lightning heavenly tome should be the cardinal element of the great adjudication formation. Chu Yang didn't ask for a thorough explanation. He tried his best to memorize the Thunder Han Heavenly Scripture and brand it in his mind. He felt that as long as he could comprehend a few % of the Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture, it would be enough for him to break through to become a 4th grade array master. "Boss, give me something to eat. Boss, give me some soup." Yeah. Little Six and Little Black said one after another. Little Guai also started to cry out. Chu Yang was able to see the Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture because he had partial control over the mountain protecting formation and his genius martial soul and fool martial soul. Although the three of them could vaguely sense the Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture through Chu Yang, they couldn't see it. With a smile, Chu Yang opened his consciousness to them so that they could use his perspective to comprehend the Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture. Rumble. After some time, a piece of paper appeared between Chu Yang's eyebrows. It was extremely unclear and covered by a dark cloud. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, like a thundercloud in the sky. The Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture can't be visualized in detail. I can only visualize its general appearance. Chu Yang had already imprinted every detail of the Thunderhan Heavenly Scripture in his mind, but it was impossible to visualize it. After several attempts, he gave up and turned to the Great Adjudication Formation. Chapter 550. Rumble. The 5 elements' true essence and lightning attributed true essence in his body surged like a river, rumbling as they formed 6 seals in his palm. The metal, wood, water, fire, and earth seals were relatively clear, and the thunder seal was the most blurry. Then, according to the judgment formation, he set up the formation on his hand. Immediately, the 6 types of true essence surged and gathered in his palm. The moment the formation was set up, the essence of heaven and earth was immediately swept over. Along with the cycle of the 5 elements, a 5-color vortex first appeared in his palm, and then the vortex directly turned into a 5-colored light ball that rotated at high speed. Rumble. Thunder was born at the peak of the 5 elements. The 5-colored light ball emitted the sound of thunder and lightning, just like the thunder in heaven and earth. The Thunder Heavenly Book was the hub of the thunder technique. The thunder seal of the 6 seals in his palm could be used to control thunder and lightning. With a thought, Chu Yang raised his hand. Immediately, with a rumbling sound, a bolt of thunder struck out from his palm. It was as if thunder had descended from the heavens, striking the void. Immediately, lightning snakes danced in the void, and a dazzling lightning bolt tore through the void. The sound of thunder rumbled, resounding throughout the entire 5 elements sect. If this hits a person, I'm afraid it will directly kill them. The power was extremely shocking. Just now, Chu Yang felt as if he had transformed into the heavens, sending down thunder to kill demons. The power of this bolt of thunder was extremely great. It's still not enough. At most, it can kill a 3rd or 4th level ascending soul realm cultivator. The power can be greatly increased. Although the first attempt was amazing, there were still many areas to be improved. Chu Yang's control was too slow. There were intermittent periods, and there was a big problem with the connection. The flow of energy was also intermittent. If it could be done smoothly, he felt that the power would at least be increased by several times. It should be no problem to kill an 8th or 9th level ascending soul realm cultivator. Thunder is born from the 5 elements, and the Thunder Heavenly Book controls thunder. It's such a simple process. This process seems simple, but it requires the perfect combination of the 5 seals of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder seal. Chu Yang himself couldn't create thunder from the 5 elements. He could only form it through the array. If he could create thunder from the 5 elements through the use of his true essence, this thunder technique would be more direct and faster. It would also be more violent. After all, it wouldn't need the array as a relay. Rumble. Just as Chu Yang was about to continue pondering, a dazzling flash of lightning caused him to be unable to open his eyes. Soon after, he felt his surroundings tremble. It was as if thunder had struck and the world was shaking. Yeah! When Xiao Guai's cry entered his ears, Chu Yang saw one of its little paws imitate him and blast out a bolt of lightning into the void. Rumble! A bolt of lightning tore through space and soared into the sky. The rumbling of thunder was deafening, as if the heavens were truly furious and had sent down a bolt of lightning. It even gave him the misconception that this bolt of lightning was not from Lil Guai, but from the heavens. This little thing is actually so astonishing, even more ridiculous than me. Chu Yang was shocked, but he soon figured it out. This little thing was proficient in the 5 elements, so it was probably able to create thunder from the 5 elements. When he looked over, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Lil Guai had already collapsed to the ground, as if it did not have the slightest bit of strength left. The bolt of lightning just now seemed to have exhausted all of its quintessential essence, chi, and spirit. Its aura was extremely weak, and it was extremely exhausted. Its little paws were still charred black, and the faint smell of meat wafted over. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, this thunder technique is so astonishing, and is born from the 5 elements. Then let's call it the 5 elements thunderous hand. He came up with another extremely unreliable name. Because of the commotion he and Lil Guai had caused, the rumbling of thunder had alarmed the entire Divine Command Peak. Many disciples were attracted over. There was a formation set up by Chu Yang in the courtyard. Normally, only Chu Ren Xian and the other disciples of the East Arrival Pavilion could enter. However, as soon as Chu Ren Xian and the others entered, they immediately cried out in agony and came out charred black. He was struck by lightning. The words of the disciples outside made Chu Ren Xian really annoyed. What do you think? Senior brother Chu is too heaven-defying. He's only cultivating, and he's already caused such a huge commotion. What a joke. The strongest person of the 5 Elements sect has ganged up on the 15 peaks. Do you think I'm joking? While the disciples of the Divine Command Peak were clamoring, a rumbling voice suddenly came from afar. It was extremely oppressive, causing the surroundings to suddenly fall silent. Chu Yang, where are you? Chapter 551. Buzz. All of a sudden, the earth and sky shook, and the entire Divine Command Peak shook violently. Looking for me? In the courtyard, Chu Yang, who originally planned to continue cultivating, had a glint in his eyes. Chilliness surged in his eyes. It's not enough that I killed a guardian elder of the Fire Element Peak. They still want to find trouble with me. You're planning to kill me, aren't you? Thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind. He had already displayed sufficient talent, and his performance was extremely shocking. Moreover, he was the joint successor of the Supreme Elder and Elder Huang. Logically speaking, they shouldn't dare to underestimate Chu Yang, and they shouldn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, They wouldn't be able to withstand Chu Yang's counterattack. However, they still acted. If they were to act, they definitely had sufficient confidence, and their methods would definitely be vicious. They definitely wanted to kill him. Goat, why isn't there any movement? Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. Sui and Fu was the peak master of the Divine Command Peak. The other party's aura was oppressive, and their intentions were obvious. They directly called out Chu Yang's name, so it was impossible for Sui Yun Fu not to sense it. Could it be that I've already been abandoned, and Goat has already reached a compromise with them? Who is Chu Yang? The two figures had already arrived at the Divine Command Peak. They stood in the void and spoke coldly. Their voices were like a huge bell that resounded throughout the Divine Command Peak. How exactly do they plan to deal with me? Chu Yang couldn't figure it out, so he was already prepared to resist violently. Swoosh! From the courtyard, Chu Yang and Xiao Guai instantly flew out. Are you looking for me? I'm here. When he saw the two of them, Chu Yang's heart sank. The two of them were at the soul reincarnation realm, and they obviously didn't want to give him any leeway to struggle. The two guardian elders with majestic auras and extremely powerful auras didn't say anything. They descended from the void and directly pressed towards Chu Yang. They stared at him expressionlessly. You're Chu Yang? The two of us are under the orders of the presiding elder to escort you to the Hall of Judgment to await your punishment. You better not try to resist. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason and will be killed immediately. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the water. The expressions of all the disciples on the Divine Command Peak changed. All the disciples of the Five Elements sect knew what kind of place the Great Hall of Judgment was. It could be said that the Great Hall of Judgment was a guillotine, a place of death. Of all the disciples who entered the Judgment Hall, 9 out of 10 died. Generally speaking, almost none of them were able to come out alive. Even if they did come out alive, they were mostly crippled, living a life worse than death. Great Hall of Judgment? How is that possible? The disciples of the Divine Command Peak were extremely shocked. At this moment, they knew that Chu Yang was most likely dead. Buzz. At this time, the two guardian elders of the Hall of Judgment had already released their own realms to cover Chu Yang. They said in a cold voice, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You better not act rashly. Soul Reincarnation Realm, Domain. If I had resisted, I would have definitely been killed by them directly. Logically speaking, I wouldn't have died even if I died. But if I allow them to do as they please, I'm afraid I'll still die." Chu Yang secretly assessed the situation. His pupils constricted. He was absolutely no match for them with his current strength. Moreover, they clearly knew him extremely well. They had come prepared. If you want to arrest me, there should be a crime, right? When Chu Yang sensed the realms of these two, it was as if he was facing 4 walls that had once surrounded him. He was helpless and powerless. His violent resistance was stifled in the womb, and he could only sullenly compromise. You'll naturally know once you arrive at the Hall of Judgment. All right, I'll go with you. I'd like to see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den this Hall of Judgment is. Chapter 552. As soon as the 3 of them left, the Divine Command Peak fell into chaos. Chu Yang killed the Guardian Elder of the Fire Element Peak. Even if it was a life-and-death battle, he will still be investigated. Chu Yang is the successor of the Supreme Elder and the Golden Elder. Aren't they afraid that the 2 elders will make things difficult for him? They are on the side of the 5 Elements Divine Child. With the support of the Sect Master, what is there to be afraid of? Chu Yang is the supreme genius of our 5 Elements sect. How can they kill him? If you are not used by them, the more talented you are, the more they will want to kill you immediately to avoid endless troubles. The disciples of the Divine Command Peak discussed animatedly. Among them, there was a disciple who sneered, "Humph, maybe they will make a fool of themselves this time." Chu Yang dares to go with them. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. That's right. I guess there will be a good show to watch later. Not necessarily. Chu Yang is indeed extraordinary. But this time, they're going to fight personally. It's hard to say. They're always confident, but they always end up embarrassing themselves in the end. It went without saying who they were referring to. Let's go and take a look. How can we miss this? We must go and take a look. Let's go. The disciples of the divine command, Peak, rushed to the judgment peak and rushed to the judgment hall. Chu Yang was escorted to the judgment hall by the guardian elder of the judgment hall for trial. Such news quickly spread throughout the Five Elements sect, causing an uproar. Such a matter could be said to be a big deal. It was almost like a saint being escorted to the judgment hall for trial. After all, Chu Yang's identity was extraordinary and his talent was peerless. No one could compare to him. The moment the news spread, although the disciples of the Five Elements sect in the Judgment Peak's Judgment Hall were shocked, countless disciples of the Five Elements sect actually flocked to the Judgment Peak's Judgment Hall. The scene was shocking, like carps leaping over the Dragon Gate. They were a school of fish. The Judgment Hall seemed to be where the Dragon Gate was, so they gathered there crazily, as if they were competing to jump over the Dragon Gate. As for the exact location of the Judgment Peak, it was to the west of the Five Elements sect. This westernmost point was used as a reference by the five inner peaks. The Judgment Peak surpassed the 10 outer peaks and 5 inner peaks. It was a level higher than the 15th peak. This meant that the Judgment Peak status was higher than the 15th peak. It also meant that it had full authority over the 15th peak. The Judgment Peak was like a straight spear, and the cliffs were like sharp blades. Within 1,000 zhang radius, it was lonely, and there was no other mountain that was connected to it. The entire Judgment Peak was barren and seemed to be blood-red. From within the mountain, there was a faint smell of blood. Once one sensed it, it would make one's heart palpitate. It could be said that not a single blade of grass grew on this peak. The fierce killing intent and baleful aura cut off the vitality of all plants. Because of this, the Judgment Peak became the place that the disciples of the Five Elements sect did not want to approach the most. At this moment, the Judgment Hall had already descended from the void and landed on the mountain peak. It towered at the peak of the mountain, and the entrance to the main hall was already wide open. The dark and gloomy hole inside was eerie, as if it led to the underworld. It was terrifying. From the Judgment Hall, a flight of stairs made of molten iron appeared at this moment. It meandered down, and there were tens of thousands of stairs at the foot of the mountain. It was unknown how many years had passed since this flight of stairs was built, and it was already stained with blood. On both sides of the stairs, weapons were placed in great numbers. Swords, spears, axes, and axes all pointed towards the sky. Not only did each weapon represent killing intent, but it also seemed to represent the strict rules of the Five Elements sect. Apart from the weapons, there were many skeletons scattered all over the stairs. They rolled down along the nearly 10,000 stairs and were scattered all over the blood-stained stairs. Among the skeletons, some were strong, some were weak, and some were strong, revealing their cultivation base. Among them, there was no lack of experts and geniuses. However, after violating the rules of the sect, they had all turned into skeletons. They could only look up at the sky with their empty eye sockets, as if they were regretting their actions. Their bones had long been integrated into the stairs, and became a part of the stairs that warned the disciples of the Five Elements sect. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, and it was located in the west. The Five Elements sect placed this mountain peak in the west to correspond to the baleful aura of the White Tiger. It was to warn all the disciples of the Five Elements sect that the consequences of betraying the sect and breaking the rules of the sect were the most direct impact. It was unknown how many skeletons had accumulated here, and the strong, baleful aura and killing intent had made this place a barren land. It had also become a place where all the disciples would turn pale at the mention of it. Chapter 553. Boom! Outside the Judgment Hall, a dazzling ball of light fell from the sky and landed heavily on the steps in front of the Judgment Hall. "Elder, we have brought him here." Amid rumbling sounds, the two guardian elders of the Judiciary Hall landed with Chu Yang. "You can leave now." An aged voice with boundless authority drifted out from the Judgment Hall. "Yes." As soon as his voice fell, the two guardian elders immediately responded and left. There was dead silence in front of the Judgment Hall. The moment Chu Yang landed on the ground, what entered his eyes was a white skull. Then, a blood-colored staircase appeared in his field of vision. There seemed to be no end to it, and it led straight to the Judgment Hall. In an instant, the surrounding aura surged. His mouth and nose were filled with the smell of blood. When he looked around, he saw a gloomy and ghostly scene. The air and the void were filled with a dense aura of death. He could even see countless vengeful spirits wailing in pain before they died. "They are trying to scare me. They're trying to suppress my mental state and make me cower before the battle." Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Why didn't they bring him to the Judgment Hall? Why did they let him take a look at the blood-colored staircase and the surroundings? Their purpose was obvious. Although Chu Yang had never been to the Judgment Hall, he had already sensed the resentment, killing intent in the Judgment Hall through the mountain protecting array. The brilliant thunder suppressed everything in the Judgment Hall. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, it was more shocking than he had imagined. Rumor has it that entering the Judgment Hall is almost certain death. It seems that it is true. Chu Yang knew that he was in trouble. At this moment, he felt an extremely powerful and boundless aura in the Judgment Hall. It was like a white tiger crouching in the Judgment Hall, giving off boundless pressure and intimidation. When this aura fused with the Judgment Hall, the aura that Chu Yang emitted at this moment was like that of an ant. This must be the so-called Elder of Judgment. "Today, I want to see what you can do. If you can't do it, then I'll fight to the death." Chu Yang knew in his heart that this aura belonged to the person who had brought him here, the presiding elder of the main hall of the Trial Peak. 7 or 8 steps up the bloodstained stairs, there were 3 silhouettes by the entrance of the Judgment Hall. One of them stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a dead man. Chu Yang immediately recognized Indiha. He had seen Indiha before. He had never seen the other 2 people before, but this didn't prevent him from judging them at a glance. The red-haired one was the burning heaven holy sun, and the other one should be Zhao Yunlong. Chu Yang still had a very strong impression of the burning heaven holy sun. At this moment, the burning heaven holy sun was like an ice sculpture that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Especially those eyes, they were cold, callous, malicious, ruthless, and resolute. This kind of person was usually very opinionated and wouldn't be easily moved by external things. Once they made a decision, it was almost impossible to change it. At the same time, in order to succeed, they would do anything and pay any price. It's best to kill this kind of thing directly, or else the threat is too great. Chu Yang felt a great threat from the burning heaven holy sun. This kind of person could do anything. While Chu Yang was sizing up the burning heaven holy sun, the burning heaven holy sun was also sizing up Chu Yang. As the holy son of the 5 Elements sect, he had borrowed the Soul Devourer clan to deal with Chu Yang, who was only a lowly inner disciple of the 5 Elements sect. At that time, he already felt that it was very honorable to let Chu Yang die, but in the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, he got himself into trouble, and in the days that he left, it had only been a short period of time, but this lowly inner disciple had already changed. His identity and status were even more honorable and revered than his own. The Grand Elder and the Golden Elder, the 2 great elders' common disciple. The burning heaven holy sun wanted to see what kind of person could be in the eyes of both the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder who dared to provoke the holy sun. Chapter 554. This Chu Yang must die. He must die immediately. For no reason at all. The moment he saw Chu Yang's indifferent expression made the burning heaven saint sun's eyelids twitch fiercely. He felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, as if Chu Yang didn't die, he would be the next one to die. There were very few people who could make the burning heaven holy sun feel such an intense sense of life and death crisis at first glance. It made him immediately feel death, to the point of fear. This was a very subtle feeling. There was no reason to explain it. It was completely instinctive, but the burning heaven saint's son firmly believed in it. This feeling had helped him many times. The burning heaven saint's son also carefully sensed Chu Yang's cultivation. He was really only at the 7th level of the Chi Soul Realm, but Chu Yang could kill people at the 8th or 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, like chickens and dogs. What made him more concerned was the aura that Chu Yang's body burst out. It was a special kind of aura. The burning heaven saint's son could clearly see that Chu Yang was facing the Judgment Hall, where everyone was terrified, and his lips were curled into a mocking smile. Facing the steps of death, the baleful aura, Qi, resentment, and killing intent that filled the surroundings, he turned a blind eye to it, as if he was already used to it. Chu Yang seemed to be a huge boulder. No matter how strong the waves were, he would remain calm and unmoving. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not happy with external gains nor sorrowful. That kind of carefreeness, that kind of indolence, that kind of indifference made the burning heaven saint's son's heart completely sink. He had never met such a person. If he had the chance to choose between Chu Yang and the 5 Elements divine child, he would probably choose Chu Yang. Die, he must die. If he doesn't die, I will be consigned to eternal damnation. I can neither live nor die. The burning heaven saint's son's heart was already filled with fear. He only had one thought left. Today, no matter what, Chu Yang must die here. The two of them observed each other and gave each other a high evaluation. At this moment, compared to the burning heaven holy son's desire to kill, Zhao Yunlong's mood was much calmer. From Zhao Yunlong's point of view, since the burning heaven holy son had personally come, then Chu Yang was already a dead man. Therefore, all he had to do now was to watch the show. As for Chu Yang, he was more curious about him now. As expected, he is extraordinary. His temperament is not inferior to the burning heaven holy son at all, and is even clearly superior. No wonder Father and the others have been planning for so many years, yet they were completely defeated by him. Zhao Yunlong held a grudge against Chu Yang in his heart, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and admiration. This was the first time he came to the Judgment Hall, and the first time he faced the strictest and cruelest Judgment Elder of the 5 Elements sect. He was so scared that his legs were trembling and his heart was curled up. He was so careful that it was as if he was walking on thin ice. But what about Chu Yang? Calm and collected. He even had the time to size up Chu Yang. Especially now, Chu Yang was being suppressed by the combined pressure of the Trial Elder and the burning heaven holy son. Zhao Yunlong couldn't help but admire him. Chu Yang, how dare you? An aged voice suddenly broke the silence. It was as if thunder had suddenly torn a hole in the sky. Thunder rumbled endlessly from the Judgment Hall, like a tsunami that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Every word that was spat out was like a huge millstone crushing down. For a moment, the entire Judgment Peak was buzzing and shaking, as if it couldn't bear the anger of the owner of this voice. Has it begun? Chapter 555. Disciple Chu Yang greets the presiding elder. Chu Yang calmly said, "Forgive Chu Yang's ignorance, but I don't understand why the elder is so angry. Chu Yang has always acted in accordance with the rules, and I have never overstepped my boundaries. I asked the elder to judge clearly." Ordinary disciples would pale at the mention of the presiding elder's name. They would tremble in fear and trepidation when they felt the anger of the guardian elder. But how could such a situation happen to Chu Yang? Although he still didn't know where the burning heaven saint's son was going to start. You still dare to quibble? Let me ask you, during the entrance exam, you killed Bi Xinyuan, Jiao Hongyan, and the other 8 people in the Huanma secret realm. Do you really think no one knows? Chu Yang didn't know the names of the 8 people in the Huanma secret realm. The presiding elder's voice was like thunder exploding in his ears. His heart skipped a beat. Not good. Did they find evidence? These 8 people were sent by Hu to kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang wasn't dead yet. so it wasn't hard to deduce that they were dead. The difficult part was finding evidence. Is that all? I did kill these 8 people, but I was only defending myself. Chu Yang secretly calculated and calmed down. May I ask the elder, who are these Bixinyan and Jiao Hongyan? Are they disciples participating in the exam, or disciples in charge of maintaining order during the exam? If he didn't do anything wrong, he wouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on his door in the middle of the night. Chu Yang's appearance made the burning heaven saint's son frown. How could he not know the real situation? This question was very tricky. If they weren't disciples participating in the exam, and if they weren't disciples in charge of maintaining order, then what was their purpose in entering the Huanma secret realm? Chu Yang, you really have a sharp tongue. Unfortunately, it's useless. As the burning heaven holy sun sneered, the trial elder's angry rebuke was like thunder, rumbling, impudent. Am I interrogating you, or are you interrogating me? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Since the presiding elder dared to call him here to interrogate him face to face, it was naturally not as simple as catching wind and chasing shadows. But so what? Presiding elder, how dare you? Are you going to stop me from speaking? If you say black is black, then white is white, right? Chu Yang stood outside the Great Hall of Judgment with a smug look on his face. Then why do you still need a trial? Just come and kill me. So direct, so bold. The burning heaven saint's son's eyelids twitched. He finally witnessed Chu Yang's audacity and sharp tongue. It was more than 100 times better than what he had heard. The 5 Elements sect's disciples didn't even dare to breathe loudly after being questioned by the presiding elder. They were all trembling with fear. How could there be someone like Chu Yang who retorted and mocked back like this? He was truly audacious and didn't play according to common sense at all. He had completely disrupted their rhythm. What made the burning heaven saint's son especially shocked was that Chu Yang was too good at manipulating people's hearts. Judging Chu Yang in the Great Hall of Judgment caused too much of a commotion and attracted many 5 Elements sect's disciples. Chu Yang's words gave them a preconceived idea to let everyone know that everything they did was to put Chu Yang to death. Looking at the Great Hall of Judgment, the burning heaven saint's son was once again anxious. Normally, which 5 Elements sect's disciple would dare to go to the Great Hall of Judgment? But at this moment, it attracted the attention of so many disciples. Chu Yang's reputation was too great right now. Judging him was like judging the God's child, which was why he had such influence now. Shut up. The presiding elder was furious. The entire Great Hall of Judgment trembled because of this. Above the Great Hall of Judgment, there was even a dark golden light that bloomed. A brilliant light pressed down, and an invisible cover covered Chu Yang. Immediately, he was like a chicken or dog in a cage. The presiding elder's domain had already covered Chu Yang. Chu Yang was once again shocked. Wasn't this table manners a bit too unsightly? The burning heaven saint's son's unscrupulousness far exceeded his imagination. Yaya. Of course, Lil Guai sensed all of this. It also sensed the terrifying pressure from the presiding elder. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already knelt there and could only tremble without being able to speak. Chapter 556. Chu Yang calmed down. At the same time, he knew that today's matter would be difficult to resolve, so he prepared himself for the worst. If he had the qualifications to challenge someone at the soul reincarnation realm, he was sure that the presiding elder would be very polite in front of him. The surrounding 5 Elements disciples were in an uproar. Was this forcing Chu Yang to admit his guilt? Their reactions affected the presiding elder to a certain extent. Chu Yang, I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to disrespect me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Within the hall, the golden light flickered again. The domain did not retract, and the presiding elder's cold and emotionless voice came from the hall. It was filled with killing intent. Yes, elder. People had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Chu Yang could only lower his head now. Chu Yang, you don't need to argue anymore. You killed Fi Xinyan, Jiao Hongyan, and 8 others in the Huanma mystic realm. You also killed Yi Kongjian, Ding Wuji, and 4 others in the Thunder realm. Don't even think about escaping from such crimes. Right now, in front of the Elder, you're about to die, yet you still don't know how to repent? The Burning Sky Saint Sun's cold voice came down from the stairs. At this moment, he personally stood out to confront Chu Yang. Chu Yang's gaze turned cold. The one who wanted to kill him with the help of the Soul Devourer clan disciples was the Burning Sky Saint Sun. At this moment, seeing that the Burning Sky Saint Sun wanted to borrow the 5 elements sex, rules, and discipline to join hands with the presiding elder to get rid of him, how could he not be angry? Burning Sky Saint Sun, right? Chu Yang looked at the Burning Sky Saint Sun playfully. May I ask, in what capacity are you speaking? Are you a victim or an investigator? What does this have to do with you? Who are you trying to disgust with your righteousness? Do you have the right to speak? At that moment, Chu Yang pointed the gun at the burning heaven holy sun and said to the Judgment Hall, Elder, the Judgment Hall is sacred and inviolable. It is not a place for cats and dogs to bark. I ask that Elder restrain yourself and not let unrelated people come in to cause trouble. The surrounding disciples were once again in an uproar, but it was only for an instant. With Chu Yang's status, he really did have the qualifications to say such words. Moreover, his words were reasonable. What did this have to do with the holy sun of the burning heaven? Why were you so impatient? Were you afraid that a passerby wouldn't know your intentions? When everyone looked at the burning heaven holy sun again, their gazes were different. Some people had already started discussing. Even the burning sky holy sun has personally come. Could this be the God-child's intention? Didn't the Son of God say that he would give Chu Yang half a year's time? Why is he acting now? He's afraid. Chu Yang is the #1 person in the 5 Elements sect. He can kill an elder at the Chi Soul realm and send the Giant Peak's Peak Master flying with a punch. The 5 Elements Divine Son is already feeling guilty. Half a year is too long for him. If he doesn't act now, he's afraid that a long night will bring trouble. Chu Yang is the successor of the Grand Elder and the Golden Elder. Doesn't the Son of God have any scruples? As these discussions rang out, the burning heaven holy sun's expression couldn't help but change. Shut up. Right or wrong, I have my own decisions. Why do I need you to argue? Do I need you to tell me how to do things? The Judgment Elder's stern and cold voice rumbled into Chu Yang's ears. Especially when it was countless times more majestic than before, Chu Yang instantly felt suffocated. If he hadn't clashed with the zither music Saint Child's spiritual sense before, he would have been forced to his knees by the pressure. His martial soul was extraordinary. It was a spiritual world with sentient apertures. His martial soul had yet to be upgraded, so there would always be limitations. The pressure of the soul will realm was too great, especially when Chu Yang was in the Judgment Elder's domain. Chapter 557. You want to know who the Holy Son of Burning Heaven is right now, and what qualifications he has to speak? Very well, I'll let you know now. The presiding elder's voice quickly came from the Judgment Hall again. It was cold and incomparably cruel. Burning Heaven, Holy Son, since you've come to provide evidence, then tell me the whole story. The Holy Son of Burning Heaven was originally a bit angry because the presiding elder insisted on dragging him into this. But now he felt that the presiding elder had foresight. If it wasn't for him, normal people wouldn't have been able to deal with Chu Yang. My identity, Chu Yang, listen well. The Holy Son of Burning Heaven sneered. I'm the one who redressed the grievances of the disciples you killed. I'm here to seek justice for them. The heavens are clear. Chu Yang, you've lost your mind and recklessly slaughtered the disciples of the same sect. Do you really think the heavens don't have eyes? Dong. The Holy Son of Burning Heaven pressed towards Chu Yang and took a step forward. With a loud dong sound, the entire divine command peak shook as if it had jumped up. Then, the ghost orb in his hand lit up, and suddenly a dazzling light shone. Within it, the 3 scenes of Chu Yang killing Bi Xinyuan, Jiao Hongyan, Yi Kongjian, and Ding Wuji all appeared very clearly. Boom! In an instant, all the disciples of the Five Elements sect were in an uproar. Chu Yang really did kill Bixin Yuan and the others. He didn't lie at all. That's the ghost orb. I recognize it. The scenes inside must be real. He killed Yi Kongjian and the others as easily as killing chickens. Ding Wuji's eyes of petrification couldn't do anything to Chu Yang and was still killed. He's really terrifying. The Holy Son of Burning Heaven couldn't help but sneer as he heard the discussions. He said, Chu Yang, what else do you have to say now? Chu Yang's expression didn't change, and he met Burning Heaven's Holy Son's gaze with an indifferent face. Are you sure that you are really the one who redressed the injustice, and not the one who pushed the victim to death? After saying that, Chu Yang looked at Ndi Ho and smiled. Ndi Ho, you have to think carefully. Are you going to be the scapegoat, or are you going to tell me everything? These people were all sent by Ndi Ho to kill Chu Yang. None of them should be related to the Burning Heaven Holy Son. However, only the Burning Heaven Holy Son was allowed to frame him, while Chu Yang was not allowed to frame him. What a joke. The moment these words left his mouth, another commotion broke out among the Five Elements sect's disciples. That's right. Chu Yang is the unparalleled Saint's son's younger brother. The burning sky Saint's son has enmity with the unparalleled Saint's son. No wonder the burning sky Holy Son is so kind. Chu Yang's rhetorical question is sharp and piercing. Chu Yang's words immediately changed the direction of the situation, causing the burning Heaven Holy Son's face to instantly turn as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, the presiding elder's cold voice suddenly exploded. It was like a flood that completely extinguished the small flames that were ignited by the crowd. Chu Yang, what else do you have to say now? TSK. Chu Yang despised him in his heart. The presiding elder's every word was to force him to confess and then chop him to death. Of course I have something to say. Chu Yang's expression was indifferent as he looked at the presiding elder. He said in a clear voice, Elder, have you killed anyone before? The presiding elder had not only killed people before. The number of Five Elements sect's disciples that died in his hands was at least 100. The crowd didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but they completely understood the next sentence. Elder, you're guilty because you killed someone, right? Boom! The Five Elements sect's disciples were once again in an uproar. In the image, Chu Yang was killed, but was Chu Yang guilty? What if Chu Yang killed people in self-defense? Chapter 558. It was full of flaws and couldn't even withstand a single blow. With just a few words, Chu Yang completely destroyed the evidence that the burning Heaven Holy Son had meticulously prepared. Nothing was left of it. The burning Heaven's Holy Son's face immediately turned sinister. Chu Yang's face was bright as he looked over with a sneer. Burning Heaven's Holy Son, please remember this. Next time, when you're preparing, you better straighten out the cause and effect. If you can find an excuse, don't leave such a big flaw, or else you'll embarrass yourself. Impudent. Chu Yang, are you trying to show off in front of me? The presiding elder shouted impudent, and an invisible force was extremely violent. Like a whip, it fiercely whipped Chu Yang's body. Immediately, Chu Yang let out a muffled groan as his body swayed a few times. Then, a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper, but he didn't make a sound. However, the sneer in his eyes was even more obvious. Presiding elder. So, the judgment hall isn't a place that talks about rules, but strength, a place that talks about fists, right? Chu Yang's voice echoed. Then he said to the people of the Five Elements sect in a clear voice, Senior brothers and sisters, if your methods were better, then I, Chu Yang, would have nothing to say even if I were to be killed. However, I'm a bit unconvinced by your clumsy methods. I don't know if you'll encounter such a situation in the future. Now, I'm going to test myself and show my senior martial brothers and sisters. Let's see how the judgment hall handles the case. Senior brothers and sisters, if you encounter such a situation in the future, you should be mentally prepared. Boom! Chu Yang's words were interrupted. A powerful pressure broke through the air and blasted him away. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in the air. The evidence is conclusive. Chu Yang, you're still trying to deny it. You're even more guilty. Ha! Chu Yang was spurting blood from his mouth and nose. His chest had caved in, but he kept laughing to himself. That's right. Elder the Judgment Hall, do it more savagely. Let everyone see how you've always been the Elder of the Judgment Hall. At the same time, you can use this opportunity to properly explain to everyone what the true nature of the five-element sect's rules and precepts are. Yes, that's right, it's the fist. He staggered to his feet and stared coldly at the Judgment Hall. Then, he pointed at his chest and said, Come over here. I, Chu Yang, am not as strong as you. Today, I will accept my fate of dying here. A somewhat hoarse voice resounded. The entire place was deathly silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Chu Yang's few words were more effective than any move. Where there was no order, power was greatest. Where there was order, reason was the most important. The Judgment Hall was the place where the five-element sect's order was maintained. It was also the guardian and defender of the five-element sect's order. However, the Elder of the Judgment Hall had publicly trampled on all of this in front of everyone in the five-element sect. The consequences could be imagined. The Elder of the Judgment Hall would completely lose its credibility. The entire Judgment Hall would also lose its credibility and become a decoration. The five-element sect's disciples would follow the rules of their fists. The entire five-element sect would be no different from a demonic sect in the future. This was the price they had to pay for killing Chu Yang. The burning sky, Saint Sun's expression changed greatly. If this was the case, even if Chu Yang died, he and the Elder of the Judgment Hall would definitely die. Otherwise, where would the credibility of the five-element sect be? The entire five-element sect would be in chaos. If this was the result, the sect master of the five-element sect would kill him. The five-element divine sun would also kill him, so that he could use his blood to wash away all of this. You can't kill him. You absolutely can't kill him. The burning sky Saint Sun was already sweating. The situation was completely out of control. It was completely different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the situation was already at daggers drawn. Chu Yang's lips touched his lips and directly forced the Elder of the Judgment Hall into a corner. There was no way out. Chu Yang's mouth was too sharp. It was even more powerful than a sword. In a panic, the burning sky Saint Sun immediately stood up and said, Elder, please forgive me for saying a few words. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.